This is a world of supernatural abilities where the color of your wristband determines your social status. At age 8, every child must undergo an ability assessment and receive their band. The color defines the hierarchy of power. Those who awaken a yellow band possess terrifying strength, standing at the top of the food chain, while at the very bottom are those hiding in the sewers wearing black bands. But there exists a level far beyond gold, the divine level, and our protagonist is the biological child of a god, yet he only has a black band. But he possesses immense telekinetic power, able to wipe out a silver-banded punk without lifting a finger, and dark energy that can sweep away everything in his path. He has manipulation abilities to control minds, and it turns out his true power is copying abilities, surpassing even the gods. But enough talk, let's get started. The story begins in an exile zone where a skinny boy who looks barely preteen stands before a glowing sign reading the information over and over. The Dead Man's Club, death is hope. Elimination tournament, time limited 7, enter 1 survives. Prize money 3 million cumulative. A battle of hope, betting lives among those wearing black bands, broadcast live across the entire administrative zone. Seeing that 3 million number, a flicker of hope suddenly ignited in his heart. If he could win the tournament, the prize money would be enough to buy that thing for his brother. Lost in his calculations, another kid suddenly popped up and slapped him on the back, asking, "What are you looking at?" The skinny boy, terrified of being discovered, quickly rushed to stand in front of the sign to block the other kid's view. No, nothing, huh? The Dead Man's Club. The kid who had approached frowned, reading the information on the sign. Death is hope. What the hell kind of hope is there if you're dead? This kind of propaganda has to be from those silver bloods. He thought about it. At the end of the day, they just treat our lives like a game, making us slaughter each other just to keep them entertained. Fearing that the kid with him might be swayed by those words, the older brother asked skeptically, "You're not thinking about anything reckless, are you?" Without hesitating for even a second, the skinny boy shook his head frantically. That's good. Raising you up hasn't been easy." Suddenly remembering something, the kid asked, "Oh, right, did you get the rations?" "Of course." The kid smiled and replied, "We can eat a full meal tonight." As he spoke, he gently lifted his cloak to reveal 2 ration boxes securely attached to his body, along with an arm that had been severed and replaced with a temporary prosthetic. The moment the skinny boy saw what was under the cloak, his bright face instantly turned pale. "Thwan, that arm. It can't last much longer." Thwan looked around cautiously, then quickly covered it back up. "Be careful, if anyone else sees our rations, we'll be in big trouble. All right, let's head home," he said, then quickly grabbed his brother's collar and started pulling him away. On the way home, the two suddenly heard an argument. A weak man's voice pleaded, "No, that's mine." But the other tone belonged to a pushy young thug who was trying to snatch the items from the old man's hands. "You want to die? Let go, you old geezer. You've lost all your teeth. What are you going to eat anyway? Why hold on to these rations? You'd be better off dead." Ignoring the old man's desperate pleas, they casually jumped into their vehicle and drove off. "Want it back? Then bring some money to ransom it." Then they tossed his ration box in with dozens of others. Thwan and his brother stood hidden in an alley, silently observing the whole scene. "It looks like we can't use this route anymore. Thwan, let's take another way." Just as they were about to turn away, Thwan spoke up. "Wait." Even though he hadn't done anything yet, the skinny kid realized Thwan's intention and tried to stop him, but Thwan didn't say a word. He just glanced at his little brother once, then tossed one of his own ration boxes to the old man. "Here, take it and go home quickly. Stop loitering in the streets." Seeing the food box, the old man immediately scrambled toward it like a dog, then clutched it tightly and scurried away. "Mine, this is my food." This is the exile zone where people constantly fight for food. Those without the ability to protect themselves only wait for death. After giving the old man the food, Thwan immediately turned and told them both to leave quickly. The old man rushed into a house to hide. However, just as he took a few steps onto the porch, several guys who had been lying in wait for him were already there, standing in the shadows. The ringleader spoke up quickly. "I saw everything. You've still got food, right? If you don't want to die, hand it over now." Human kindness and faith in this crime-ridden exile zone are all worthless on the way back home. The two boys just had a little exchange. "What you just gave me is my share, Thwan. Each of us gets half, you stingy jerk. I'm turning down the city hero title. Keep playing the starving artist, Thwan. Sang and Nguyen, my good brother. Are you pulling this stunt again?" For two children surviving out here, they were both cast aside by God. Scene shift inside their dilapidated shack. Sang Nguyen had just packed their things. I was just talking about the management zone, Atwan. I've already done some scouting. As soon as you get your new prosthetic arm, we'll meet the requirements to register and live there as workers. Even if we won't get to see each other as much. But are you even listening to me? Atwan didn't answer, so Sang Nguyen tilted his head to look. He realized Atwan had fallen asleep without him noticing. He gently went over, tucked the blanket around his brother, and stood silently staring at the prosthetic arm on the table. Sang Nguyen slowly picked it up, and a painful, festering memory filled his chest. Back then, they hadn't known each other long. Before they reached the supply distribution zone, Sang Nguyen told Atwan to wait while he pushed through the dense crowd. He grabbed food for both of them before heading back. He had warned Atwan over and over to be careful not to go anywhere and to stay put. But just 3 seconds after he looked away, a long, dark hand reached out. It clamped over Atwan's mouth and grabbed his hair, dragging him into the alley. By the time Sang Nguyen's clothes covered in dirt ran back, excited to show his little brother, he realized he wasn't where he used to be. Nguyen anxiously looked around, searching until he heard a wet, squelching sound from the alley. He stood frozen in fear, staring deep into the darkness. Then he was so shocked he dropped the supplies. Atwan was there, his face ghostly white, lying in a pool of dark red blood, sobbing and begging, "Nguyen, save me." Next to him was a strange man. His mouth was smeared with blood, and he was grinning maniacally. He acted like a madman, grabbing Atwan's severed arm and holding it up in front of Sang Nguyen, asking cruelly, "Do you want a bite too?" The next moment was a nightmare. Sang Nguyen cried out in terror, tears streaming down his face as he screamed in agony. Even now, he could still feel the raw trauma of that moment. Looking down at the mechanical limb in his hand, Sang Nguyen bit his lip, his expression darkening. If only he hadn't left Atwan alone that day, things would be different. Sitting quietly on the opposite bed, Sang Nguyen thought for a long time before gently placing the mechanical arm back. "Atwan, wait for me. I owe you this arm, Atwan. Before dawn, I'll be back." With that, Sang Nguyen didn't hesitate. He rolled up the door and headed out, slamming it shut behind him. Finally, he had decided he would join the Dead Man Club. He would defeat every enemy and definitely get those 3 million credits. This was the management zone of an ability world governed by the ring. Every child reaching age 8 must undergo an ability assessment. Depending on their power and rank, they get a ring engraved with their personal info and ability level. Based on the ring's color, people are divided into 5 ranks. Special rank Gold High, rank Silver, common rank Bronze, low rank Gray, and the lowest of the low, the Waste rank. That night at the Dead Man Club registration point, the participants had to have their rings scanned before boarding the bus. Soon it was Sang Nguyen's turn, but as soon as the scanner passed over his ring, it immediately showed an error, leaving both officers staring at each other. A warning, a system error. Seeing this, Sang Nguyen hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "Every time I go to get supplies..." It shows that message. It's been like this for years, but it doesn't affect anything. The 2 officers looked at his suspicious face and leaned in, whispering, "Have you ever had this happen before?" "Never heard of such a thing. In the exile zones, it doesn't matter. But if you want into the management zone, you'd better be careful. Scan it again." "Yeah." After whispering, the officer with the cap brought the scanner up again, but the results still showed the same error. Seeing the delay, the crowd behind them lost patience and started shouting, "Hey, if you can't register, get lost, will ya? Damn it, there are people waiting back here." Ignoring the insults, Sang Nguyen paid them no mind, not even turning around. Suddenly, one of the guys marched up aggressively. He delivered a heavy blow to the back of Sang Nguyen's head. "I'm talking to you, jerk. Acting deaf, huh?" The crowd was immediately drawn in, eyes fixed on them. "What the hell is that guy doing?" Sang Nguyen's face went dark. Without a shred of emotion, he slowly turned his head to look at the brute. "What's with that look on your face, brat?" Sang Nguyen ignored him. Quickly dismissing him, he turned back to the officers. "Please scan it one more time. I have to participate in the..." He hadn't finished his sentence when he sensed movement behind him, nimbly bending his body to dodge to the side. The guy kicked at thin air and stumbled while Sang Nguyen calmly finished his sentence. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. "Not bad, this kid." Yeah, the little brat." The man, humiliated, clutched his groin as he stood up. "Looks like I underestimated you." He pulled a dagger from his waistband, ready to attack, but the officer caught him. He let Sang Nguyen get on the bus first, then turned to the guy with a dark, sneering grin. Wait until you're in the arena to kill him. It's not too late. The man pouted, his eyes flicking toward the officer with a look of disdain. What's the big deal? He's only a common rank anyway. It's just high school, that's all. Isn't he still just a hunting dog for the silver color anyway? As people were boarding the bus, a few guys standing outside the terminal said with envy, "Talk about poor judgment. They didn't pick us but chose that puny weakling who still has snot on his nose. No matter how you look at it, I'm way stronger than him." Well, matches are only interesting when there's a mix of strong and weak players. Think about it. A beautiful teenager dying miserably in the arena, the ratings would definitely skyrocket, haha. I can't wait to see him get beaten to a pulp. Hearing them talk like that is so annoying. The long-haired man sitting among them suddenly spoke up. It's precisely because there are so many fools like you that people without abilities are branded as trash tire, and he left them to be mocked by the ability users. After speaking, he crushed his cigarette, stood up, and headed toward the bus, saying, "You guys should feel lucky you weren't chosen. That's the only way you'll be able to keep breathing for a little while longer." The fools, humiliated by the man, angrily retorted, "What the hell did you just say? What are you acting all high and mighty for? You're just another reject, same as us. Don't you walk away. Speak clearly." The man leisurely put his hands behind his head and strolled, "Oh, I just happen to want to smoke a cigarette here, that's all." Suddenly, one of the two realized something. "Wait, he looks familiar?" The man smirked and slowly turned his head back. "Still don't remember. It seems my win streak count still isn't high enough. How about this?" Finishing his sentence, he ran his hand through his hair, revealing his handsome face and a cold, sharp expression. As soon as they saw his face and familiar build, both of them panicked, realizing he was the one holding the 6-win record at the Watu Non Club, Tan Thien. Two guards quickly urged him, "Tan Thien, don't miss this bus again. Hurry up and get on." "Tan Thien, don't miss the bus again. Hurry up and get on." Just like that, Tan Thien strolled onto the bus with the other contestants. Enjoy your temporary survival while you can. This is a one-way trip. No matter what you do, you can't escape your fate of dying. Scene change to the database management room. A mysterious individual was frantically typing on a computer, searching for someone's information. After identifying his prey, the man couldn't help but feel joyful. His lips curled up. These eyes are truly exactly like hers. Child of God, could it really be you? At that same moment, Sam Nguyen was sitting on the bus daydreaming and looking out the window thinking, as long as I get back before dawn, Oven won't notice right, otherwise I'm going to get scolded again. I'd get beaten to a pulp regardless, and I wouldn't even be able to dodge it. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared through the bus glass, startling Sam Nguyen. Just as the guy prepared to stab him with a knife, Sam Nguyen quickly pulled the seat latch, threw himself backward, and used his legs to kick the knife out of the attacker's hand. It stuck straight into the ceiling of the bus. "Planning to fight in here, are we?" Saying that, he jumped off the seat, standing face-to-face with the yellow-shirted guy. Tan Thien didn't say a word. Calmly observing everything, the yellow-shirted guy threatened aggressively. "Good. If you're not going to fight back at all, it'll be boring. Let me finish you off before the match even starts." Sam Nguyen's face darkened, his breathing becoming heavy as he tried to figure out how to handle this situation. "Damn it, I can't waste too much energy on him here. I have to make this quick or I won't have any strength left for the match later. But if I use my full strength now and get exposed, if my real strength is revealed, I'll become a target for everyone. What should I do?" The yellow-shirted guy roared furiously. "I'm going to kill—" But before he could finish, Tan Thien lunged forward and punched him, smashing his face and knocking him out cold on the spot, leaving Sam Nguyen stunned. The guard wearing the hat immediately gave a thumbs up to praise him. "Nice, Tan Thien. Until we get there, I'll leave him to you." Tan Thien jokingly raised 2 fingers and replied, "Leave it to me. He won't be waking up anytime soon." Sam Nguyen broke into a cold sweat, looking at the older man in front of him with horror. He'd taken down such a big guy with just one punch. If I meet this guy in a match, I have absolutely no chance of winning. He timidly said, "Thank you," but was immediately teased by Tan Thien, "Thanking your opponent. You really are a naive kid, but you're lucky. You won't be clashing with me for now unless you win tonight's match." But right after that, the dagger Sam Nguyen had kicked into the ceiling unexpectedly fell down and hit Tan Thien square on the head, making him look like a complete fool. A few minutes later, the bus arrived in front of a giant gate and traveled through a long tunnel. In the blink of an eye, a luxurious city appeared before their eyes. Sam Nguyen was immediately drawn in by its beauty. He leaned forward, his eyes sparkling, unable to look away. A city scene completely different from the exile zone appeared before us. This is the high-class living area, the control zone. Looking at the giant statue right in front of him, Sam Nguyen couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so magnificent!" The guard, after checking everyone, shouted loudly, "Everyone follow me!" The space quickly turned into a scorching hot arena. With dozens of people surrounding them cheering wildly, Sam Nguyen and those who had just gotten off the bus earlier walked into a long hallway. He suddenly saw a horrific scene. 2 guards were pushing a cart piled high with dead bodies. Looking at the bloodstains and skin color, you could tell at a glance that they had only just died. Sam Nguyen stood there silently watching them. Those were the contestants who had already lost their lives. The 2 guards scowled as they reached a rolling door and removed the cloth covering the bodies. They quickly swung the door open and coldly dumped the entire pile of useless bodies down below like trash discarded into the dark, bottomless abyss of a manor's pit. A housekeeper stood before a massive gate and announced to the person inside, "Young Master the Prophet says you may proceed." In the waiting room, the atmosphere was dead silent and suffocating. Sang Nguyen carefully sized up each opponent. Their weapons included broadswords, bear claws, and daggers. The other 2 were using clubs and nunchucks. Everyone had a weapon except for me. Number 4. It really isn't a lucky number, is it? There were 7 contestants in total for this qualifying round, but there were only 6 weapons. The order of selection was determined by the win rate predictions from the audience. Those with a higher predicted win rate got to pick first. The one with the lowest win rate had to enter the arena empty-handed. That's fine, though. No one will be on guard against an opponent with a 1 or 2% win rate who shows up with nothing but their bare hands. Most people would just focus their attention on the one with the highest win rate. Suddenly, just then, Sang Nguyen accidentally caught the eyes of Tan Thien outside. He leaned against the wall, watching the man's back, quietly observing that guy. That guy is strong, with skills like that. Surviving in the exile zone probably isn't that hard for him, huh? I'm envious. Suddenly, someone popped up out of nowhere and asked, "Are you and Tan Thien close?" "I'm talking to you." "Number 4, do you and Tan Thien, the one with the 8-win streak, know each other?" Sang Nguyen immediately grew guarded and replied, "No." Hearing that the guy looked a bit surprised and raised his voice, "Wait, he actually helped you on the way here. I never thought he was the type to be so helpful. Are you hiding your true strength or something?" "As far as I know, that Tan Thien guy only respects the strong," Sang Nguyen replied coldly, arms crossed. "You're overthinking it. I don't even have the right to get a weapon here." The guy labeled number 3 suddenly closed in, pressed a gun against Sang Nguyen's lower abdomen, and whispered, "You'd better not be lying to me or I won't let you off easy." Sang Nguyen was in a tight spot. Even though his face remained calm inside, he was feeling incredibly agitated. "Hey, hey, hey!" threatening someone before the match starts. Just then, a beep rang out, signaling the start of the match. Number 3 smirked, tucked his gun away, and told him, "Good luck out there." Before they stepped into the arena, 2 guards stopped them and announced a new rule. "Contestants, to ensure the entertainment value of this match, please wear the devices we have prepared." With that, they pulled out mini-bombs and held them up in front of the fighters. Number 3 snorted coldly and stepped forward. "You guys sure have a lot of tricks up your sleeves." "You didn't mention this part before. Just think of it as a special gift." Hearing the guard's tone, the group grumbled in dissatisfaction. "What are you kidding me?" Amidst the excited cheers, a slaughter was about to begin. The MC's commentary echoed all around. "Only one person can survive this match. Before the 15-minute countdown ends, use everything you've got to kill the others. If you show mercy, you'll be blown to pieces." In the VIP lounge, the higher-ranked contestants were also watching the juniors battle with amusement, placing bets and guessing who would die first. Come on. Number 4, obviously. That kid doesn't even have a weapon. Look at number 5 closing in on him. How pathetic. I'm betting 10,000 on number 4. You pervert, I'm betting 2. But as they sat there waiting for number 4 to die, nothing happened at all. On the contrary, their expressions turned sour. Something doesn't feel right, does it? On the arena floor, number 5 was starting to sway because he couldn't land a hit. Sang Nguyen barely even flinching huff. "How is that possible? How could he easily dodge every one of my attacks?" Number 4 felt his pride wounded. Number 5 roared and swung his weapon wildly. "Don't you dare mess with me." Just like that. The 2 of them continued their dance of attack and defense for several minutes. Sang Nguyen looked coldly into his opponent's eyes. Too slow. He easily closed the distance, ducked and dodged number 5's horizontal swing. He dodged all of them. As soon as the opening appeared, Sang Nguyen immediately threw a punch, landing it square on the man's cheek, knocking him off balance and sending him stumbling back. Everyone, both in the arena and watching through the screens, watched the scene in absolute shock. That kid's reflexes. No, it's not ordinary at all. Meanwhile, Sang Nguyet's hand was throbbing after landing a punch on number 5. He shook his hand to dull the pain. It was just as he thought. He really couldn't rely on brute force. Number 5 quickly regained his composure, pointed his weapon straight at Sang Nguyet's face and sneered, "What was that? That didn't hurt at all, ha 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 ha." Sa. Nguyet awkwardly scratched his head, trying to snap back. "Oh, it's just because your face is so thick." Hearing that, number 5 flew into a rage, screaming, "Don't get cocky, you little brat, I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, someone else appeared behind him and spoke up. "Who are you planning to kill?" "He's mine," the guy said, and in the blink of an eye he sent number 5 to meet his maker. He then stepped in front of Sang Nguyet, causing him to instantly tense up in high alert. Sang Nguyet's breathing grew heavy, and the air turned stifling and eerie, several times more intense than before. Number 2 wiped the blood splattered on his face, a distinct glint of amusement in his eyes as he looked at Sang Nguyet. "You embarrassed me on the bus, and I haven't settled that debt with you yet. If you get killed by someone else, who am I supposed to take my anger out on, huh?" 5 minutes of the competition had already passed, with 2 out of the 7 contestants eliminated. One participant couldn't take it anymore. Sobbing, he clung to the fence and begged the guards, "I give up. I want to quit. I don't want the prize money anymore. Please, just let me out. Open the gate and let me out." But in the next second, the guard wearing a cap didn't say a word. He decisively pressed a red button on his console, detonating the mini-bomb attached to number 6's neck. It blew him to pieces, killing him on the spot. Number 1, standing right next to him, collapsed to the ground, screaming loudly at the sight of the headless corpse before him. Number 3, on the opposite side, was sitting on top of a guy he had just killed. He looked extremely dissatisfied. They were stealing all his spotlight. Damn it, they got blown to bits. With that thought, he ripped the mini-bomb off the neck of the body beneath him. Meanwhile, number 2 and number 4 were still locked in a continuous battle. Sang Nguyet quickly realized that his opponent's combat strength, speed, and power had all increased. Damn it, he was still holding back on the bus. If I keep dodging like this, I'm just burning energy and stalling for time. It won't accomplish anything. What should I do to survive and protect themselves in this place of exile? Sang Nguyet and Athwan had never dared to lower their guard, not even for a single moment. After training together several times, Athwan had realized a special talent his little brother possessed, an astonishing ability to observe. It's just like an Esper's ability. Sang Nguyet, I admit your reflexes are incredibly sharp, but if you only dodge when you're in danger, you'll never win. Going on the offensive is the only way to win. But from that day on, he had to train even harder. Despite Sang Nguyet being exhausted to the point of gasping for air, Athwan still kept rushing at him to spar and build his stamina. However, it was as if a curse had been placed on Sang Nguyet's body. Even though his dodging and reflexes had improved significantly, his strength simply wouldn't increase by even a little bit. But according to what Athwan said, if they kept fighting like this, the enemy would die of old age before Sang Nguyet could land a finishing blow. Even though they felt it was strange, the two children couldn't think too deeply about it. Athwan suddenly considered a possibility and spoke quietly to Sang Nguyet. "Hey, tell me, do you think your lack of progress in training is related to that woman you keep dreaming about? Don't you always dream about a woman wearing a god-tier bracelet?" After a moment of silence, Sang Nguyet scratched his neck and replied, "It's just a dream." "God-tier, what are you talking about? How could that possibly be related to me?" "It's all right, Sang Nguyet." Athwan laughed, throwing his arm around his brother's shoulder. "Don't get discouraged. At least the enemy hasn't landed a hit on you, right? In the future, whenever you're in danger, just run fast." Sang Nguyet muttered in frustration, "Thanks for the comfort, brother. It's really effective." Tired of having to hide behind a one-armed Athwan every day, Sang Nguyet hated his own weakness and uselessness. He wanted to be strong. He didn't want to bow down to fate. He couldn't be a runaway forever. Fueled by that resolve, Sang Nguyet took a stance to face number 2 head-on and charged straight at the enemy. He surged forward with high spirits. "Come on!" Sang Nguyet easily dodged one of his punches. Weaving and ducking, lowering his stance, he saw an opening. However, the moment he threw his punch, number 2 easily blocked it with one hand without any effort at all. He grinned from ear to ear. "What was that? Are you trying to scratch an itch for me?" With that, number 2 effortlessly threw Sa Nuit aside, sending him tumbling across the ground. Ha ha ha! You don't know your own limits, so you're just a filthy rat who specializes in running away. Number 2 looked down at Sa Nuit's pathetic state with smug satisfaction. Everyone watching the match in the king's room was also stunned, looking at number 4. What's wrong with that brat? He's weak and strong at the same time. How truly bizarre. So it couldn't be. Does he still have some kind of killer move up his sleeve? Meanwhile, at the place where the 2 brothers were staying, a strange man showed up and knocked on the door. Athwan, not knowing any better, innocently asked, "Who is it?" "Sam and Guide, is that you? You thought it was all over, didn't you?" Number 3 suddenly tossed something high into the air toward numbers 2 and 4. Sam Nuit caught sight of it, immediately looked up and realized it was a mini-bomb attached to them. He paled, turned his head toward where number 3 was standing, and just as the guy pulled the trigger, a massive explosion erupted, causing the entire stands to go wild. "Number 3, number 1, you're so despicable," but living up to his reputation as the contestant with the highest win rate today. Number 2, though, his whole body was searing with burns, clutched his face and staggered to his feet, groaning in pain. Number 3 looked into the smoke and smirked. "This clearly shows I was aiming for that brat, and yet he still managed to dodge it. Who the hell is he?" While lost in thought, number 2 suddenly used the last of his strength to lunge forward and smack the gun out of number 3's hand. This sent the gun flying right in front of Sam Nguyen while the 2 of them wrestled. But because his strength was nearly gone, number 3 quickly gained the upper hand. He pinned number 2 to the ground and struggled for the gun. "Tim, get the gun! Hurry, pick it up!" Number 2 screamed in desperation, eyes fixed on Sam Nguyen. "Shoot him! I'm on it!" "Save me first, I'll give up the win for you. That prize money is 3 million, you idiot." But his desperate plea would never be fulfilled. Number 3 coldly slammed the gun down. Finishing off number 2, his body slowly went quiet, turning stone cold as he lay motionless on the floor. "Done. One more down." Number 3 stood up, exhausted, grumbling to himself. "Damn it, look at the state I'm in. Who's next?" But before he could even celebrate, a deafening boom echoed out. Number 3 broke into a cold sweat as he slowly looked down at his blood-red chest. Immediately after, shots rang out again. Number 1 had appeared out of nowhere, picked up the gun, and finished off number 3 in a heartbeat. "That 3 million is mine." Just like that, there was another corpse on the arena floor. Now, only the final 2 contestants remained, number 1 and number 4. At that same moment, outside, the screens broadcasting their fight were lit up everywhere. The young man known as the Young Master, who had been wearing a sharp jet-black suit from head to toe, was taking a stroll. He stopped in front of a screen and whispered softly, "Don't die on me, Hak Hwan." Right after that, a streak of purple electricity raced along his arms. Every street lamp blew out in an instant, creating a chain reaction that zipped down the street. In no time, everything with electricity across the entire city surged and blew out. In a split second, all power around the Huatu Nyan Club vanished, leaving tiny sparks of explosions everywhere. The man smiled, his lips curling up with delight. Behind his back, the crackling sound of electricity returned. Back at the arena, Sam Nguyen had finally regained his composure and quietly stood up. "I won't be handing over that 3 million to you." Number 1 smirked confidently, pointing his gun at his face. "Huh, it's just the 2 of us now, and I have the gun. You're empty-handed, so what are you going to use to beat me?" "Sam." Nguyen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he stood up. Truth be told, in his current state, he seemed to have no chance of winning. But this wasn't the time to give up. He had struggled so hard to make it this far. The roar of the crowd echoed in his ears. "The game is over. Number 1, hurry up and fire a shot to finish him off." He listened and immediately pulled the trigger. Sam Nguyen didn't dodge. He took a deep breath, sensing the movement of what was coming. "Athuan is still waiting for me to come home." He could feel the bullet approaching, moving through the searing hot air, accompanied by the smell of rust. Too slow. Just like that. With extreme focus, Sam Nguyen easily tilted his head to the side and dodged it. The bullet fired right past his eyes. Number 1 was so shocked he froze in place. Up in the stands, the crowd's insults erupted again. "Hey, number 1, what kind of performance is that? How do you miss from that close?" Number 1 was so shocked he dropped the gun, stammering, How could you dodge a bullet? Are you really Hak Hwan? No, that's impossible. We're both supposed to be the bottom feeders, right?" However, his words couldn't reach Sam Nguyen's ears. By now, his head was getting increasingly dizzy and blacking out from the explosion earlier. Number one roared like a madman, "Die, just die already!" After saying die, he quickly drew his knife and lunged, but Sam Nguyen spotted the opening and dodged. He countered with an uppercut. Given his strength, he couldn't take the enemy down in one hit, but number one wasn't exactly strong either. He just needed to be fast enough to use his momentum to win. No more time. He had to control his precision perfectly. Don't kill him. In just a few simple moves, he disarmed the knife and pressed it against number one's throat. At that exact moment, the hair on Sam Nguyen's skin stood up. His instincts warned him that a massive wave of power was rushing toward them. There were only 4 seconds left in the match. Tan Tien and everyone in the VIP room were dying of anxiety staring at the screen. Time's almost up. Why is he just standing there? That pink-haired kid, the match is about to end. Right then, everything suddenly went pitch black. Someone suddenly shouted, "What's going on?" A power outage. Tan Tien quickly realized, no, this isn't a normal power outage. It's an ability user. At the same time, everything in the arena went dark as well. The mini-bomb on Sam Nguyen's neck instantly fell off. He frowned, glancing around cautiously. Now was not the time to let his guard down. Someone is heading this way. Suddenly, the warden opens the door. "Listen up, contestants number 1 and number 4. There's a power issue, so the match is suspended. All of you head back to the lounge with the spectators immediately." While waiting for the announcement, contestant number 1 trails after him, pestering, "So who's counted as the winner then? We fought so hard, who exactly gets the prize money? I almost died out there. How about we just split it evenly? Just give me 1.5 million and we're good. The higher-ups will discuss the prize distribution and give you an answer later." Walking alongside them, Sam Nguyen suddenly freezes. As he turns his head, he spots a stranger. He strikes up a conversation. "You look pathetic, kid. Don't you plan on thanking the one who saved your life? Saved me, why?" With one eye completely covered in blood, Sam Nguyen stares at the man vaguely before passing out. The man remains silent, clicks his tongue in annoyance and mutters, "Way too weak." He calmly throws Sam Nguyen over his shoulder and walks straight toward the main road without a hint of hesitation. A guard sees this and immediately shouts to stop him. "Who are you? Put him down right now. Participants are not allowed to leave the club. Are you deaf? He is the club's property." As soon as the guard lays his dirty hands on the man, he lands a single punch, pinning the guard flat against the wall. The guard dies on the spot, and the man continues walking nonchalantly as if nothing happened. Well, he isn't property anymore. Tan Tien stands to the side, watching without saying a word. His companion next to him asks, "What are you thinking about?" "The winds of change are coming." Tan Tien muses, "Perhaps that child carrying the black ring is the key to changing this world. Hope we meet again." Outside the club, an expensive white car parked in front of the main gate instantly attracts the eyes of every scavenger around. Dozens of people are already eyeing the vehicle. "Hey, boss, that car looks like easy pickings. Could this be the legendary Land Rover?" Inside the car, the man sits waiting, bored. Sam Nguyen wakes up in despair. Injured just a little bit, and he's still planning to stay unconscious for how long? Out of boredom, the man released a few sparks of electricity to keep the bandits outside the car company, and while he was at it, he zapped Sam Nguyen a little to wake him up. Sam Nguyen smells the scent of roasted meat, wafting around him, and sits up dazed. He gasps, eyes widening as he looks at the man next to him. It's him, the guy who turned the club into chaos earlier. "You're awake." Hearing him speak as if they knew each other, Sam Nguyen asks warily, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Even though he asks that at this very moment, Sam Nguyen realizes something. The man in front of him is an ability user. He turns pale with fear. At this distance, the pressure radiating from him makes his limbs stiffen. He can't move. He is definitely a high-level ability user, maybe even beyond high-level. But why would an ability user save him? He has seen with his own eyes how this world tramples and toys with the lives of black ring holders so casually. Although he has a million questions compared to that damned curiosity, it's better not to get involved with ability users at all. Just as he's planning to scramble away, the man suddenly speaks, "My name is Liu Qixuan." His surname. Sam Nguyen's entire body stiffens. All his knowledge flashes back in a second. The Liu family. The family ranked third among the 8 great families, the special grade. In other words, the pin under his collar is gold, but to reinforce his point, Liu Qixuan pulls his tie slightly to reveal the pin, then points at him. "I advise you not to even think about running away from me, because from now on, your life is my responsibility." The Child of God. Legend has it that above the special gold grade there is another rank, the God grade. A single God grade individual can take on hundreds of people. The special gold grade is an existence infinitely close to a true God. Sam and Guiet nods, recalling, I've heard of this legend. I remember the name of that God grade user is Liu Tung. Liu Tung Din is my great-grandfather, Liu Chi Xuyen quickly adds. But that sentence makes Sam Nguyen understand something entirely different. Child of God equals child of Liu Tung Din. Child of Liu Tung Din equals grandfather of Liu Chi Xuyen. From that, he concludes that he himself is the grandfather of Liu Chi Xuyen. Hearing that claim, Liu Chi Xuyen can only wish he could finish Sam Nguyen off right then and there. He flicks him on the head and continues to explain the God grade legend again. You didn't get it quite right. Listen, since the first ability user appeared, there have been a total of 3 God grade beings. My great-grandfather, Liu Tung Din, along with Lady Vu Nuit, who possesses the abilities of foresight and immortality, and one other man who disappeared shortly after being confirmed as God grade, and you are the child of the immortal ability user Lady Vu Nuit. Sam Nuit listens dazed and points to himself asking, So, I'm not a black grade. Stop teasing me, child of God. What are you even talking about? That's so ridiculous. But as the words leave his mouth, he suddenly remembers, wait, that dream. Could the woman in that dream, it actually be my mother? Seeing Sam Nguyen's pale face, Liu Chi Xuyen patiently explains everything and commits to ensuring his safety. Your face was broadcast live. It spread throughout the entire management zone. Next, you will be quickly transferred to Heaven City. Believe me, before long, those who want you dead will start appearing one by one. A whole new war is about to begin. The car ride back to Sam Nguyen's place was dead silent. Liu Chi Xuyen kept shooting side glances at him, noting how his face was twisted in a struggle to accept reality. Eventually, he broke the silence. Why on earth would you risk joining the qualifiers? You should have a clear enough head to know your own limits. Sam Nguyen replied sheepishly, Because I need the money. Money. Surprised, he asked the driver to pull over. They stopped in front of a cheap rundown prosthetic limb shop. When he saw the look on Sam Nguyen's face, the shopkeeper immediately recognized him. You again, huh? Well, did you bring the money this time? Sam Nguyen nodded, then stared intensely at Liu Chi Xuyen, making him visibly annoyed. What are you looking at me for? Am I a human ATM? Sam Nguyen shamelessly played the moral card, firing back at him. Didn't you say you'd take responsibility for me? With no other choice, Liu Chi Xuyen gave in to his demands and told the owner to give him the best one. While waiting for the shopkeeper to wrap it up, Sam Nguyen explained, I have a childhood friend in the exclusion zone named Thuan. He's a low-tier civilian. He didn't have to stay in the zone, but because I'm here, he used his bad arm as an excuse to keep lingering and refusing to leave. I want to win the tournament so I can buy him this arm. That way Thuan can function normally and head to the administrative district to find a legal job. Liu Chi Xuyen didn't say a word, just quietly watching Sam Nguyen. But do you even realize how many lives the tournament you've entered is going to upend? As they left the shop, he warned him cautiously, Everyone you associate with becomes a target for those people. If you actually care about him, you need to stay as far away from him as possible. Sam Nguyen clutched the box containing the prosthetic arm, his heart racing. Let me go back and explain the situation to Thuan first, then we'll figure it out, okay? Besides, I still have a lot of questions for you. Upon reaching Thuan and Sam Nguyen's place, Liu Chi Xuyen decided to wait in the car, not wanting to get involved. Sam Nguyen scurried inside, buzzing with excitement. Thuan is going to be so mad when he sees what a mess I am, but getting yelled at is worth it, right? Wait. No, this isn't the time to worry about that. I have to tell Thuan about my high-tier status and my identity first. After hearing all of this, what kind of face will he make? And this too, I can't wait to see his reaction when he gets this gift. Bubbling with joy and excitement, Sam Nguyen pushed the door open and slipped inside. Thuan, stop sleeping and look what I brought you. And you'll never ever believe it. However, right as he was speaking, his foot tripped over something. When he looked down, he realized it was Thuan's prosthetic arm. And that wasn't all. Right there, without him noticing, there was a pool of blood. A strange man's voice echoed through the room, making the air feel heavy and terrifying. So you finally made it back. I've been waiting a long, long time for you. Sam Nguyen, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. hiding out in this filthy place where even the gifted wouldn't step foot? That's actually a pretty good idea. With a snap of his fingers, the man flicked all the room lights on. It's a true honor to meet the child of God. The scene before Sam Nguyen was pure chaos. There was blood everywhere. Ignoring the guy's buzzing voice, all he could see was a Thuan's cold, lifeless body lying alone on the floor. Sam Nguyen completely lost his mind, his face turning ghostly pale. Every drop of blood screamed the name, a Thuan. The man stood up gleefully, throwing his arms out toward the ceiling, proud. I am the one, I'm the first one who found you. I'm the closest one to God now. But Sam Nguyen was past the point of hearing a word he said. His breathing turned ragged. His heart felt like it was being sliced into 1,000 pieces over and over again. Completely shattered, he dropped the gift box he had cherished his whole life. A soul-piercing scream ripped from Sam Nguyen's throat. Seeing his total breakdown, the man glanced down at the small, long-since-cold corpse beneath his feet. Oh, this person! He didn't care in the slightest, stepping on a Thuan's body as he asked casually, Were you close? Sam Nguyen stumbled forward and collapsed next to his little brother, desperately shaking him. I'm back, a Thuan, please wake up! Seeing Sam Nguyen in such a pathetic state, the man was genuinely surprised. Are you crying? You've got to be kidding me! Over this piece of low-tier trash? Useless. The man gripped Sam Nguyen by the collar and hauled him up. Are you really worthy of being a descendant of God? You're such a disappointment. He punched him, sending him flying into the wall. He didn't stop there. He immediately used his powers to yank Sam Nguyen back. He tightened his grip on his throat. Did I get the wrong guy? Are you really this weak? Sam Nguyen's mind went completely blank, tears streaming down his face. The only thing he held dear had been destroyed. It was clearly possible to dodge that, but there's no point now. Every image, every radiant smile of Ah Thuan kept flashing through Sam Nguyen's mind, and paired with that pure innocence was such a cruel, ironic fate. Sam Nguyen painfully wondered why. I'm not the one who's supposed to die. The man's hand suddenly tightened, yanking Sam Nguyen back into a brutal reality just as his vision began to fade, and he lost consciousness. As his hand dropped completely limp, Sam Nguyen felt as if he had fallen into another space. While he was confused, wondering where he was, two pale, slender arms suddenly reached out from behind him. Pushing his body forward, a voice that was both strange and familiar spoke coldly. Get out of the way. It was as if they were one yet not one, swapping places with each other. You coward! That was the last thing Sam Nguyen heard someone else who looked exactly like him say before the white door slammed shut, and that was when that man felt a terrifying change in the person whose throat he was choking. Sam Nguyen suddenly woke up and abruptly grabbed the man's wrist. He tossed him aside, let out a deep breath, coughed a few times, and walked straight toward the guy. The man was a wreck, one arm shattered. As he looked up, Sam Nguyen stood before him, radiating fury. The man grew terrified and started changing his tune. I didn't mean to, please spare me. At the same time, he was incredibly confused. What is going on? His aura, it's completely different from before. The man trembled, begging, I know I was wrong. The atmosphere suddenly plunged into silence, only to be shattered by the man's treachery. How could this be? Go to hell! He lunged aggressively at Sam Nguyen, but before he could even touch him, his entire body suddenly froze. Wide-eyed with terror, the man stared at him. His own limbs were no longer obeying his commands. This was telekinesis. Everything around Sam Nguyen was lifted into the air, hovering. Coldly, Sam Nguyen delivered a punch straight to the man's face. Sending him flying again, he slammed into the wall, vomiting blood. Sam Nguyen followed up, hurling everything at the man, leaving him no chance to escape. Once, twice, 3 times, the barrage of objects never stopped. The man, terrified and ignoring the severe wounds all over his body, tried desperately to dodge. He gritted his teeth and glared back at Sam Nguyen. I see he's got the lightning ring equipped. Damn it! If I'd known, I should have finished him in an instant. Wait, telekinesis has a distance limit. If I just increase the distance and get to the open field outside, he won't be able to do anything to me. However, that beautiful thought vanished in an instant. Liu Qishuyan appeared. Who knows from where, radiating a heavy, murderous intent blocking his path. You've already turned this place into a mess, and now you want to leave. The man backed away in despair. The lightning attribute, the scar on his face, it was Liu Qishuyan. But while he was worried about Liu Qishuyan, Sam Nguyen had already closed in. By the time he was right behind the guy, the man realized too late. Oh no, wait, don't Sam Nguyen coldly forced the man's own hands to wrap around his neck, then used his other hand to strike his own wrist, snapping his cervical spine, killing him instantly. The man's body lost all life and slumped to the ground. Sam Nguyen angrily kicked the corpse aside and stared coldly at Liu Qishuyan. Liu Qishuyan crossed his arms and chuckled, "What, you want to fight me too?" As soon as those words left his lips, Sam Nguyen's body lost all its strength, and he collapsed. The cold aura surrounding him slowly faded away. Liu Qishuyan remained silent for a while, then muttered to himself, "This seems a bit different from the prophesied savior child, huh?" A moment later, Sam Nguyen woke up once again facing the nightmare. The reality of it all. He panicked and called out the name Ah Thuan the moment he woke, but this time no one answered. He suddenly remembered and looked at the corpse covered in a white cloth. Opposite him, he saw Liu Qishuyan standing outside the main door smoking before turning to ask, "You're awake?" Sam Nguyen didn't have the strength to answer. He stumbled toward the bed, trembling as he pulled back the cloth to look at Ah Thuan's incredibly gentle and pure face. Ah Thuan now had only one stiff, unchanging expression despite his body being covered in wounds. Sam Nguyen could only hug the body. He wanted to lift him up and take him somewhere more beautiful, but he had no strength left. He barely lifted him before collapsing to the ground. Liu Qishuyan couldn't intervene, and he didn't dare interrupt this heartbreaking moment. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze drooping, looking heavily at Sam Nguyen's thin frame carrying Ah Thuan outside. Sam Nguyen wasn't crying at all. He sat there dazed, holding his little brother tight, then laid him beneath the most beautiful tree outside their home. He scooped up a handful of damp earth, unwilling to let go. Gradually covering Ah Thuan's beautiful face, he didn't say a single word. He just sat there silently from dawn until dusk. Buried in his sleeves, looking down at the simple grave he had built by hand for his little brother, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "How much longer do you plan on weeping and moping?" Sam Nguyen slowly raised his head to look once again, seeing Ah Thuan's radiant smile encouraging him, "Get it together." Ah Thuan was like a little son, incredibly warm and kind. Even until the moment he left the world, he couldn't bear to see his little brother hurting. A tear. Then two more fell soaking into the earth. Sam Nguyen couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into tears like a child before Ah Thuan's grave. A long while later, Liu Qishuyan was sleeping in the car. He suddenly heard a knock on the window. He hurriedly rolled it down and was shocked to see Sam Nguyen's swollen face. "You cried that much." Suddenly Sam Nguyen said, "Ah Thuan died because of my identity." Liu Qishuyan nodded and replied, "Yeah, that's right. I'm not going to try to comfort you. It's a fact that they died because of you, but their fate wasn't something you could choose either. Besides, now is not the time to blame yourself for the future. Things like this will likely keep happening. If you don't want them to happen again, be strong, become powerful, then change your own destiny and change the destiny of everyone else." Looking back from the car at the place where he and Ah Thuan grew up for so long, Sam Nguyen suddenly saw himself and Ah Thuan back when they were innocent children playing in the yard. On their faces was a sense of pure joy, despite how poor their lives were. Both of them looked softly at Sam Nguyen with big round eyes, holding hands tightly to say goodbye. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. A part of Sam Nguyen was buried there forever. He couldn't leave. He tried to hold back the bleeding in his heart, but his eyes couldn't lie. Looking longingly toward the spot, a layer of mist clouded his vision. "Goodbye, Ah Thuan. Goodbye." Back then, I could clearly feel my body being possessed by someone else. I could only stare, watching his actions. He wore a face exactly like mine. But he possessed terrifying power that would make even an Esper tremble. If I had been him from the start, maybe Ah Thuan wouldn't have died. Sam Nguyen jolted awake from his dark nightmare. He clenched his knuckles on his lap, his head hanging low. How could I have such a useless thought? Very soon, Liu Qishuyan's car entered a bustling street. Sam Nguyen looked around curiously through the hazy car window. "Where are we actually going?" Liu Qishuyan replied, "Picking a spot?" "Picking a spot, you ask?" He nodded while driving. "Selecting a building with a good view to serve as our main base. Besides, you need to change into some clean clothes." Suddenly, the car braked hard. It sent Sam Nguyen tumbling forward. Liu Qishuyan looked satisfied as he eyed a massive red building. "This place will do for now. Get out!" As soon as the two approached the gate, two aggressive men armed with weapons threatened them to go away. "Hey, which gang are you punks from? State your name." Sam Nguyen grabbed the hem of his shirt and whispered, "Liu Qishuyan, this is the Black Bear Gang's territory. Maybe we should find somewhere else." The Black Bear Gang was a syndicate that made their living through material smuggling and illegal trade in human body parts. Liu Qishuyan confidently let small sparks of lightning dance across his body. A black bear. What's there to be afraid of? Sun Wit was speechless as he looked at him. They're called the Black Bear Gang. Just wait here for me, Liu Qishuyan said. Your task is to protect yourself. Got it. Before he finished speaking, he charged straight into the Black Bear Gang's base, smashing through the front gate at breakneck speed. Sunuyet stared in shock at the electrical arcs shooting out from every crack in the building. His eyes went wide, jaw dropped, not knowing exactly where Liu Qishuyan was. But in the next second, everything exploded right in front of Sunuyet. Everyone in the Black Bear Gang was burnt black, scrambling and pushing each other. Run. It's an Esper. Sunuyet coughed and hacked from the smoke inside the building. Suddenly, Liu Qishuyan's voice rang out, Hey, get up here! He stood on the upper floor, gesturing to Sunuyet. With no other choice, he obediently followed and stepped into their new base. At that same time, outside in the alley, a group of people was secretly watching them. That was a special grade, wasn't it? A special grade appearing in the exile zone is something big about to happen. Don't be stupid. Didn't you see how he attacked lightning? This is definitely the one mentioned in the management zone's news. But what about the guy following him? That was definitely a black ring. I couldn't have seen it wrong. Never seen an Esper walking with a bad grade before. Hurry, let's find the leader to discuss our strategy. At the management zone's Revenant Club, a group of people in black surrounded a building. They ordered a child to get out of the car. The girl looked barely into her teens. She was an A grade. They brought the girl close to a corpse. Then they forced her to use her ability on the stiff body of the man. A woman wearing a silver bracelet stood behind her and asked, Well, did you get a clear look at the attacker's appearance? The girl panted as she replied, The one with the gold ring purple hair, rare lightning ability. When he left, he was also leading a teenager wearing a black ring. A black ring. The woman was skeptical, but the girl immediately insisted, That's right. It can't be wrong. Hearing this, the woman waved her hand, giving the order. All right, take her back to the laboratory. The group immediately dragged the girl away without a shred of mercy. Move faster, don't drag your feet. But when she looked back, the girl's face turned pale. The corpse that hadn't had a drop of blood just moments ago, and was now covered in a crimson stain. Trembling, she said, I'm sorry. As for the woman, she walked over to another man to exchange information. The young master of the Liu family is publicly confronting the 8 great families. And what about the black ring he took with him? I don't know, just report the situation to the superiors first. I'm afraid that those wasteland clans are already waiting for an opportunity to act. You mean Vumiet's confidants? Meanwhile, Sunwit continued to dream, dreaming of his terrifying nightmares again. The entire dream was shrouded in a bloody red color reeking of the stench of fishy, sticky blood filled with the sounds of death. Help me, Nguyen, save me! Sunwit ran in endless circles, unable to escape, until suddenly that man with the silver ring from before grabbed him. You useless piece of trash. You pathetic weakling. You're the one who got your friend killed. As he spoke, the man's neck snapped and hung to the side, his face contorting into a demonic grin that stretched ear to ear. Sunwit gasped, terrified, and suddenly jolted awake. A dream. It was just a dream. He tried to steady himself after the horrifying nightmare. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, Awake already! Sunwit startled, looking at the man in front of him. You were watching TV with the sound off. Wasn't it obvious enough? He replied. Liu Qishuyan turned the volume up so they could both hear. The investigation into the Esper attack on the arena is ongoing. Let's take a look at the situation at the scene. Sunwit stared blankly out the window. It's dark already. Just how long have I been asleep? It doesn't matter. You could sleep a little longer. After all, there won't be much time for peaceful sleep later on. Hearing this, Sunwit asked, sounding a bit weary. The people hunting me. They'll be here soon, won't they? Who knows? Liu Qishuyan fiddled with the remote button and answered casually. The soonest a second from now, the latest a day or two. Are you scared? Of course I'm scared. Living in the exile zone, one never really dared to hope for a long life. You only fought hard to earn another day. You never dared to dream about the day after. The desire to survive is a terrifying, greedy thing, but there is always something beautiful about it that makes you want to keep living. Lost in thought. Suddenly, Liu Qishuyan's voice cut through his musings, pulling Sunwit back. What are you spacing out about? Sun Yuyet scratched his head, speaking awkwardly. Liu Qishuyan, even though I know you're very strong, if too many enemies come at once, what will we do then? I don't want to drag you down with me. As his voice trailed off, Liu Qishuyan couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned in, a slight smirk on his lips. Who told you that you only have me by your side? At that very moment, his phone screen displayed a message from the temporary group chat with the meeting point he had sent. 4 people had read the message. But I'm actually very curious. How will those 4 choose? Will they honor the pact from 18 years ago and come to protect you? Will they turn a blind eye and leave you to die? Or have they already joined the Lam family? Sa Nuyet looked confused. What do you mean? Aren't those 4 our allies? Speaking of this, Liu Qishuyan's mood suddenly darkened, his eyelids drooping slightly. Back then, beside Lady Wu Nuyet, there were a total of 6 loyal families. Besides my family, the Liu clan, there were the Han Chu Tobui and Ha families. Lady Wu Nuyet's faction believed that the ring had intensified the evil in people's hearts. She wanted to create a society where those with abilities and those without could live together in peace. But the others did not see it that way. They vehemently opposed this idea. Topple the walls. Those lowlifes. By what right should they live on the same land as us? Truly utter fools. Furious, the Han family spoke up. This is the council chamber, not a place for you to vent your anger and act recklessly. Standing opposite them were the most powerful people, especially the Lam family. Just who is it that's acting recklessly here? After that Wu Nuyet? The Lam family allied with many families outside the ranking to start a war. Lady Wu Nuyet sensed the impending danger and summoned the elders of the 6 families. That was the first time they saw you, San Nuyet. Wu Nuyet held her child in her arms, her beautiful face looking at everyone. I know this request is incredibly selfish and dangerous, but I beg you all do not forget our mission. Once we compromise, those with abilities will become an existence that destroys the world. 18 years later, the bullying, the oppression, and the disregard for human life by those with abilities will be even more cruel and heartless than the era we live in now. Inside and outside those walls are 2 completely different worlds. This is the consequence of indulging the power of those with abilities. Today I place the choice in your hands, hoping only that your descendants can save this child when war breaks out again in the future. The boy is about to fall into a deep sleep. But I guarantee you, when he wakes up, he will definitely be the one to restore order to this society. I entrust everything to you all. After the first generation's campaign failed, the special class faction tightened their grip on the ring, and Lady Wu Nuyet was captured by the Lam family. They burned everything that had any trace of her. The heavenly realm underwent earth-shattering changes, and the ranking of the 8 great families was completely reshuffled. The Lam family severed all ties between the loyal families of Wu Nuyet's faction and monitored the 6 families' every move. So for the 18 years that followed, the descendants carrying such a heavy mission even when meeting in public had to pretend they didn't know each other. They couldn't make contact at all. We can't let the Lam family catch on to our plans, Liu Qishuyan said, reflecting with a hint of frustration on how 18 years have passed since anyone even remembers this protection plan. How many people are even left? Regardless, I can handle things no matter how many people there are. After a moment of silence, Sam Nuyet suddenly asked, I've disappointed you, haven't I? Liu Qishuyan replied with a playful smirk. Ah, that's right. I really wanted to see what the child who could change the world, the one the council was talking about, actually looked like. As it turns out, you're quite ordinary. I was a bit disappointed, but I don't regret coming. Hearing this, the gloomy look on Sam Nuyet's face suddenly brightened. He gave a faint smile and stood up to leave. Thank you. You must be hungry, right? I'll go find something to eat. Cut to a storage room inside the base. Sam Nuyet slumped down, exhausted, his back against the door. He clutched his trembling wrists and thought about his mother's words. I guarantee you all, when the boy awakens, he will certainly be the one to restore order to this society. But looking back at his entire life, constantly running away, being used as a test subject, beaten and starved, Sam Nuyet felt he didn't have the slightest bit of courage to face this reality. Mother, I am fundamentally not the child who can save the world like you said. I can't even protect myself, but I'm so unwilling to accept this. At this point, the look in Sam Nuyet's eyes suddenly changed. He bit his lip and clutched his chest, thinking of how this world had treated him. A thwan. I don't know how many more ability users are targeting me. There's no more time to be a coward. I have to pull myself together. No sooner had he finished that thought than a sudden tremor occurred. Sam Nguyen seemed to sense something. He immediately rolled away from where he was sitting. A second later, a pillar of fire erupted violently. Sam Nguyen broke into a cold sweat in terror as he saw the fire. At the same time, Liu Qixuan also realized, so it's already started, has it? Has Bui Tinhua become an enemy? That fire was wildly chasing Sam Nguyen, putting him at a disadvantage. This flame was clearly hunting him. What should he do? How could she find my location so fast I didn't even see the attacker appear? Is this a homing flame that can track my energy signature? That fireball! It can even split apart. I have to hold out until Liu Qixuan arrives. No. Can I only blindly rely on others' protection? Always just knowing how to run away. Damn it, I've had enough. With that mindset, Sam Nguyen rushed straight toward the fireballs. He calmed down and analyzed the situation. The fire was tracking his movements. He had to make it unable to sense his energy signature anymore. As long as I hide my presence and seize a brief moment to find the source of the flame, I can capture the person controlling it. Come on, just like that. Sam Nguyen stared, standing perfectly still. He didn't blink a single time, eyes locked on the fire rushing straight at him. Athuan, you were right. You can't win if you only keep running away. Bring it on. A loud explosion followed. On the roof of the building opposite, a dark silhouette stood waiting leisurely. She was startled. The energy signature. It disappeared. But immediately after, she was shocked by a sound behind her. Sam Nguyen's body scorched and face pale lunged at her, his voice raspy. Found you. The two stood in silence, facing each other. The atmosphere was so strange it made Sam Nguyen tremble. He was anxious, not having thought of what to do for his next move at all. The girl's face came closer and closer, and the energy she radiated was incredibly intense. Suddenly, she broke into a smile and said a phrase that met the requirements, leaving Sam Nguyen stunned. At the same time, Liu Qixuan, sitting in the house, happily curled the corners of her mouth upward. Sam Nguyen was left dumbfounded, staring blankly at the woman in front of him. Met the requirements. After that, he tried to support himself and stand up even though his body was completely drained. He thought to himself, I can't even stand steady anymore. But I absolutely cannot collapse in front of her right now. How pathetic. I was just acknowledged. Suddenly, Liu Qixuan jumped out of nowhere, grabbed Sam Nguyen by the scruff of his neck, lifted him up, and struck him hard on the back of the neck before he could even say thanks, knocking him unconscious. Liu Qixuan then spoke to Bui Tinhua. Let's talk, she replied softly. All right. Back inside the base, Bui Tinhua spoke the cruel truth. Super senses. To put it bluntly, it's just a slightly faster reflex, that's all. To be the child of Lord Vu Nuit and yet inherit such a trash ability. Our future is truly full of hope, isn't it? I'm going home. Liu Qixuan heard her mocking thought, what a poisonous tongue, then offered a different opinion. I don't think so. Just now, when facing your sneak attack, he was able to mask his presence the very moment the flames engulfed him and then pinpointed your exact location. Such a reckless judgment. Someone else might not have been able to pull that off. That's only because I held back against him. Bui Tinhua crossed her arms over her chest, teasing, You speak quite highly of him, don't you? Did something happen before I arrived? At that very moment, the image of Song Nguyen killing the silver-ringed man flashed through Liu Qixuan's mind. He smiled faintly and said vaguely, Indeed, there were a few interesting things. Like what? Nothing. As I was saying, it's been 16 years since we last met. Looking at you, it seems you've been training quite hard. It's nothing special, Bui Tinhua said, running her hand over a large scar on her neck. Heh, someone with a scar on their face has no room to talk. The sun is about to rise. I wonder if the next one to arrive will be a friend or a foe. Liu Qixuan teased, Hopefully it's someone without such a sharp, venomous tongue. Who are you talking about? Scene changed to the Heavenly Human Council Hall. Looking down from the 2-story building at the colorful motorcade below, 2 silver-ringed men in the council hall whispered to each other. No one has set foot in this council hall for many years. Today it reopens. I fear something major is about to happen. I still remember the era led by Master Vu Nguyen back then. How glorious this hall was. Everyone who came here was a powerhouse. The strongest of their clans, and now what kind of people are arriving? A few delusional monsters wanting to represent the 8 great clans. Shh, these demons are also ability users. Careful walls have ears. The demons are the ones appointed by the 8 great clans to investigate the tracks of Vu Nuit's descendants and handle any unexpected chaos caused by ability users. Caused right at this moment. The men dubbed demons arrived quickly, all hooded from head to toe. A man with a scarred face turned to the woman beside him and said, "I really want to rip the tongues out of those gossiping fools." "You're thinking that, aren't you?" She placed a hand lightly over her lips and replied, "How annoying. Did I say that out loud?" Then she thought angrily, "If you dare read my thoughts again, I'll kill you." A few minutes later, all 7 had gathered in a circle, surrounded by dozens of images of Liu Qishuyan and Sang Nguyen. The leader spoke up, "All right, let's get down to business." Then they began organizing the reports. "Even if you don't like each other, this is Liu Qishuyan. You all here surely know him, right? The results from that 5th round test caused quite a stir. If we only consider raw power, Liu Qishuyan is the only ability user who comes close. Coupon, I don't want to face him head on." One of them looked down at the screen, caressing the face of Sang Nguyen, and suggested, "Then send the half-breeds." "Send." "We raise those inferior species. Isn't it just for days like this? What a pity. I really want to taste what the child of the gods smells like. The trouble we need to solve isn't just Liu Qishuyan, but also her who is coming to assist." As he spoke, another person opened the file to look. The moment he saw the face of the bloodthirsty Bui Tinhua displayed on the screen, the group immediately froze, all looking toward the leader. He coldly ordered, "Send men to capture Sang Nguyen. I want her alive. As for her, kill her." Suddenly another person asked, "And what about the 3 remaining trusted clans of Vu Nguyen?" Currently they haven't made a move. The master weaponsmith Tajia disappeared 15 years ago. He left no descendants. The To family is not to be feared. Among the descendants of the Han family, there is one with innate talent named Han Thu, but he is bedridden all year round and has no combat capability. As for this Chu He, after that battle, the Chu family sent him to train at a monastery and drew a clear line with him. I think he is the one we need to be most wary of. Go and warn them, keep playing the coward. Then we will spare their lives, but if they intend to support Liu Qishuyan, kill them all." With those orders, the demons quickly dispersed. They went to their respective targets, leaving only 4 behind. One of them watched silently out the window, following a bird in flight. Very quickly it flew to a large monastery under a waterfall. Chu He was quietly sitting there in meditation. The little bird landed on his shoulder and chirped twice. Hearing the news, Chu He quickly understood the situation. So the descendant of the Liu family has joined forces with Nguyen Tinhua, has also set out. After updating the intel, he quickly stood up and turned to walk away. "Let's go, I can handle this alone." At the same moment, a demon had arrived at the scene. He slowly emerged from beneath the water, his gaze locked firmly on Chu He. At the 2 residents, everything had fallen into a deathly silence. The massive house was completely deserted. A wisp of smoke appeared, drifting straight through the wall. Another demon had successfully broken in. Scene changed to the hospital. Han Thu's life was also hanging by a thread. Even though he was a bedridden patient, the demons had no intention of sparing him. At the Sam Nguyen base, Bui Tinhua and Liu Qishuyan quickly moved to the window to check the commotion outside. Sam Nguyen woke up dazed and scrambled to follow them. Is it an enemy? Liu Qishuyan didn't really consider them enemies. He looked down at the crowd below, bored. Are people in the exile zone always this reckless? So annoying. You come with a handful of people and expect to take back my territory. Suddenly, someone with a megaphone shouted, "Hey, you up there! How about we sit down and talk?" Sam Nguyen was startled, realizing it was Uncle Tan Thien, whom he had met at the club. Liu Qishuyan realized this too and quickly covered his mouth. "Let's talk. I have nothing to say to you lot." "Isn't that right?" Tan Thien chuckled. "I want to talk to the pink-haired kid you took. A little conversation between us black circles." A few minutes later, Bui Tinhua and Liu Qishuyan were stuck outside waiting for Sam Nguyen and Tan Thien to finish their talk. Seeing his despondent look, she spoke up. "Can you stop looking so disappointed? You can tell. It's obvious." Liu Qishuyan acted like he'd lost his mind, shouting with sparks of electricity crackling around him. "My hands are itching like crazy. Where are the real enemies? Get over here." Bui Tinhua rolled her eyes, speechless. "Someone handle him." At the same time, inside the room, Tan Thien started the conversation. "I never thought we'd have a chance to meet again this soon. When I heard the building had been taken over by an Esper, I knew it was you." Sam Nguyen hung his head, flustered, and replied softly, "I'm sorry, Uncle. I didn't mean to take your territory." "That's fine." Tan Thien laughed. "I didn't come here to take back the base. I just wanted to know why the special class is looking for you. Silent for a moment, Sam Nuet looked away. If I tell you, you might not believe it. Outside the base, Tan Thien's subordinates gathered in a corner, whispering, "Wonder what Brother Tien is talking about for so long." "I'm starving. All you do is eat. Brother Thien hasn't complained yet, so shut your trap." The boss really doesn't know how to treat people, making Brother Thien run back and forth between the management zone and the exile zone. Back in the room after hearing everything, Tan Thien understood the situation. "So in short, you are a descendant of Lord Vun Guit, and in the future you'll have to go up against every single Esper in the heavenly human city, and your only current teammates are those two outside." "That's right." Sam Nuet nodded. "But how did you know about my mom? I didn't mention her name earlier." "The tournament was your first time leaving the exile zone, right?" Tan Thien spoke up unexpectedly. "People in other sectors know her name. However, over the years, your mother's name has become a forbidden word. It is strictly forbidden to mention it under any circumstances. I'm surprised by your honesty, but we've only met once. I could walk out that door right now and reveal your location to the people trying to catch you. Aren't you afraid?" The atmosphere in this room suddenly lightened. Everything seemed easier to breathe when looking at Sam Nuet's gentle yet incredibly determined face. "You won't do that. My intuition tells me you're a trustworthy person. Don't let my appearance fool you." "Your intuition is quite sharp. Is it—" The corners of Tan Thien's mouth curled up, his eyes dropping to look straight at the boy. "In just 2 short days, this kid's eyes have changed a lot," Tan Thien said suddenly. "As a gift for your honesty, I have a lead on your mother that I want to tell you about." Hearing that, Sam Nuet froze in surprise. "Mom," Tan Thien began to recount a part of his life. 25 years ago, I applied for a job in the management zone to help build a project. The location and the purpose were strictly confidential. We weren't allowed to take our blindfolds off before arriving. As time passed, I realized clearly that what we were building was likely a prison. I accidentally passed by a room and saw that the prison was only holding one person. When I walked past the guards, I was discovered. Must finish as quickly as possible. The cage of God. I suspect she might be imprisoned in that very prison right now. Of course, this is just my speculation, but if it's true, your mother is still alive." At that same moment at the Toe residence, the demon couldn't sense any breath of a living person. He was about to turn back when, passing a room, he accidentally sensed a very weak energy source inside and used his power to pass through the door. Seeing a child inside, he let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha ha! Are you kidding me? Didn't they say there were no descendants left in the Toe family? What are you?" Hearing a voice, the boy immediately opened his eyes. Seeing this, the demon stopped laughing. "Oh, did I startle you?" He stared intently as the demon starting his analysis. "Unknown character, updating 20% data." The demon strolled closer and asked, "Not wearing a collar, even we didn't know you existed. Who on earth are you? What is your relationship to this, to family? Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Are you listening to me or not?" Suddenly, the boy's eyes lit up, displaying 100% on his screen. A name was suddenly uttered, and upon hearing it, Tran Ngan, the demon froze, eyes wide with shock. "How do you know my name? Answer me." Before he could finish, he lunged behind the boy to attack, but with just one move, the boy raised his hand and Tran Ngan's entire body was gripped by an invisible force, causing him to explode. Luckily, he managed to phase through the wall to survive. At that same moment, all the cables attached to the boy's body were released. Tran Ngan clutched his wounds frantically, looking for an escape. "How could this be?" A shockwave erupted from that palm. "It's the ability of the deceased, a descendant of Latan Quang. How is this possible? This is bad. This is completely different from our intel. I have to report this immediately so the others can be on guard. Hurry up, Vun Guit's remnants are not to be trifled with." Suddenly, fog surrounded him. Tran Ngan vigilantly looked around, searching for something strange. Suddenly, a hand was placed gently on his back. The boy appeared out of nowhere. Boom. In an instant, Tran Ngan was killed. Meanwhile, Chuhi's battle had begun. She manipulated water into orbs and launched them straight at him. "Go to hell!" Chuhi didn't flinch. He effortlessly reached out to stop the water, condensing it into beautiful birds that fluttered through the air before dissolving into a light shower. He spoke, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing to come here." The demon woman gasped. "What? You neutralized my attack into nothingness so easily?" Suddenly, Chuhei sent his weapon flying into the air. In a blink, he was right beneath her, beating her to a pulp. She was like a stone skipped across water, sinking and resurfacing. Sinking and resurfacing, she had no strength to counter Chu, He's relentless, fierce barrage. Finally, he punched her, flying, forcing her to cough up a mouthful of bright red blood. He swiftly caught the weapon he'd tossed earlier. Chu. He pinned her down, unsheathed his sword, and held it to her throat, threatening her until she fearfully asked, "You, what kind of ability are you using?" Chu answered her with cold arrogance. "When fighting the weak, I never use my ability." At an ancient temple, there stood a towering Buddha statue. Under its feet, dozens of monks sat in meditation every day, seeking inner peace to leave the secular world behind. Chu was the child sent there by his family since he was small, sent to practice, to purify his spirit and energy. The constraints and teachings of that sanctuary had now shattered since the wheel of fate began to turn. Chu stood covered in blood, eyes narrowed, unmoved, quietly looking down at the sword in his hand, a thin, slender blade refined for 1,000 years by the rushing waterfall, yet still pure. The flowing blood kept dripping away, eventually staining the area red, blending into the stream, becoming a thick, horrifying pool. At the hospital, the demon began his move. He manipulated vines to lift Hanthu's frail arm. Let's see. The intel was right. Hanthu is indeed a living corpse, incapable of moving. After that, he fiddled with the unconscious body. The demon leaned in, admiring Hanthu's porcelain-like face, then made a shallow cut on his arm. "What a waste to just lie here, Hanthu. You are a special grade after all." Drip, drip. As blood fell, the demon absorbed the life force from Hanthu's blood to boost his own power. He tilted his head back, laughing manically. "Ha ha ha, not bad at all. The power of a special grade is truly worth savoring." Suddenly a noise echoed behind him. He snapped his head around. "Who's there?" Appearing before him was a young girl who looked 7 parts like Hanthu. She roared in anger, "Let go of my brother now!" The demon didn't care, responding lazily. "And if I don't—" But immediately all of his vines were seized by the girl. The demon was startled. Before he could react, he was thrown out the window, soaring into the courtyard. The girl quickly and carefully approached her brother to check on him, but a tree trunk lunged forward, piercing her right shoulder and pinning her to the wall. "Too reckless, little sister!" The demon's mocking voice echoed again. Before the girl's eyes, he quickly wrapped Hanthu's body and dragged him outside. The girl ignored her pain and rushed out onto the balcony to chase him. "Stop right there." But the moment she stepped into the courtyard, she saw a group of people waiting. It was Hanthu's mother and the others. The noble lady walked up to the demon and initiated a conversation. "Visiting us without notice, demon. We would have opened our gates to welcome you. Why force yourself to be in such a pathetic state?" The demon wasn't fooled by her gentle smile. He sneered, "Cut the act. You are Vun Guiet's lackey. You should know best what the Liu family is doing. I am here under orders to warn you, if you want to survive, stay out of this. We must have Vun Guiet's descendant." As he said this, he deliberately tightened his grip on Hanthu to warn her. Her face darkened, radiating murderous intent. "I don't care about someone else's descendants. Drop my son at once. He is nothing but a hollow shell." The demon shrugged and tossed Hanthu high into the air. "Catch him then, he's yours." The girl froze, watching the scene. Suddenly her mother screamed, "Aole!" Aole rushed forward to catch her brother while the demon took the opportunity to vanish. Her mother quickly ordered the servants, "No need to chase him. Take the back to his hospital room." Aole hugged her brother tightly, ignoring the chatter around her. She cried out in frustration, "Was what mother just said the truth? You don't care about other people's children. Are we the Han family really just going to stand by and watch my brother once said abilities appeared to make this world a better place? I don't understand the rest. But right now, nothing feels good at all. But things aren't looking so good right now. That ugly wretch hurt my brother so badly. Why does Mom have to be so polite to him?" Looking up at her mother, who stood there saying nothing, Aole felt helpless and decided to follow along. As the servants carried Hanthu away to treat his wounds, she kept her head down, wrapping her arms around him tighter and tighter, as if to release all her repressed agony. Suddenly, Aole's determination surged, and with a steady gaze, she declared, "I want to finish what my brother started." Continuing, "I want to finish what my brother started." After taking Hanthu back to the infirmary, Aole's mother spoke to her about the recent battle. "You made 2 mistakes. First, you lost focus before confirming if the enemy was dead. That gave him the chance to hurt you. Second, when you needed to save someone, you couldn't make a split-second accurate judgment." Aole's mother then coldly asked back, Do you think these things don't matter? After a moment of silence, her eyelids drooped, filled with sorrow and heaviness. A quiet voice whispered, "No." This was Mom's answer. Scene shifts to the base. Sam Nguyen asks Tan Thien to describe in detail the room where his mother was imprisoned. Tan Thien sits opposite him and asks in return, "You mean the god's cage that she mentioned?" The room really looked like a cage. Several pillars surrounded a sleeping platform. Beneath the platform was a pool of liquid that looked just like molten lava. Do you still remember the smell? A pungent, nauseating stench. Suddenly noticing he wasn't getting a response, Tan Thien looked up and called out, "Sam Nguyen!" At that moment, Sam Nguyen's mind went completely blank. Everything familiar had vanished, replaced by the vision of the lava-like floor. Tan Thien's words kept echoing over and over in his head. That room really looked like a cage. Several pillars surrounded a sleeping platform. Beneath the platform was a pool of liquid that looked just like molten lava. Do you still remember the smell? Sam Nguyen was terrified, his eyes hollow as he stared down at his feet, his whole body drenched in sweat. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "What good are you on your own?" "Sam." Nguyen jumped, looked up and softly called out, "Mom." Unexpectedly, she said, "Give your body to me." Sam Nguyen realized immediately that the person before him was definitely not his mother, and the entity had no intention of hiding it. The creature raised its hand, the corners of its mouth curling up in amusement. "That's right, I am Sam Nguyen." With that, it transformed back into his appearance, holding a black gun in its hand. Without hesitation, it fired a shot straight through Sam Nguyen's forehead, casting him into a different state. Tan Thien saw the situation and didn't hesitate to open the door, calling for Bui Tinhua and Liu Qixuan to rush in. "Hey, you guys hurry in. The pink-haired kid, he's not doing well." All three rushed in, shaking him and repeatedly calling, "Sam Nguyen, Sam Nguyen." But at this moment, Sam Nguyen couldn't hear anything. His face was hollow and lifeless, like a dead person's. At the same time, inside their private mental space, the creature was constantly pressuring and ordering Sam Nguyen to surrender his body. Because the psychic pressure was too strong, he couldn't move even a finger. Suddenly, the creature knelt down, gently placing a hand behind Sam's neck. It whispered in his ear, "Don't you remember? It was you who summoned me before your friends died miserably when you were faced with enemies and couldn't do a thing. I replaced the weak, cowardly version of you. In the next battle, only I can win. Give me your body. I will never fail their expectations." Sam Nguyen was in a desperate spot. He furrowed his brows, wanting to say something, but under the creature's psychic power, he couldn't even make a sound. The creature began to lose patience, gripping Sam Nguyen's wrist and pulling him closer, forcing him to look him in the eye. "Come on, speak. Say that you voluntarily hand over this body, you coward." Suddenly, the white door beside them began to be affected. The creature clicked its tongue in disgust. "The number of people interrupting us is truly too high." After that, Sam Nguyen gradually woke up. Tan Thien, Bui Tinhua, and Liu Qixuan surrounded him, bickering back and forth. "I told you. He prefers my electricity over your fire. Let's see if your shocks fried his brain into stupidity first, then we'll see. Sam Nguyen, are you okay? Can you hear us? We will meet again soon." As soon as those words finished, Sam Nguyen snapped out of the nightmare and back to reality. He startled everyone by suddenly grabbing Liu Qixuan's hand, causing them all to freeze in surprise, not daring to move. Suddenly, Sam Nguyen called out, "Brother Liu Qixuan, what is it?" He immediately shifted the blame to the person next to him, Tinhua, saying, "I told him to shock you." But even more shocking, Sam Nguyen suddenly proposed a spar, making both of them panic and rush to check on him. "Damn it, was the shock really that strong? My body temperature is still normal." Sam Nguyen knew they had misunderstood, so he had to say it himself. "I'm perfectly fine. I need to use my powers. Only battle can trigger them. Please fight me." The atmosphere suddenly went quiet. All three stood there dumbfounded, looking at each other. Then suddenly Tinhua and Qixuan huddled in a corner, holding back laughter. "He doesn't know his own limits, just look at him. This is truly an insult to me, but training with him isn't necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, let's show him the cruelty of the real world. You're just an enemy approaching. Watch out, don't waste too much energy. Waste whose energy mine will I really be drained by him? He's so weak anyway. I won't even have time to warm up before the fight is already over." Sam Nguyen, embarrassed, muttered under his breath, "I heard all of that, you know." Suddenly, Tan Thien spoke up. Everyone, I happen to know a place that's perfect for a fight. Just like that, all four moved to a large courtyard. Bui Tinhua stood quietly to the side, then warned Sam Nguyen, be careful, don't let him kill you. Getting killed by Liu Chi Shuyen is exactly what I want. Sam Nguyen replied, his face hardening. Only when death is near can I achieve what I need. I have to become stronger. You could feel his determination and his raw energy. Bui Tinhua felt a sudden sense of relief in her heart. It seemed she had made the right choice. The match began quickly. In contrast to Liu Chi Xuyen's calm and arrogant demeanor, Sam Nguyen was in complete disarray. He was anxious and on high alert, wondering where the attack would come from. From above, from a distance, or close quarters. Stay calm, Sam Nguyen. Just focus and you'll definitely be able to see his movements. I need to understand his way of attacking first before I find a way to counter. Liu Chi Xuyen thought of something. A smirk played on his lips. Let's add some battlefield atmosphere to this place. He raised a hand and suddenly countless interlocking pentagonal blocks appeared in the sky. In an instant, a geodetic dome formed, creating a barrier that trapped Liu Chi. Xuyen and Sam Nguyen inside. Bui Tinhua gasped, "Oh no!" She rushed forward and punched the surface of the barrier, but the electric current forced her back. Bui Tinhua called out Sam Nguyen's name in worry. As for him, he was completely lost, staring in confusion at the man before him. Liu Chi Xuyen looked amused. He tilted his head to the side, laughed, and said, "Open your eyes wide and take a good look at what a true gifted user really is. I'm not on the same level as the others, ready to have your spirit ripped apart." Sam. Nguyen tensed his entire body as he looked at Liu Chi Xuyen, but just as he blinked, the electric-charged hand had appeared right in front of him. Sam Nguyen was startled, his eyes darting. When did he? Immediately, a powerful surge of electricity shot directly into his body, throwing him far away. Sam Nguyen's whole body was charred, and small sparks still crackled across his skin, leaving him paralyzed. With my level, I cannot even see his movements. He's not even using both hands. Liu Chi Xuyen smirked, his heavy footsteps thudding against the ground. Keep your guard up. My warm-up hasn't even started yet. Outside the barrier, Bui Tinhua was struggling to break through the wall, but she couldn't even leave a single scratch on it. Tan Thien walked over, looking solemn. I've met quite a few gifted users, but someone as terrifying as Liu Chi Xuyen. This is definitely the first time. Bui Tinhua fell silent for a moment before replying, that's right. After all, he is the person closest to being a god. 16 years ago, the very power level test of Liu Chi Xuyen left everyone there stunned even before they knew who he was. They couldn't help but be in awe of that power. Which gifted user is this? The pressure is intense. It's coming from that room. The one being tested was Liu Chi Xuyen. They waited nervously for the result to appear on the screen. How's it looking? No way. Could it be god level? How is that possible? But look, even the rings can't measure the result. Everyone settle down, just be patient, and wait. It's a gold ring, I told you so. It can't be god level. It's a good thing it's not god level, otherwise how would the Lamb family ever be able to fight him? Don't say another word, he's coming out. Door number 97 slowly rose. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Liu Chi Xuyen to appear. The first thing that poured out was thick black smoke. Liu Chi. Xuyen stepped out, radiating a heavy aura with sparks of lightning dancing around both his arms. A scattered sound of applause rang out. Bui Tinhua's thought back then when she saw him was simply so impressive. Right after that, it was Bui Tinhua's turn to enter the test. She was determined not to lose to Liu Chi Xuyen. Hearing that story, Tan Thien wondered. According to what you said, he is such a powerful gifted user. Then wouldn't Sam Nguyen fail to last even a single second? But Bui Tinhua did not answer that question. She looked up at the sky and suddenly blurted out, I have another concern. The enemy could arrive at any moment. I must keep guard here. If the enemy arrives before they finish, the consequences could be disastrous. Hearing that, Tan Thien immediately took on the task. Leave it to me. I will go out to the entrance and keep watch. If a gifted user shows up, I'll contact you right away. Why are you helping us? Tan Thien, his expression unchanging, spoke his true thoughts. So many gifted users have come to the exile zone because of Sam Nguyen. Whether it's to help him or kill him, it's enough to prove that he will influence the fate of this world. Right people like me, the Black Emperors, also want to see a different future for this world. But perhaps placing our hope in this child is still a bit of a stretch. I'm heading out now. If anything happens, contact me by phone. Meanwhile, Sam Nguyen was still beaten to the point of being unable to move. The electric sparks had fortunately faded quickly. He thought to himself, thank goodness. Liu Qixuan isn't an enemy. Suddenly his vision went black and that voice rang out once again. Can you feel it now? If you don't surrender your body to me, you won't be able to do anything. Sam Nguyen frowned and bit his lip as he looked at the figure pinning him down. It was that being. It leaned down, burying its head into Sam Nguyen's neck as if it wanted to devour him whole. The voice wouldn't stop nagging, trying to swallow his mind whole. I know what you're thinking. You're tired of being treated like a bug, aren't you? You want power just like Liu Zhichuan, then beg me. You're just a pathetic coward who can't face reality. What's the point of fighting me? Think about it. What will those espers do to you once they catch you? They'll make you wish you were dead. They'll treat you just like they treated your mother. They'll lock you up while people line up to drink your blood and feast on your flesh. Come on, just surrender to me. I will destroy everything for you, wipe out all those espers. That sentence suddenly triggered a long-forgotten memory in Sam Nguyen's mind. He parted his lips and said boldly, You're not really me. If you were, you wouldn't have forgotten those words. Back then, a massive fire had broken out far away. In that district, people seemed not to care. They were partying as usual, dancing and singing around a bonfire. That joy was reflected in Thuan's eyes, but he felt no joy at all. Suddenly, an old man approached and handed them a loaf of bread. Here, take this, kids. Thuan asked cautiously, We're taking your share. What about you, sir? The old man smiled, patted their heads, and said, I'm old. I don't need much. Take it. Join the 10th Union later and pay me back then. Thuan thanked him with a smile and took it. Suddenly, Sam Nguyen asked timidly, Thuan, can we stay here? No. Seeing his brother refuse, he asked curiously, Why, it's good here. Good, listen closely. The screams of agony haven't stopped once. To be honest, I find these people scarier than the bandits outside. If we stay here, will we turn into them too? I don't want to become like that. Reflecting on it, Sam Nguyen said with disgust, This world ended up this way. All because of those espers. Hey, I'm an esper too, you know. Thuan said, flexing his power to make the piece of bread in his hand float just to prove it. Sam Nguyen jumped, spinning around to look at him. Thuan kept chewing, continuing, Nguyen, let me ask you if there were a parallel world where people had no powers at all. Do you think there would be no bad people there? How could that be? Hearing this, Thuan jumped in. Exactly. That's why I say just like this food in your hand. It was sent to this exile zone by kind esper families who bore the pressure to do so. The standard for good or bad has never been about powers. Saying that, Thuan grabbed Sam Nguyen's bread and shoved it into his mouth, ignoring his protests. They relied on each other to survive a wretched life. Thuan whispered softly, After this meal, let's hurry back to the real world. Waking up from that distant memory, Sam Nguyen was now able to confront the dark entity clinging to him. A solitary light flickered deep in his chest. I must return to the real world. In an instant, the dream world shattered like glass, pulling Sam Nguyen's body back to reality. Liu Zhichuan suddenly sensed a surge of energy rising from his opponent. Sam Nguyen, battered and bruised, struggled to his feet. Liu Zhichuan, it's not over yet. Seeing his predator-like gaze, Liu Zhichuan felt a chill run down his spine. The power within him erupted, and he couldn't help but shout, Now this is getting interesting. Scene shift to the control zone gate. A group of people dressed in white walked out toward the exile zone. So annoying. It's so loud here. There were 6 of them just in time to face Thea on the highway. An ambulance sped past frantically. The person inside was hurriedly reporting to someone. Yeah, we've rescued them. The demon's injuries are worse than expected. Also, we found no traces of anyone else at the scene. I fear the assailant may have already reached the exile zone. What's our next move? Before he could finish, a voice cut in from the other end. They won't get through. The half-bloods will block them at the control zone gate. The half-blood group was already there. They grumbled, This gate opens so slowly, how embarrassing. Can you just shut your mouth? Fine, we'll leave those 2 to you. Suddenly, a guard looked at them and thought, Are they prisoners? I don't remember the control zone having a prison for the black rings. The black-haired woman suddenly spoke, Hey. Then she vanished, reappearing right in front of the guard, pressing her sword against his throat. What are you staring at? Think I don't know? Ignoring the man who was trembling in fear, she glared, heated up the device on his face, and detonated it right there. She stepped on him impatiently. Keep looking at me, huh? You dare do it again. The other guard saw this and pulled his gun, pointing it at her, but it wouldn't fire at all. The girl glared back at him, but was reminded by a handsome man in the group, "Stop playing around, Thea. Let's get to work. The situation has changed. 2 of you need to return to the control zone to stop the special class from reaching the exile zone." The leader, hands in his pockets, asked quickly, "Who's going?" Hera sheathed her sword and darted off, running alongside another person with their face wrapped in bandages. "Whoever gets there first wins," the purple-haired woman commented. "The youth are certainly full of energy." And so they split up, heading toward their assigned locations. Scene shift to the district area. Chu-hee was rushing toward the base to rendezvous with the others, his footsteps frantic. Passing through the experimental and research areas, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He stopped in his tracks then. It decisively unsheathed his sword, taking a high-alert stance. At the same time, in a distant building, the black ring guy was hunched on the ground, drawing something. Only a fool would take on a special class head-on. It was hard enough to get out here. What if I end up dead? Just stall for a bit, that should do it. It's just killing one black ring after all. If they had acted a little faster, this wouldn't even be my problem anymore. The scribbles took shape one by one right up until he finished speaking. The drawing suddenly started to glow, and the skyscrapers outside began to collapse unexpectedly. Everything crumbled in the blink of an eye. The jester was startled, dropping to a crouch to brace against the tremors. Popping up from underground, seriously. People inside the buildings looked around in terror. Is everyone seeing this? Is it an earthquake? No, it's not an earthquake. The buildings are moving. The jester tensed up, his eyes darting around to pinpoint the enemy. Not this way, and not this way either. He scowled, his eyes narrowing in irritation. The buildings moved faster and more violently, forming 4 walls in a split second, trapping the jester inside. He immediately realized their plan, his body tensing up. Trying to lock me in, are you? I don't have time to play hide-and-seek with you people. In a flash, he escaped the encirclement and bolted outside, but just as he started to move, the guy in the black circle adjusted his drawing, controlling another building to block the jester's path. He was quick-witted, dropping down and sliding along the walls while dodging the buildings that kept popping up out of nowhere, making it a bit difficult for the jester to dodge everything. By the time he was close to the ground, he felt dizzy and exhausted. The jester let out a sigh of relief as he landed. He looked up in annoyance. Back to square one, huh? Meanwhile, on the bridge, the kid from the Toe family was on his way to the meeting spot when a notification suddenly popped up, warning of a malfunction in his leg's energy core. Please land immediately. He had to stop looking down to see Thea already waiting on the bridge below. She waved happily and called out, "Hey, robot!" At the same time, back at the base, Bui Tinghua received a call from Tan Thin. Yeah, thanks for the heads up, Tan Thin. Find a good place to hide, all right? It's fine, you don't need to come back to help me. After hanging up, the atmosphere around her immediately plummeted. Bui Tinhua irritably pulled a pin out of her hair. How annoying. I hate having to look up at people. I'm talking to you lot. Who wants to die first, or do you all want to come at me at once? I'll take you all on. The purple-haired woman laughed. Heh, that's a lot of big talk. Bui Tinghua glanced toward the barrier, thinking I have to stall until Sam Nguyet's ability awakens. But even if she succeeds, it's highly likely Sam Nguyet will be like her mother, possessing an ability leaning toward telekinesis. The weakness of this type of ability user is quite obvious. Lord Vu Nguyet is the same. If it really comes to a fight, it's still down to me and that Lu guy. While Bui Tinhua was vigilantly calculating, the group of half-bloods was chatting away completely relaxed. Haven't been back for years. Why is this place even worse than I remember? It's always been like this. Geez, stop using that nostalgic tone to talk about the exile zone, would you? It just brings back too many bad memories for me. Observing them for a moment, Bui Tinhua realized something and muttered, Then again, they're all black rings, aren't they? It was exactly as Dad said. 14 years ago at the Bui estate, after a long day of training, Bui Tinhua was heading back to her room when she noticed the light in her father's study was still on. She curiously walked over, knocked, and entered. Seeing his little girl, old man Bui reminded her, You're still growing, don't train day and night like that. You have to know how to balance work and rest, understand. Here we go again. Bui Tinhua sighed to herself, then retorted, I'm young, so I recover quickly. It's you, Dad. You should know when to stop staying up so late. I don't want to lose you while I'm still young. Sharp-tongued as always, aren't you? She continued. Dad, you have to drink it while it's hot. Every time I come in, the tea on your desk is always cold. How many times do I have to tell you before you listen? But when Bui Tinhua brought the tea to her father, she suddenly looked down at the stack of documents. They were all about the great families. Bui Tinhua hung her head and whispered, Where on earth did they hide Lord Vun Wiet? It's been so long since they took her away. Hearing this old man, Bui set his teacup down, his voice raspy and tinged with sadness. That's right. Where is she? I also really want to know the answer to that question. Just like this moment. Sitting here peacefully drinking a cup of hot tea poured by my daughter. This happiness is traded for Lord Vun Wiet's freedom. The atmosphere quickly sank into silence. Suddenly, old man Bui stood up and pulled back the screen. That's right. Let's watch this instead. Suddenly, the old man Bui stood up and switched the projector on. Check this out. Do you recognize the symbol on this vehicle, son? Bui Tinghua quickly replied, That's a specialized transport vehicle from the Celestial City, but these images, they look like they were captured from the exile zone. Exactly. Old Bui nodded and added, Recently, the 8 great families have been making frequent moves. They've been capturing Dark Imperials nonstop. In just 2 short weeks, they've snatched over 1,000 people. Hearing this, Bui Tinhua froze, shocked. Over 1,000 people. What are they planning to do with those kids? After a moment of silence, old Bui said worriedly, I've considered many possibilities and they all lead to one conclusion. They're being used to deal with your generation. Back in reality, the mixed blood leader called out, You guys are so rude, don't just ignore our target like that. Who started this mess anyway? The handsome young man said, kicking the leader in the butt before rushing into the fray. Fine, let me handle it. But the purple-haired woman quickly stopped him. Kwang, if you step in, it's a bit like bullying the weak. I don't want to see a beauty die a tragic death. Having said that, she leaped down to face Bui Tinhua. I'm different, though. I'm going to give you a really beautiful death. Bui Tinhua was instantly provoked, her face darkening. Oh, why don't you give it a try? The 3 people above watched the fight and looked toward the adjacent barrier. Liu Qishuan and our target Sam Nguyen must be in there, such a drag. Do you want to go and break it open? Why waste the energy? Once Hamai beats Bui Tinhua to death, they'll naturally open it up. When that time comes, Sam Nguyen is yours. I only need Liu Qishuan. I want to see for myself how strong this man rumored to be closest to godhood really is, or if those of us who have devoured gods are stronger. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Sam Nguyen had awakened his ability. His whole body felt heavy. He let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Just a moment ago, my body was almost taken over by that guy who looks exactly like me, but thanks to him I can see everything clearly now. Speaking of which, he should give that guy a name. Let's call him Tu Hak Little Black. No sooner had the thought finished than Sam Nguyen's hand moved on its own and slapped his own face twice, leaving Liu Qishuan stunned. What on earth are you doing? Through that action, Sam Nguyen knew it seemed the creature inside his body absolutely did not like that name. But having gained power, he quickly boosted his morale and shouted, Come on, Liu Qishuan, I'll take every one of your next attacks. As soon as the words left his lips, Liu Qishen suddenly turned into a lightning bolt and lunged forward, but Sam Nguyen dodged the attack lightly. As expected, just like what I saw. Normally, with my actual strength, dodging Liu Qishuan's attack would be absolutely impossible, but knowing his attack trajectory in advance is a different story. Hey, Little Black, you weren't wrong, actually. I truly am in existence as insignificant as an ant. But don't you forget, if it weren't for me risking my life for the past 18 years, you wouldn't even exist. If we're talking about who has better survivability, it's not certain that you'd outperform me. Don't just pop up and casually invalidate me like that. And this is the first time someone other than a Thuan has walked by my side. As he was lost in thought, Liu Qishuan suddenly appeared right in front of Sam Nguyen. Out of nowhere, he landed a kick straight to his gut, sending him flying. But there was no fear. Sam Nguyen confidently declared, Little Black, it wasn't because of you, it was because of me. I managed to block all of Liu Qishuan's attacks. Zhuan, you can just stay in the corner and watch. I'll show you my growth. Having said that, Sam Nguyen lunged in front of Liu Qishuan to attack, but the latter quickly created a protective barrier. Sam Nguyen nimbly slipped behind him, planning to follow up with another strike. Just as Liu Qishuan turned around Sam, Nguyen suddenly changed direction, stretching his arm out to grab him. But Liu Qishuan was one step faster. He tilted his body slightly, caught the opponent's wrist, and flipped him. Boom! An explosion erupted with dust and debris filling the air. By the time it cleared, Sam and Gwit had been completely captured by Liu Qishuan, bound tightly in chains forged from the void. If your ability hasn't fully awakened, there's no way you can dodge that. You can see the future now, right? Hamai smiled and started a conversation with her opponent. Bui Tin Hua, right. Before we fight, can you answer a question for me? I refuse. Don't be so quick to refuse. You haven't even heard my question yet. We received 2 missions. 1 is to capture the god-level descendant Sam Nguyen alive. 2 is to take Bui Tin Hua's life. Satisfy my curiosity, won't you? Whisper to me, why do the 8 great families want the life of someone high level? You aren't even a special level, just a measly silver emperor. Do you have a grudge against them? Or is there something else special about you? As soon as that question was uttered, the atmosphere around Bui Tin Hua suddenly thickened. She parted her lips and muttered, measly. And then fire roared and flared with her sudden burst of rage. To think I'd get taken down by a pathetic silver rancor! Seeing her expression, my Ha only grew more playful. Uh-oh, you're in trouble now. I think I spoke too soon. Bui Tin Hua didn't say another word. She lunged straight at her enemy, launching a fireball that scorched a chunk of my Ha's hair. No matter how strong someone is, taking a direct hit like that would be fatal. My Ha swallowed hard, sweat beading on her skin as she glanced toward where the fireball had flown. You spoiled the mood, she hissed. We were having such a nice chat. Bui Tin Hua didn't care. She glared at her as if she wanted to tear her prey apart. That's strange. I clearly aimed for your head. With a brief pause, both of them charged at each other instantly. Fine then, no more wasting time. Bui Tin Hua swung her wand, sending waves of fire in a rapid-fire assault. Come on, my Ha! Let me see exactly what level you people are on. But unexpectedly, my Ha moved like a snake, dodging every single one of her attacks. She even closed the distance. You need more practice on your accuracy. Silver rancor, huh? Bui Tin Hua was already annoyed, and hearing that made her even more furious. Gritting her teeth, her eyes blazing, she nimbly raised her hand to block my Ha's punch. But she didn't realize that my Ha had already planned it. My Ha gently brushed against Bui Tin Hua's arm, then was grabbed by the wrist and twisted to the side. Bui Tin Hua darkened her face and punched down, but my Ha was no pushover. She wiggled free and kicked hard at her opponent's head. As she somersaulted to the ground once again, my Ha's hand lightly touched Bui Tin Hua's ankle. Before she could realize it, my Ha jumped back, keeping a certain distance. Bui Tin Hua wouldn't give her enemy a chance to escape. She fired consecutive blasts of flame in a relentless assault, but my Ha still dodged them with ease. My Ha even ran up and tapped her on the shoulder. I get you. That feeling of being looked down upon. After all, in the eyes of the special class, any other color is just bottom-tier trash. Bui Tin Hua roared in anger. Shut your mouth! But my Ha seemed to enjoy it. She dodged and grinned mischievously like a child. Suddenly, Bui Tin Hua heard the sound of a gun being cocked, and without hesitation, she created a vortex above her head, blasting pillars of fire up from the ground to shield herself. I don't like cowards who attack from behind. Hey, you up on the balcony. The leader laughed. Blocked it all, ha ha ha. Zhao Kuang, it seems your little trick has been discovered. Zhao Kuang said nothing, his eyes darkening, his hand holding the gun hanging limp. My Ha kept dodging, expertly closing in again to lightly touch Bui Tin Hua's waist. These 2 scars, they must be an unforgettable memory, right? Tell me about it. As she spoke, her hand also touched her face. Bui Tin Hua immediately raised a wall of fire, creating space between herself and her enemy. In an instant, my Ha couldn't see her anymore. She looked around, searching. Where did you go? Suddenly, she felt intense heat from behind, waves of wind blowing, but none of it was cooling. Bui Tin Hua suddenly appeared behind my Ha, coldly asking, Are you done with your last words? She raised both hands with her wand floating in between, emitting a blinding light. Sorry, Sanuet. I intended to stall for time for you, but now I have to end this quickly. She has angered me. Around Bui Tin Hua, thousands of other wands suddenly appeared. She swung her hand, and they all locked onto my Ha as the target flying straight toward her. A chain of explosions followed, dust and smoke clouding the space. Bui Tin Hua retracted her wand, looking at the person kneeling at her feet. How does it taste, being beaten until you can't stand by someone who carries a crippled silver rank badge like me. My ha was a mess covered in dirt and blood. She wheezed, glancing at her. Then suddenly the corner of her mouth curled up. She laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha! It's been so long since I've had this much fun. Bui Tinhua, I have to admit you deserve to be one of the top experts among the silver rank ability users. I think I like you even more now. Bui Tinghua didn't speak, her eyelids lowering like a bullet as she stared at my ha's terrifyingly excited face. Above, the other 3 members of the mixed blood group watched. The youngest child snuggled into Zhao Kuang, whispering, "Sister Ha-mi." Zhao Kuang gently stroked his head. "Tran-an, don't worry. This is the performance Ha-mi likes the most." Suddenly, the leader's voice cut in. "You little brat, who exactly are you worried about, huh?" That Bui Tinhua is already a dead woman. A long time ago, a series of mass kidnappings of black rank badge holders broke out everywhere. In a deep level where escape was impossible, red alarm lights flashed everywhere. A man in the control room checked the monitors and immediately reported back. "The surveillance camera in West Wing B313 is broken. Send someone to check it out. Kid, be careful. That's a successful mutation child." Tasked with the mission, 2 burly men went to Wing B313. They walked through a long, dark corridor before reaching the cell. "Hey, wake up, kid!" The other side showed no reaction. The 2 men looked at each other, signaling before opening the door to enter. But the moment one of them tried to touch him, the boy suddenly opened his eyes wide and lunged to attack one of them. The other guy jumped, grabbed his gun, and pointed it straight at the boy. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Ignoring the man's struggle, the boy bit off his ear and made a demand to the other one. "Hand over the card." Surprisingly, the other guy was obedient, pulling out the card and answering calmly, "All right, here, take it." The trembling child, thinking he had finally achieved his wish, reached out to grab it, but the very next second, all that erupted was the sound of gunfire. Bang, bang, and streaks of blood splattered across the wall, but that was how the journey in this place always went. Kidnapped escaped. If you couldn't escape, you were killed and finally wrapped in a sheet and returned as a corpse. Some people here only had one single task: deliver the corpse, take the corpse away. The crematorium worker received the body and checked the barcode on the back of its neck. "Hey, is this a product of the mutation experiment? West Wing B313? What an unlucky room. Burn it quickly. Did I make a mistake?" Hundreds of black pearls die before a single successful mutant emerges. Yet they just talk about killing them like it's nothing. Hearing that young man's question, the old man sitting next to him on the bench slowly began to speak. "Do you have any idea how long the incinerator in the second basement has been running? Ever since this building was constructed over a dozen years ago, it's been burning day and night, never stopping. The people here have all gone insane long ago, killing each other in a frenzy. Honestly, the black pearls are just too naive. They think that by gaining powers, their destiny will change, that they can escape this place and win their freedom. But a black pearl is always just a black pearl." Back to the present. Ha-mi is being held captive by Bui Tinhua inside a cage of fire. She looks down coldly and commands, "Use your ability and fight me." But then she accidentally catches sight of the old crisscrossing scars on the fragile body of the woman in front of her. Ha-mi smiles, tilting her head to the side, her tone still as nonchalant as ever. "Who said I wasn't using my ability?" Bui Tinghua waves her hand, trying to provoke her. "Are you trying to be annoying? No wonder I smelled something foul in the air. Is that your ability?" At that exact moment, a sharp pain shoots through her body. Bui Tinhua freezes, falling silent as her shoulder feels like it's being pierced by spider legs for 2 seconds. Then anywhere Ha-mi had touched her began to ache like she was dying. The poison had spread throughout Bui Tinhua's entire body. She couldn't believe it, looking on with bitter hatred. How is this possible? Bui Tinhua's body couldn't handle it at all. Losing her senses, she collapses to the ground. The weapon in her hand drops as she can no longer hold it. Flowers surge through the air. Ha-mi staggers to her feet, letting out a breath. She walks up to Bui Tinhua and kicks her rod aside. "You made me kneel for so long. It's finally your turn now, isn't it?" Bui Tinhua is in agony, her veins bulging as she vomits a mouthful of bright red blood. Only now does she recall those times that Ha-mi had touched her, whether accidentally or on purpose. "Is this your ability? Paralyzing the body through contact, right?" Ha-mi immediately replies, "If it were only paralysis, would I be bold enough to say I could take your life? One of my abilities is, that is the power unique to Ha-mi, one of a kind. Accelerated aging, a lethal ability." Zhao Kuang still remembers clearly the first time he met Ha Mi. She was sitting opposite him in a large room. Her long hair had been shorn off. The sound of children sobbing echoed all around, but she never shed a single tear. After cutting their hair, the high-ranking guards dragged the children away to be cleansed. They splashed water on them like they were mere livestock. One manager, after looking at Ha Mi's body, said with contempt, "Are you carrying any infectious germs? Any diseases? How disgusting." Ha Mi's entire body was covered in indelible scars. She could do nothing but hug herself tightly, bowing her head to endure it. Suddenly, she turns her hateful gaze toward Zhao Kuang. "Congratulations, everyone. You have been chosen to participate in the high-level rebirth project. This is Black Pearl, where your destiny will change. The mutation experiment will awaken your potential and reveal your truest self. This is your only chance to escape your lowly status. Those who are exceptional and successfully mutate will earn the right to enter the Heaven Human City." This video, one look and you know it's just meant to brainwash the kids. Black Pearl is entering hell, but not everyone is smart enough to realize that it's all a lie. Zhao Kuang, sitting next to a young boy, sees him staring at the screen with great excitement and whispers his name, Tian Lan. Then he accidentally catches sight of another familiar face. It's that girl again. I remember her name is Ha Mi. Perhaps fate started turning from here. In the cafeteria, as Zhao Kuang and Tian Lan were walking together, suddenly an arm reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Like a feral young beast, Ha Mi grabbed a knife and swung it in a fit of rage. "You think I'm a monster, don't you? Look at me one more time and I'll gouge your eyes out." Just as the sharp object was about to pierce Zhao Kuang's eye, Tian Lan managed to reach out and block it. A stream of dark red blood poured out. Seeing the commotion, the cafeteria guard immediately walked over to warn them, "Don't cause trouble here." He jammed his stun gun into the back of Ha Mi's neck. He looked down coldly. "The experiment starts in 1 hour. Don't waste your energy now, just eat this meal. Still got the energy to argue, do you?" After he turned and left, Zhao Kuang still gently knelt down to check on Ha Mi. "Can you stand up?" But as soon as he touched her, she went berserk and knocked his hand away. "Don't touch me." Having said that, Ha Mi gritted her teeth, swallowed her humiliation, and ran away. Tian Lan and Zhao Kuang watched her silhouette, speculating. Judging by her expression and reaction before coming here, she must be from the 3 Silver Foxes. "Stop looking, I'm starving." After eating their fill that time, they brought the children to another room to be injected with drugs. Line after line of children, crowded like an ant colony, went into their designated rooms by number. But Zhao Kuang's room happened to be right across from Ha Mi's. As he walked past her, he gathered all his courage to say, "At that time I was staring at you because I thought you were very strong. I'm sorry for touching you without asking." But seeing Zhao Kuang really had no ill intentions toward her like the others, Ha Mi just looked back at him and whispered, "Once you've turned the page, try to survive." That's probably the kindest thing anyone could say in a situation like this. For those children, Zhao Kuang understood the other side, and they understood him in return. Yeah, I just hope we can all make it through this mutation. As time slowly drifted by, the higher-ups started getting sleepy. They went back to the monitoring room, sitting there and listening to the wails of the children being brought in those fragile young sounds. Warm tears turned cold, and the sound of whimpering and scratching echoed everywhere. The children had to endure having things forced into their bodies that never should have been there. Everything was sacrificed for a filthy project resulting in absolutely nothing. No matter what the person behind the screen was going through, the higher-ups had that heartless, cruel nature deeply ingrained in their blood. They casually muted the audio because the kids' voices were too shrill and noisy. A few hours later, the first survivor spoke up. It was Tian Lan. He walked up to the glass and hummed the name Zhao Kuang. He kept calling out over and over, Zhao Kuang, are you dead?" "Hey, Zhao Kuang! Zhao Kuang!" At that moment, Zhao Kuang was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. He gasped for air, his eyes flickering with a spark that vanished into darkness a second later. Zhao Kuang sluggishly sat up and replied, "I'm here." Hearing his friend's voice, Tian Lan happily raised his tone. "If you died, I would have looked down on you, Zhao Kuang." "I'm not dead yet, but you're going to annoy me to death," Zhao Kuang said. He stepped his bare feet onto the cold floor and walked toward the glass partition, looking at Tian Lan's messy face. He tapped on the glass and called out to the person opposite him. "Hey, Ha Mi, are you there?" Ha Mai, covered in blood, was lying face down on the ground. Hearing Zhao Kuang's voice, her hand twitched slightly to let him know she was still alive. Zhao Kuang let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But suddenly noises broke out from the outside, startling him so much he whipped his head around. He hadn't expected the staff to show up so quickly. This sector's performance is actually pretty good. 3 people left alive. 3001312313. Huh. The 2 sectors next door are completely wiped out. Thien Lang Zhao Kuang. Oh, that girl named Ha Mi is still alive too. They walked straight to room 313, leaned down to check Ha Mai's condition, and flipped her over. Is this the first girl to survive in this batch? Let me see, that's right. The high-ranking official, who was usually cold-hearted, looked down at Ha Mai's frail, sweat-drenched body and felt a surge of malice. He demanded that the person with him wait outside. Even though the other person warned him not to, since they didn't know what kind of ability Ha Mai possessed, his desire clouded his judgment. He ignored the warning and ruthlessly chased the other man away. The atmosphere afterward sank into a heavy, indescribable weirdness. Everyone stayed in their own corner. The large room held only 5 living people and a sea of corpses. Thien Lang had awakened his ability and sat there playing around with it, but Zhao Kuang was different. His room was right across from Ha Mi's. He had seen every disgusting detail of what happened over there, not missing a single thing. Zhao Kuang's face grew darker and darker, his hands clenched until they were trembling violently. We survived the mutation, but we still couldn't change our fate. Truly, all of those things were lies. After doing all those terrible things to Ha Mai, the man adjusted his pants and stepped outside. But when the other guy saw the man's state, he screamed, "Hey, hey! What's wrong with your face? Your neck, too." That was the first time Ha Mai's ability erupted. The man shrieked in fear as he looked down at his own body, which had been completely taken over by toxins. He was like a flower that bloomed and withered in an instant. The remaining high-ranking official panicked, desperately calling for backup. Base, this is West Sector B313. I repeat, this is Sector B313. Need urgent support. Need urgent support. Back to the present, huh? I hugged Bui Tinhua in her arms and slowly leaned in close. Next up, if my palm just touches your heart, Tin, it will stop beating immediately. Goodbye, Bui Tinhua. At the Han residence, in order to continue fulfilling the mission for her sickly older brother, Aole sneaked into the garage, planning to destroy the security camera and slip out. She stood in a blind spot, trying to aim precisely at it. Softly. Just be a little softer. But because her strength was superhuman, even a light throw was enough to destroy the obstacle in front of her. Aole screamed silently and rushed to catch the collapsing pillar. The camera accidentally fell right in front of her. Aole panicked, trying to enter the garage password, but after entering it wrong multiple times, it locked for 10 minutes. She cursed in frustration, "Damn it!" and punched the garage door, grabbing a cable to pry it open with her bare hands. Suddenly, her shoulder twinged with pain. Aole winced, touching her unhealed wound, but she knew this wasn't the time to worry about it. She swallowed the pain and continued her unfinished work. Inside the garage, Aole looked left and right, trying to find a random car, completely unaware that her entire process was being watched by someone in the Han madam's room. The servant girl paced back and forth, worried sick. The young miss stole the phone, and now she wants to steal a car. She's really determined to get to the exile zone. The exile zone is so dangerous, I have to go to the garage and stop her immediately. Stop her how Aole doesn't have access rights. Hearing the madam say that, and she immediately sighed in relief. I was so panicked I forgot. These cars are equipped with a smart recognition system designed by Mr. To. Only the madam and the young master can drive them. Madam To don't say... Before she could finish, Madam To pressed a button on the keyboard, while Aole was still struggling trying to connect 2 wires together. Just like she saw in the movies, the car door next to her automatically popped open. The system announced, "Starting. User changed from Han Thu to Han Aole." Hearing the voice, she jumped and turned around. My brother's car is so cool. As soon as Aole sat down, the car's voice system chimed in again. User detected as under 18 years old. Genya shifting to autonomous driving mode. Passenger seat occupancy confirmed. Ollie, please fasten your seatbelt. Hearing this, Aole obediently buckled up, then pulled out the stolen phone to check the location her brother had sent in the group chat. Suddenly, the car spoke up again. A preset destination has been detected. Would you like to see it, Aole? After checking the location on the screen, Lee silently realized it was the exile zone. Did Mom set this? She wondered. The car asked again, confirm if you need to change the destination. Owly replied firmly, no, just head there. Understood. Genya is honored to serve you. As soon as it finished, the car shifted gears and zoomed off like a whirlwind, even bragging about its vast database of knowledge. With a beginner's driver's license, the woman watched the car drive away with her daughter. The maid beside her asked worriedly, My lady, are you really not worried at all? The young miss has never been away from you even once. Mrs. Toe said nothing. Her beautiful eyes, heavy with exhaustion, cast downward as she recalled the years spent with Voonguyet, listening to her hum, little sprout, soak up the sun. Grow your little hands, grow up strong and healthy. She remembered smiling happily while hugging her round belly, asking, Where did you learn that nursery rhyme? Voonguyet, holding a bronze drum, smiled and replied, It's very popular online. Little sprout, soak up the sun, grow your little hands, grow up strong and healthy, and arrive safely into this world. Your foster mother is always waiting for you. Everything was so peaceful back then. Being around Voonguyet was like being in the gentle warmth of the morning sun. But then that moment arrived. The two had a massive argument. Voonguyet's once gentle, clear face was now stained with darkness. All the beauty of the past seemed to have been erased. Mrs. Han only remembered that moment. She had slapped Voonguyet across the face. Then, unable to contain herself, she screamed, I will hate you forever, trapped in that terrible memory. Mrs. Han's mood sank, but the maid's voice quickly pulled her back. My lady, are you all right? I'm fine. I was just remembering some things from the past. Mrs. Han looked into the distance and whispered, The future can be changed. It definitely can. I believe in Aulay. A long time later, Aulay finally exited the Heaven Man Zone and reached the gates of the Exile Zone. The city here was the complete opposite of the luxury of the place she lived. Aulay had never left home before. Now, all on her own, she found everything she saw fascinating and exciting, but she quickly realized she wasn't here to play. This area was no longer under the old management. It now belonged to the territory of the ugly bugs. Aulay held her phone and hit the record button. Are you guys there? My name is Han Aulay. I'm 14 and I'm Han Thu's sister. For some special reasons my brother couldn't come, so my mother sent me to assist you all. Done, she nervously hit send. She looked out the window, thinking to herself, They'll forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, right? On the way to the designated spot, Aulay waited and waited, but there wasn't a single reply. Suddenly, Genya's voice rang out. The group chat has default location sharing enabled. Genya suggests you check the locations of your siblings directly. Aulay shyly nodded. Help me check it. Immediately, Genya detected two people quite close to Aula 1, of whom Genya found very familiar. Before it could finish, a static sound broke through. The screen flickered, splitting into layers as if glitching. Just as Aulay reached out to tap the screen, Genya swerved and sped off instantly. It was heading straight for the address shown on the device. At the same time, in a building where another member of the mixed blood group was hiding, Koi Tu sat in silence. He kept messaging the group chat, but no one replied. The mission you gave me is done. The special rank ones were easier to deal with than I thought. Hello, is anyone going to talk to me? He broke into a cold sweat, feeling the surroundings. He had felt a chill down his spine for a while now. No, he was always there, but he hasn't moved in such a long time. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted by the window. Koi Tu jumped and looked over, noticing dozens of birds frantically slamming into the glass. He froze in fear. What the heck? 2 seconds later, Chu Hei kicked through the glass and jumped in. What an entrance. He stood right before his opponent. The atmosphere turned heavy and suffocating. Koi Tu looked down in confusion at the chalk marks that he had scribbled on the floor. How did you get out? Chuha slowly drew his sword and said, You chose to block my path in the factory district, which is full of people without abilities, so I guessed that the matter you control can only sense the flow of ability energy. So I ran a little experiment and reality proved me right. Koi Tu trembled and backed away. So the thing that is currently still over there, Chuha continued, is just my clone. In a room where Chuhei had just smashed through his clone met Koi Tu. The walls were riddled with gaping holes. The people gathered there poked their heads out, looking around. Did something just fly past? Can we go out now? I want to go home. You're just going to walk out like that. Let's rewind to that moment. The clown pressed his sword against his throat, sneering, It's your turn to answer my question. How many people in total came here with you? And why are you the only one here? Where are the others? And why was Black Emperor able to use his abilities? Koi-tu thought to himself. Do you really think I'd answer you, you idiot? He then feigned a clumsy, helpless look. About that. You're a monk, aren't you? Aren't you supposed to avoid killing? Annoyed, the clown pressed the blade closer, his voice dropping. Answer me! Koi-tu swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. All right. With a blade at my throat, how could I not answer? Let me think. Where should I even start? I'd be more than happy to give you all the answers, but do you even have the time to listen? As he said this, his expression shifted instantly. He swiped his foot, dragging a line across the ground. In a split second, the scribbled mark on the ground triggered the multi-story building behind the clown to collapse. Koi-tu seized the chance to use his ability, making the ground sink to make his escape. Monk, are you going to chase me for answers or go back to save those Black Emperors? Better decide quickly. Time waits for no one. Bye-bye. The clown stood still for a moment, watching Koi-tu's fading figure, then decisively turned back toward the building. At the same time, Koi-tu successfully escaped and immediately called someone. Thak A, the situation has changed a bit. I'm heading over to you now. Hearing this, Thak A, who was fighting off robots on the other end, replied, Changed. Just say you're running away. Don't act all high and mighty. Come if you're coming, but don't get in my way. I'm busy having fun. With that, she hung up and glared at the person in front of her. Come to think of it, how are you still standing? The robot head at that same moment. The clown was rushing back to the collapsed building. He commanded his flock of birds, Go lead the way to the Black Emperors. I'm counting on you all. As he spoke, the birds spread their wings and gathered, diving toward the crumbling structure. The clown moved like a gust of wind, piercing through hallways and stairwells. Inside a room, everyone was pushing hard to get out, but since the outside was completely jammed, the door wouldn't budge at all. Despair washed over them. We're going to die here. No, I don't want to die yet. What about the windows? No good, they're all sealed shut too. We're out of time. Suddenly, someone pressed their ear against the door and caught a sound from outside. Startled, he shouted to the others, There's chirping outside! The very next second, the door burst open. A dozen birds flew in everywhere, leaving the people both relieved and shocked. Birds are there, birds here to save us. The birds split up 4 or 5 for each person, steadily guiding everyone out. Soon the empty lot outside was crowded. After nearly everyone was out, the building sank even further. The clown carried a child to a young man and asked him to help look after him. He accidentally overheard a woman sobbing in the distance, Xiaothu, where is Xiaothu? I have to go find Xiaothu. The boy was still inside the factory. Someone nearby scolded her loudly, Didn't I tell you not to sneak your son into the factory? The woman snapped back angrily, What else was I supposed to do? Should I have just left him in the exile zone to wait for death? No sooner had she finished speaking than the building in front of them sank deeper. The woman wept in agony. Xiaothu, where are you? Suddenly the clown's voice rang out. Where is your son? The woman was startled, then quickly replied, The utility room in basement level 1. Without waiting for her to finish, he rushed off the sound of the birds chirping in his ears. The clown smiled, gently petting a bird. It'll be okay, he whispered. Inside the utility room, everything was completely destroyed. The door was blocked with no way out. A child's thin, frantic voice echoed repeatedly, Is anyone out there? Surrounded by rising water, Xiaothu struggled to reach a hole in the ceiling, trying to escape. If I stay here like this, I'm going to drown. I have to find a way down to level 1. Mom is still waiting for me. But because he was small, Xiaothu didn't have the strength. Just as he managed to grab onto the wall, it collapsed. The boy struggled, water rushing into his nose and mouth. Help, Mom. Someone save me. Just as the moment seemed to be his last, the clown arrived just in time, shattering the door to let the water drain. He gently caught Xiaothu and lifted him up, carrying him away from the jaws of death. Outside in the open yard, everything had turned into a wasteland. The woman waited in agony, eyes locked on the building, never looking away. Thud. The clown, covered in dirt and soaked through, has successfully escaped, carrying Xiaothu, who was coughing violently. He hugged the boy gently and asked, What's your name? Xiaothu. My name is Xiaothu. The clown set him down and whispered, Don't be afraid. You're safe now. Xiaothu looked up at him timidly. Sir, thank you. The clown smiled, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said quietly, Xiaothu, can you go out to the open lot and find your mother on your own? I have to go now. Yes, I can do it. You're so brave, Xiao Thu. The clown affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, and in a flash he vanished like the wind, leaving Xiao Thu standing there in a daze amidst the rustling sounds. He blankly called out, "Big brother!" The scene shifts to the bridge where the robot's sensors are blaring warnings about external sabotage. As it tries to recover its data, the machine continues to emit stiff mechanical beeps. Repeating! Repeating priority mission! Annoyed Thak-A jumped back. Damn it, this thing is tough. Let's see how you handle this. As she spoke, she pulled a gun from the holster on her leg. The robot immediately spoke up. Warning intruder detected. Cease your attack and leave immediately. Warning issued. No further warnings. With the exception of Sam Nguit and Lord Vuongwit, all other ability users are to be terminated. As soon as it finished, the robot prepared to fire a blast of energy from its hand, but the energy core failed to activate. You keep trying to trigger the functions, but every single one of them just keeps flashing a failure warning. I don't get it. I start analyzing the ability of Thak-A, who's just standing there giggling like a psycho. He points his gun forward and says, "It's useless, I'm your hard counter. My ability is to neutralize machines." The warnings keep blaring, unable to move. Forced shutdown. Thak-A takes the opportunity to unleash a hail of gunfire. Boom, boom. Right before it finishes shutting down, you catch the enemy's bullet with one hand, your eyes turning pitch black, and you blow out the system's cooling vents to force a full shutdown. Thak-A stands there, stunned, frozen in place. As expected of Master Tajia's secret weapon, "Master Weaponsmith, you wouldn't mind if I took you apart to study your design, right? Then again, dead men can't really complain, can they? Ha ha!" Just then a voice suddenly rings out. Wenjia opens the door and detects heavy signal interference. She advises against moving forward, but Aole ignores the warning and demands they speed up, heading straight toward the enemy. But since they're way too close to Thak-A, Wenjia can't keep the autopilot on. She apologizes to the vehicle, unlocks the door, and hops out. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Liu Qishuyen has Sam and Wheat pinned to the ground. If your ability hadn't awakened yet, you wouldn't have been able to dodge that. You can see the future now, can't you? Right. Sam Nguyen chuckles weakly, then suddenly freezes, muttering, "Liu Qishuyen, no way!" Before Sam Nguyen's eyes, everything goes dark. He sees a vivid image, Liu Qishuyen pierced by sharp objects dying right in front of him. After witnessing that vision, Sam Nguyen's eyes dim, his breathing heavy and ragged. He panics and screams, "You can't go out there, absolutely not." Liu Qishuyen covers his ears, frowning. "Did you see something again?" Sam Nguyen trembles and stammers, "I saw, Liu Qishuyen, you're going to die." Liu Qishuyen scoffs, giving the kid on the ground a punch. "Stop spouting nonsense. Looks like your ability hasn't fully awakened yet, huh?" Sam Nguyen, thinking he's joking, insists seriously, "I didn't see it wrong, even if it was just for a split second. Whatever you do, don't go out there." As soon as those words leave his lips, a smirk creeps onto Liu Qishuyen's face. He reaches down to unlock Sam Nguyen's shackles. "Oh, really? Then what are we waiting for?" "I'm dying to go out there and see for myself." A few minutes ago, far from the battlefield where Bui Tinhua and Hamai were fighting, one of Tan Thien's underlings had been hiding out. He calls to report, "Boss, this is messed up, damn it." "What's wrong?" Elliot. "Boss, the situation has completely flipped. That guy with the silver ring is getting beaten black and blue by the guy with the black ring." "What did I miss? Why did it turn out like this?" "Hurry, boss. If you don't get here soon, things are going to hit the fan." At the same time, over at Tan Thien's location, it's absolute chaos, as if they're carrying out some kind of plan. They keep throwing supplies out for the crowd chasing them. Tan Thien replies before hanging up, "Got it. If you can't handle it, you take over for a bit. We're almost there." Another guy beside him helps out, grabbing a megaphone to announce to the mob, "The Black Bear Gang has prepped extra supplies for everyone at the container area. The port? It's all free. First come, first served. If you want it, follow us." Driven by hunger and misery, the crowd pushes and shoves, chasing after the food like maniacs. Give me some. Not just them, but thugs from other gangs are also creeping along to see what's happening. The guy in the cap sitting next to Tan Thien looks terrified. "Boss, if we just reveal the location of the supplies like this, if the big sister finds out, she'll definitely kill us. She'll chop our heads off and put them in her display case." Tan Thien laughs, smacking his underling on the head. "By us, you mean just you, buddy." The guy accepts his fate in despair, sitting to the side and talking to himself. Now I'm supposed to say I went to provide support for an ability user. Big sister won't believe a word of that. Either way, I'm dead. If I go to the port, I'm dead. If I go back to the gang, I'm dead. This has to be a dream? Yeah, just a dream. Meanwhile, Tan Thien is even more confused about Bui Tinhua's fight. He thinks to himself, Bui Tinhua not being able to beat the guy with the black ring. That's seriously weird. Could their black ring power just be a smokescreen? If even the high-level guys are losing. What's the point of us going? We'll just end up the same way. Tan Thien slams his hand on the dashboard. Floor it, max speed. He grabs his head, throwing caution to the wind. Screw it, whatever. Scene change back to the port. Hamai gently strokes Bui Tinhua's hair and lays her down. She talks to herself. I've always felt that the moment before death is the most beautiful, because only in that moment are we all equal. No matter how strong an ability user is, there's no way to change their own death, don't you think? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you don't even have the strength left to speak. Bui Tinghua wheezed, struggling to force the words out. Ha! My herder leaned in closely, and curious caught the broken question, What is your name? But before she could answer, Bui Tinhua's vision went pitch black. The enemy's face faded from her sight. All she heard was that woman's confusing remark, Why would a dying person even ask that? Then she sank into the void. Suddenly, Tinhua heard her father's voice calling her name like she was a little child. She looked left and right, searching for that silhouette. Dad, where are you? Then, the scene shifted back to a long time ago. Bui Tinhua was lying in a hospital bed, staring at the familiar ceiling, then slowly sat up. The first thing she felt there was the sharp pain all over her body. Bui Tinhua stared blankly toward the light, then spotted a mess of things on the table. The afterlife. Doesn't have bandages for the dead, does it? Looks like I survived after all. She quietly climbed out of bed, walked to the table, and picked up the pair of broken chopsticks. Bui Tinhua caressed them tenderly, then suddenly heard voices outside the door. Chiman, have you fertilized my vegetable garden today yet? Startled, she crept slowly toward the door to eavesdrop on their conversation. Bui Fi Nian, you're just standing there being lazy. Why don't you go out to the field and work yourself? It's not like that I'm waiting for the kid to wake up. If she wakes up and doesn't see anyone around, she'll get anxious. Stop using the child as an excuse. You're clearly just being lazy about that garden. You've only tended to it once this whole week. Bui Tinghua stood curiously before the door and cracked it open. Before her were a man and a woman bickering endlessly. But looking closely, Bui Tinhua was startled to realize, I wonder is Kim Huan being scolded by Ngan Huan? Seeing her, the man immediately turned to look. Oh, you're awake. He flashed a smile so extremely cheerful and friendly that Bui Tinhua could never forget it. She looked at him with some wariness. The second thing Bui Tinhua noticed after waking up was that she had never seen Kim Huan act so strangely before. On the way with Bui Fi Nian, he was overly friendly, addicted to talking. I'm not just bragging, but when it comes to farming, I'm quite the professional. All the vegetables in the house were grown by my own hands. For dinner, I'll let you have a taste. Bui Tinhua silently gazed into the distance, the golden fields reflecting the colors of the dawn, beautiful enough to break one's heart. She spoke in her weak voice, asking, Why did you save me? Bui Fi Nian didn't turn back, answering, So young, yet you've already left this interesting world. Don't you feel it's a pity? But Bui Tinhua said something that made him ache with sympathy. I have no reason to keep on living. Hearing that sentence from the mouth of a child not even 10 years old, the smile on Bui Fi Nian's lips vanished. He lowered his gaze, sighed, took off his hat, then turned back and smiled at her. No children of my own, so if you don't mind. From now on, be Bui Fi Nian's daughter. How about that? Forget the past, become a member of the Bui family. You won't have to be scared or anxious anymore. No one will realize you're still in Tianyan City, I guarantee it. Actually, besides farming, my ability to keep secrets is quite good, too. Bui Tinghua looked at the person before her, half-doubting. Aren't you afraid I'll bring trouble to you, the Bui family? If I cared about that, I wouldn't have brought you here in the first place. Tinghua knew that everything has a price, so she gently asked further, What do you want me to do for you? Bui Fi Nian realized the child was far too guarded, so he used his sincerity to earn her trust. After a moment of silence, he said, Must I have a motive? For you to be willing to stay. Then fine, let's say, to protect a child. A child just like you. A child with infinite potential in a not-so-distant future. Just like that Bui Tinhua. Followed in Bui Finien's footsteps everywhere, helping him farm. One day, she accidentally heard a chip-chip sound behind the bushes. Bui Tinhua discovered a small bird. It was injured, one wing broken, unable to fly. She gently scooped it up and stared at it. It looked like it was in a lot of pain. Don't be afraid, it will stop hurting soon. Seeing Bui Tinhua about to do something foolish, Bui Finien quickly ran over. Hey! Seriously, leave it to Dad, she asked curiously. What is Dad going to do, burn it to death? Of course not. Bui Finien jumped, coughed loudly, and then before his daughter's bewildered eyes, he warmed up his hand. A gentle flame flowed out. Bui Tinhua was stunned. Her eyes widened as she looked at her father's hand. He smiled gently and said, Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin-yang, and even sound. Any high-level esper can control one type of element, to varying degrees. And in Tianyan City, high-level espers are countless. But do you know why? Only a handful of people among all superpowered individuals can ever reach the special grade level. I believe the key lies in grasping the duality of one's ability. Bui Tinhua watched everything intently. The bird that was seriously injured just moments ago had now fully recovered. It spread its wings and flew away. She had never seen anyone capable of creating such a flame before. Is that a flame of rebirth? Bui Tinhua asked, excited, looking closer. The fire didn't burn anything. Instead, it healed. Bui Finien chuckled, flashing a grin. It's not quite healing in the way you're exaggerating. It simply improves the condition of whatever it touches. If you view fire only as a destructive force, it will be your weapon for killing. But for every destruction there is creation. He paused here. Suddenly a flame erupted beside Bui Tinhua. With his power, Bui Finien manifested a massive tree. If you see it as a symbol of life, it can also save you in times of danger. How your ability manifests depends entirely on the heart of the user. The heart's flame. Bui Tinhua muttered to herself, Oh, that's a pretty cool name. From now on, let's call it the heart's flame. Bui Tinhua watched the little bird disappear. Vitality flowed back into it. That sparrow was just like her. Both of them had been given a chance at rebirth. She looked at her father and said bluntly, I want to learn. He smiled softly and replied, Well then, let's give it a try. Afterward, Bui Finien took Tinhua to a private training room along with Chiman to support her development. Bui Tinhua shyly greeted Chiman, seeing the gentle expression she had as she looked back at her. Bui Finien then officially began teaching his daughter, but because of his passionate nature, he nearly burned her to a crisp on the very first try. July 19th marked the first milestone of Bui Tinhua's training. Even though everything was incredibly difficult, she was filled with enthusiasm for it as time slipped away. Training was never easy. Bui Finien's lectures echoed constantly, Fire is not your innate gift. If you want to keep up with others, there is no other way but to train day after day. Understand? Taking those words to heart. Tinhua ignored everything else, diligently following her father's instructions, forcing her body to get used to the pain of burning. Seeing her persistence and effort, Chiman, standing by, couldn't help but feel worried and encouraged her silently. Keep going, young mistress. That period of time was truly wonderful. One could say it was the most grueling yet the happiest time for Bui Tinhua. She had someone by her side to care for her, protect her, and keep her company. More time passed. After a long, hard day, Bui Tinhua went to the chair and tucked a blanket over Chiman, who had fallen asleep. You've worked so hard, young mistress. Tinhua sat down, looking at the gentle face of the woman who was muttering in her sleep. She whispered, You too. Thank you for staying by my side. A short while later, the heart's flame no longer hurt Tinhua. Bui Finien gently patted her head, cautioning her, Don't push yourself, even if you don't master the heart's flame. You can still become an excellent superpowered individual. Hearing that, Tinhua's mood sank. Is it true that only those at the special grade level can succeed? Am I fundamentally unqualified to grasp its mysteries? But even so, at that thought, Tinhua's mindset shifted instantly. She clenched her fists and told Bui Finien, It's too early to give up. Please, father, continue to teach me. He flashed a wide, happy grin and replied, Of course. From then on, Bui Tinhua's entire life was consumed by training regardless of night or day. No matter how much time passed, even during meals or while bathing, Bui Tinhua remained intensely focused to the point where Chiman had to remind her, "Young mistress, you've been in the bath for such a long time. You'll strip your skin off if you stay in any longer." Even before going to sleep, Bui Tinghua would focus on training the heart's flame to the extent that her sheets would catch fire. She rushed out shouting, "Chiman! The fire extinguisher, quick!" In Bui Tinhua's training room, there were now over 30 extinguishers that Chiman had purchased. The training became more and more grueling, but Bui Tinhua loved it. The only phrase she repeated after every failure was, again, once more. Again, let's go again. One more time, father." In the pitch-black space, the only bright thing was a single candle. Bui Tinghua stared blankly at the birthday cake in front of her. She looked up at Bui Finyin and Chi Mon, who were laughing and chatting. "Today marks 1 year since you came to our home. Look at this strawberry cake, it's your favorite. It's obvious you're the one who likes it. Now is not the time to argue with me, okay?" "Right." They popped their party poppers simultaneously and shouted, "Happy 1-year anniversary! Happy 10th birthday, young mistress!" Bui Tinhua's eyes widened as she looked at the air, filled with colors, then looked back at her father. He smiled tenderly, holding a bright red box, and held it out to her. "Here is a gift for you." "The pair of weapons you always carried with you before. Didn't they break? I asked a friend to make an identical pair. He's the best weaponsmith in the city. I had to beg him for quite a while to get them made. Do you like it?" Silence fell for a moment before Bui Tinhua lowered her head and whispered, "I will not let you down, father. I will definitely protect that child." The corners of Bui Finyan's mouth curled up, mixed with a hint of heartache. "You foolish child, this is for you to protect yourself with. Come here quickly, take it." Chi Mang also happily added, "That's right, eldest young lady, take it quickly. Pick it up, eldest young lady, there's no time to hesitate anymore." As soon as the words were spoken, the table in front of Tinhua stood empty, and the darkness began to close in. She stood up, stumbling in fear. "Chi Mang, no!" The image of her father slowly began to fade away. He hurriedly said to her, "Don't be afraid all of this. There's nothing more than an illusion. There's no more time." Despite his daughter crying and screaming, "Father, please, no!" Bui Finyan kept that same resolute gaze and repeated, "Grab it, Tinhua." Just as her small hand reached out, her father's figure vanished completely. Bui Tinhua clutched her head in terror and screamed. Her whole body collapsed to the ground. Then she slowly crawled up. "No." Suddenly, her vision turned pitch black. Then a bright crimson color appeared. Bui Tinhua roared, struggling against the ropes that bound her, reaching out toward that source of light. "I can't just run." She tried to escape, running headlong with all her might. She kept running, chasing after that gift her father had left behind. Finally, she caught it. Bui Tinhua panted, sweat soaking her body. She looked down at what she was holding. "What is this?" The red baton suddenly turned into a red thread. Tinhua stared blankly at her feet. "Where am I?" Suddenly a sharp pain shot through her. Bui Tinhua shrieked and collapsed, clutching the red thread to her chest. "But the fire that burns the grasslands cannot reach Tinhua. Your destiny now lies in your own hands." "How is it? Do you like this name?" "Yes, I like it." Returning to reality after convincing herself she had killed Bui Tinhua, Mai turned and said to Zhao Kuang, "You want to confirm the death, right?" Zhao Kuang startled and shouted, "Ha Mai!" 2 seconds later, a hand suddenly gripped her ankle. Ha Mai turned back abruptly, but the pillar of fire had already erupted. It buried them both in a sea of flames. Inside the barrier, Liu Qixuan and Sam Nguyen could still feel the tremors. Tinhua might have started fighting already. Judging by the sound, it seemed so. Sam and Nguyen frowned, glancing at the person in front of her. "I absolutely cannot let Liu Qixuan die because of me." Suddenly, Liu Qixuan looked dissatisfied, turning to remind her, "Stop using that foolish brain of yours to imagine my death." He narrowed his eyes and slowly uttered, "The only person who could ever kill me has been dead for a long time." Outside the area was now a sea of flames. Hami had been sent flying by Bui Tinhua. She crashed hard into Zhao Kuang. He anxiously caught her from behind. "Ha! Mai, can you still stand?" But ignoring that concern, "Ha!" Mai only replied coldly, "Screaming or not, who told you to meddle in my business?" Hearing that Zhao Kuang could only sigh and say 2 words, "I'm sorry," The heat rose in waves, burning everything to ashes. From within the flames, a silhouette quietly approached them. Bui Tinhua stomped each step firmly onto the ground, her voice rasping out. "You still haven't answered my question. I want to know the name of the person who brought me to such a miserable state." Seeing the enemy still standing and having the strength to fight, both Ha Mi and Zhao Kuang were wide-eyed with shock. He looked down at her, then back up at the approaching Bui Tinhua. The greatest advantage of Ha Mi's ability was the information gap. Once the opponent was wary of her touch, she would lose the initiative and her advantage would be gone. Bui Tinhua's ability to break such a fatal situation was truly terrifying. With this kind of strength, how could she only be at the silver ring level? Perhaps this was related to her being a target of the 8 great clans. Suddenly, Ha Mi stumbled forward, panting, "Zhao Kuang, let me go." Zhao Kuang startled, gripping her arm to stop her. "You can't continue like this." In that moment, his pupils contracted. Zhao Kuang could no longer hold on because they had been together for so long. He knew very well that the smile Ha Mi wore was exactly what she had always longed for. With no other choice, his hand had to let her go. In the end, Zhao Kuang could only watch as she walked alone into hell. Ha Mi dragged her heavy feet, each step dripping blood that turned into spreading poison. "It seems if you don't hear the answer, you won't be able to close your eyes in peace, right? Bui Tinhua, this time you must remember it well." "My name is Ha Mi." Hearing her name, Bui Tinhua chuckled. "That's too plain, it doesn't suit you." Ha Mi also laughed along. "Ha ha ha, I give up on you." A sharp, piercing pain began to spread through Ha Mi as she gripped her arm, her vision slowly blurring. "Every fiber of my being feels like it's about to shatter. But why? Why do I feel so euphoric?" Bui Tinhua spoke up. "Ha Mi, thanks to you, my chest is still aching like hell. Let's end this quickly. I don't want them to see me in this state, especially him." Many years ago, an incident shook both the heaven humans and the exiled lands. In front of a large screen, a figure was replaying old footage. On the display, a news reporter stood at a distance filming the anomaly. "I am currently at Liu Diep Villa. Just moments ago, a sudden artificial thunderstorm interrupted our broadcast. Hurry! Adjust the camera to the center of the vortex. That black dot in the middle, that's the spot. It's shocking inside a tornado that intense packed with that much lightning. That is a descendant of a god-level being. He might just be the next god-level." Suddenly, a soft voice rang out, causing everyone there to turn their heads. "That child is indeed powerful, and precisely because he is strong, color means nothing to him." The person who appeared was Lady Vu Nguyen. Hearing her words, the reporter asked, confused, "What do you means nothing?" As she stepped down the stairs, Vu Nguyen spoke her mind. "Who do you think the circle exists for? It exists for people like us behind these walls so we can walk with our heads held high, exploiting and oppressing others to hoard the vast majority of this society's resources. As long as it exists, twisted desires and senseless slaughters will never end. The circle is a colossal lie constructed by a small minority. Regrettably, I am one of them. Rather than wondering if he can become a god level, I look forward to him shattering this place and breaking free rather than becoming the next version of me." The video cut off there. The woman in front of the screen commented dismissively, placing hope in breaking the rules on those who benefit from the rules god. "Our Lady is a bit too naive." Facing her was a demon. He replied to her, "Aren't you the same?" Thendai raised her wine glass, her gaze cold. "What's wrong? Unhappy because I spoke about her." "Why would I be unhappy?" The demon tilted his head. "You're a monster just like me. The people we serve bear the surname Lam, not Vu. Humph, I'm just reminding you, monster. Once you've tasted a free world, why would you willingly return to a birdcage? If you bet on them, you might lose everything." Listening to his words, Thendai remained silent, her hair falling to cover one eye. The demon, seeing she didn't respond, reached out to touch the photos on the wall. "Actually, no matter how many you create, you can't win? Ability users and monsters are fundamentally different. Genius ability users, like Liu Qishuyan, will only gradually maximize their potential through using their powers, while these monsters of yours. The consequence of abusing abilities is only one thing." Before he could finish, Thandai angrily hurled her wine glass at the photo on the wall. She snapped her eyes hollow and filled with reproach toward the demon. "I told you to buy me some time. I told you to hold back those idiots in the council chamber. You couldn't even do that simple thing. You only know how to stand before me and spout sarcasm." After speaking her mind, Thandai suddenly calmed down, adjusting her hair. I was a bit out of line. You're very unusual today. As Thandai said that, the demon suddenly jumped and turned around. Could it be you've found the special copy? At the same time, at the harbor, the battle seemed to be nearing its end. Hami's poisonous butterflies were now useless against Bui Tinhua. They were burned away, turning into drops of blood that splattered onto the ground. It's not over yet. Hami's entire body was surrounded by a beautiful but tragic pink glow. In contrast, Bui Tinhua had become her nemesis. Any butterfly that flew into his range simply turned to ash. Hami decided to risk everything, using all her strength to create a field of lethal flowers. She screamed Bui Tinhua's name. High up on the shipping container, Tianlang looked down, his heart heavy as stone. It seemed Hami had no intention of coming back. Little Dodo cried and begged, Brother Tianlang, hurry and stop Sister Hami. I beg you, save her. But Tianlang could only darken his expression and tell the boy the cruel truth. Stupid! Dodo was startled by his shout, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Tianlang glanced over with a pale face and continued, How many times can you save her? She won't be grateful to you. Zhao Kuang couldn't do anything else. He couldn't bear to watch his friend sacrifice herself. But he couldn't stop her from continuing her final wish. In those last moments, Zhao Kuang could only bow his head. Hami, now broken and frail, didn't even have the strength to stand straight. Her flower vines lunged forward, coiling tightly around Bui Tinhua, but her flames could never reach him. Bui Tinhua gave a slight flick of her wand, delivering her final words to her opponent. This scenery is truly beautiful. It's just a pity that I won't lose to the same person twice. So this is it. Hami's entire body looked like a flower being scorched to ashes in that very moment. The group brought by Tan Thien had also arrived, with his henchmen leading the way. Everyone follow me. I will lead you all to collect the supplies. Amidst the chaotic scene with charred flower petals fluttering in the wind, a child looked up. The kid saw a beautiful butterfly fading away until only dense smoke and ash remained, along with flower petals scattered everywhere. Bui Tinhua started falling backward as she caught sight of a dark figure emerging from the smoke. What the hell is that? Then, completely drained of strength, she collapsed onto the ground. Unexpectedly, it was Dodo's giant stuffed rabbit. After stopping Bui Tinhua, the young boy quickly made it vanish. He then ran toward his brother. Brother Zhao Kuang, Sister Hami, is she still alive? Zhao Kuang hugged Hami tightly to his chest, his eyes reddening as he looked down at Dodo. I'm sorry, Dodo, I pushed you too hard. Are you hurt anywhere? The boy shook his head and replied obediently, I'm fine. As long as she is okay, that's all that matters. Zhao Kuang placed Hami safely in a corner and quickly called the other two. Koitu, you guys reach the exile zone and assemble immediately. Hami is severely injured and needs treatment. We must finish the priority mission quickly to return to the lab. Tianlang remained in his position, muttering as he looked toward Zhao Kuang, What an eyesore. Zhao Kuang was about to speak, but the sound of people pushing in interrupted him. Right over there, by the containers, get out of the way. Hurry, hurry. Look into that black circle over there. They stared warily toward the source of the noise. Unexpectedly, the scene was utterly chaotic. A massive crowd pushed forward, heading straight for them. Don't push! Don't shove open the doors quickly! Move aside, I was here first! They were all jostling and trampling over each other. Even Dodo, standing on the edge, was shoved by them. Zhao Kuang hurriedly grabbed him and pulled him aside. Tianlang stared down at this sea of people with annoyance, shouting once. But because the crowd was so huge, no one heard a thing. Tan Thien's henchman kept his head down, praying inwardly, Don't notice me, don't notice me, don't notice me. He then continued climbing up to force the store doors open. Seeing the supplies actually inside the mob became even more restless, like wild beasts. Finding their prey, they lunged forward. This is mine, this one too, everything here is mine. Many people couldn't even wait. They started shoving food straight into their mouths. Just then, a child accidentally moved toward Zhao Kuang's group to pick up some food. When he looked up, he saw Hami's burned hands. Zhao Kuang, on high alert, reached out to stop him. What are you trying to do? But the child merely reached out timidly, offering a piece of candy toward him. If you keep the candy in your mouth, the wound won't hurt anymore. Zhao Kuang was stunned, his gaze flickering as he looked down. Suddenly, a thug appeared out of nowhere and kicked the boy away. The man held a gun in his hand while his accomplice fired into the air to threaten them. Drop all the food in your hands. You aren't allowed to take even a grain of rice. From now on, these supplies belong to our cannibal gang. Damn it, spit it out. Zhao Kuang stood up, feeling furious, his hand reaching for the gun tucked behind his back. He warned the bald man, "Take your supplies and get out of here right now." The man sneered, pressing the gun directly against Zhao Kuang's forehead in retaliation. "Ha! You think I don't know what you're planning? Hands up, turn around, didn't you hear me?" But just as the words left his mouth, a sword suddenly flew out, piercing through his chest. Blood splattered, spraying all over Zhao Kuang's body. "Eyesore!" An angry voice boomed. Thin Lang stood from above, looking down, his voice cold. "I said you're an eyesore." Zhao Kuang wiped the blood from his cheek, his gaze turning icy. He looked down at the child, who was terrified, his face turning pale. "Is he an Esper?" But suddenly that same face turned strangely calm. As soon as the child saw the black circle, a single exclamation escaped his lips. The Savior. For some reason, everyone else suddenly started cheering, looking up at Tianlang. "Our Savior has arrived." Both of them were stunned, not understanding what was happening, only staring in shock at the cheering crowd. The little boy's eyes widened as he asked, "Did you guys come here to save the exile zone?" "What?" Zhao Kuang's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. Suddenly, Dodo's voice rang out. "Brother Zhao Kuang, the mission target has disappeared." Zhao Kuang narrowed his eyes, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. "Damn it!" Meanwhile, Tan Thien had succeeded. He carried Bui Tinhua and fled far away. He said worriedly, "Phew, that was pathetic. How did you get beaten up this badly?" Bui Tinhua was exhausted, but her mouth still had plenty of fight left in it. She retorted stubbornly, leaving Tan Thien speechless. "You didn't see how I crushed those guys. If you had arrived just a few minutes later, I would have handled them all myself." After going a bit further, Bui Tinhua quickly told Tan Thien to drop her off and leave immediately. But he refused explaining the situation to her instead. "Listen carefully. That's the sound of the cage opening." And sure enough, it was true. After all this time, the barrier around Liu Qixuan's place has finally come down. You and Sam Nguyen are really making a grand entrance back into the scene, aren't you? Seeing Sam Nguyen worried about Tinhua disappearing, Liu Qixuan immediately reassured him. "Don't worry, she won't let anything happen to herself." Tianlang has finally met his match. With a gleeful look on his face, "So you've been hiding in there all this time. Are you scared to the point of tears?" He quickly made his move, creating countless demonic swords that hovered in the air surrounding Liu Qixuan and Sam Nguyen. Liu Qixuan smirked as his own powers began to flare up. "Challenge accepted. You're the one who's going to be crying." Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Tianlang's swords rained down, causing a massive commotion. It terrified the group of Black Ring followers, who scrambled away in a panic. "The superpowered ones are fighting, run." Tianlang watched the crowd scatter like a broken beehive and chuckled. "Heh, that's right. Keep running. Those aren't just your average superpowered fighters." He threw his head back and laughed uncontrollably, laughing at human stupidity, laughing at their pathetic fates. "Ha ha ha, you poor black-ringed fools." But just seconds later, the port was completely empty except for them. Tianlang looked down at his enemy to strike up a conversation. "We've finally met. Liu Qixuan, you made me wait a long time." Zhao Kuang saw that the situation was turning bad and spoke up immediately. Tianlang stopped and glared down at Hamai. "If I fight Liu Qixuan now, there's no way I can guarantee Hami's safety." Du seemed to understand that look. She choked out a tearful, "Brother Zhao Kuang." Just then a phone buzzed. It was a message from Koi Tu. "I've taken care of the special grade threat. We'll be there in a few minutes." A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Zhao Kuang's mouth. He felt relieved, then looked coldly toward the enemy to set his terms. "Liu Qixuan, we don't intend to have a direct confrontation with you. Just hand over Sam Nguyen and we'll leave here immediately. Our superiors will show mercy and won't hold the Liu family responsible, but if you refuse to hand over the child of the Than family, then you are declaring war on the 7 other great clans." Upon hearing the words declaring war, Sam Nguyen's face turned pale. But Liu Qixuan was known for his unpredictable temper. He thrived on conflict. He confidently accepted the challenge. "Of course it's a declaration of war. Otherwise, did you really think I came here to play house with him? Let me tell you something. The least you guys could do is show a little gratitude. You of all people should know whose child he is." "Gratitude." Sam Nguyen looked at Liu Qixuan's back, confused. What are you talking about, Liu Qixuan? Liu Qixuan frowned as he looked at Tianlong. That power. He remembered clearly the day Lady Vun Guit was surrounded by those demonic swords. One of her eyes had been almost completely corrupted, turning dark and hollow as she kept repeating, "Stay away from here." Liu Qixuan steeled himself, took a breath, and spoke slowly. Sam Nguyen, listen carefully. Anyone wearing a black ring who can use special powers, they all survive because they are nourished by Lady Vun Guit's blood. Sam Nguyen's mind instantly began to spin. When he heard those words, he was shocked, unable to believe his own ears. Surviving on blood, Thien Lang sneered, tilting his head to the side. Aizu looks like the child of the gods doesn't know anything, does he? Do you need me to explain it to him personally? Sam Nguyen glared at Liu Qixuan, his face darkening as he shouted, Liu Qixuan, are you saying their powers come from my mother? What else is there that I don't know? After a moment of silence, Liu Qixuan began to recount, What I know is very limited. Years ago, when Lady Vun Guit was imprisoned, the Lam family proposed researching her immortal powers to help other superpowered people extend their lifespans. We, the Liu family, refused to participate. Every other clan sent a high-level superpowered fighter, but the experiment failed. The 7 people who participated in that experiment, instead of achieving immortality, they received Lady Vun Guit's blood and ended up becoming neither human nor beast, barely surviving. After that, the laboratory changed its target. They switched to those wearing black rings who were more numerous and easier to control. I just didn't expect those despicable cowards to actually succeed. Then what about the location of the laboratory? You guys should have investigated that by now, right? Liu Qixuan shook his head. We found nothing. It's like a ghost. We couldn't find a single trace. Hearing this, San Yui's vision darkened. His mind was a tangled mess, unable to process anything. Was there really nothing else to be gained? Among the top 8 great families, the Liu clan ranks 3rd in total strength. And even after 2 major purges, they have never once dropped in standing. This is that very same 3rd-ranking great family. Even though he clearly knows his mother's predicament, he is completely powerless to track down where she is being held. Even a family as powerful as the Liu clan is forced to stand by helplessly watching. Just what kind of power is engulfing Tiannan City? Liu Qixuan Tinghua and the other guardians are protecting him. Does that mean they are standing against an entity as massive as Tiannan City? Is this the enemy I have to face? A Thuan, myself, and Mom. San Nguyen's hands clenched into tight fists before slowly relaxing. Liu Qixuan seemed to understand his emotional state at that moment. He could only carefully urge San Nguyen not to waver. Those people, they came here just to break your psychological defenses, regardless of what rules govern this world. The next generation will be the ones to break them. San Nguyen's voice sounded soft. Rules or no rules, what does it matter? I don't understand, and I don't care. I always dream of her. She's waiting for me. No matter how hard it is, I have to save her. Liu Qixuan felt relieved to see that his young master hadn't collapsed. His lips curved into a joyful smile. Relying just on you right now, I'm afraid there's no hope. But with those words from you, everyone will surely help make it a reality. Oh, wait. Suddenly, an idea struck. The two leaned in close to discuss. Those guys must know the location of the lab, right? Let's capture them and interrogate them. What a coincidence. I was just thinking the same thing. Thien Lang listened, his face twisting in annoyance. Suddenly, a bird's caw-caw echoed, causing Zhao Kuang to look up at the creature. It shuddered once and dropped a white bomb. Worried for the young master of the Liu family, San Nguyen immediately shouted, "Watch out!" and pushed him aside. But unexpectedly, the direction he pushed him into was exactly where the bomb was dropped. Liu Qixuan and San Nguyen froze for a few seconds. He couldn't help but remember someone and cursed, "Damn it, Chu Hei!" Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Looking for me!" Everyone turned in the same direction simultaneously. Finally, Chu He's group had arrived. They had even brought Koi Tu and Thak A along. Let's rewind to when Tin Hua was struggling in battle. After rescuing the Black Ring group, Chu Hei hurriedly went back to find his phone and checked it. Right before his eyes was an audio message from a group member. "Are you guys there? My name is Han Aolei. I'm 14 this year, and I'm Han Thu's younger sister. Well, due to some special circumstances, my brother couldn't make it. So Mom sent me to support you." Hearing her recording, Chu He's face changed. He muttered, How reckless, under his breath, and urgently commanded the birds to head toward where Aulay was. At that moment, Nguyen-Da couldn't maintain autopilot. The vehicle wobbled and crashed straight into the bridge railing. Thak-A was startled watching the person charging toward her. Aula, angry and fists clenched, lunged at her. "Attack! Don't you dare hurt him!" With a thud. Thak-A was so shocked she went pale, sweat pouring down. That was close. It wasn't until she realized it that she knew she was still alive. She was even being held up in the air by someone else. Thak-A looked up in surprise to see Koi Tu had appeared out of nowhere. He worriedly warned her, "Don't just stand there waiting to be hit." Both were panting heavily from exhaustion. Thak-A asked Koi Tu to confirm, "The opponent is just a little girl, right?" "Seems so on the other side." Aulay had shattered the surface of the wall Koi Tu had raised. Her hands were buried deep inside. Her eyes turned cold and dark as she slowly pulled them out, looking at her hands with slight annoyance. That was close. Just then, To Cham had successfully recovered from the glitch and woken up. Aulay turned around abruptly, asking, "Are you hurt?" She rushed over to check. To Cham looked at Aulay for a moment and called her name. "Han Aulay." Aulay shyly replied, Just calling me Aulay is fine. Hearing someone call my full name makes me feel like I just caused trouble, ha ha." Suddenly sensing something, To Cham used his infrared vision to scan through the wall. He discovered what the opponent was planning to do. He warned, "Careful under your feet on the other side." Thak-A and Koi Tu were arguing, "What are you doing?" "I don't want to run away. I can totally control the robot. If we team up, we can kill that girl. But if you were even a minute late, you'd be dead already. Keeping our lives is more important." Having said that, Koi Tu controlled a section of the bridge and lifted it into the air. To Cham grabbed Aulay's hand and told her to hold tight to the railing. He himself pulled out his prosthetic arms and fired them. He wrapped them around Nguyen-Da and another part of the railing to secure it. In just a split second, the middle part of the bridge completely collapsed. Neither of them could move. They were trapped. To Cham quickly assessed the situation. "The bridge is severely damaged. This section will collapse in another minute." Then he turned to calculate the distance between them and Koi Tu and Thak-A. After thinking for a moment, To Cham decided to reveal his plan. "If I enter that woman's control range, I will be forced to shut down. Their abilities won't be a threat to you. I'll throw you over there to ensure your safety first. You have to find the right landing spot. There's only one chance." Aulay nodded and got into position ready for action. But the moment To Cham took flight, he was instantly yanked back while Aulay stood firm and unshaken like a mountain. She scratched her head in embarrassment, looking at the stunned To Cham. "Oops, I forgot. It's a long story," she started. But right then, another section of the bridge cracked and collapsed deeper. If they actually fell now, there would be no way out. Suddenly, Nguyen-Da's voice rang out. "Nguyen-Da hates water. Think of something fast." Seeing that both Aulay and To Cham spoke up in unison, "I've got an idea. There's still a way to get to the other side." Watching them huddle close together, Thak-A frowned, trying to get a better look. "What are they planning?" I don't know." A sense of unease suddenly welled up in Koi Tu's heart. She quickly pulled him away. "Hey, Thak-A, let's get out of here." On the other side of the bridge, Aulay had crawled back inside. Nguyen-Da sat in the driver's seat while To Cham sat on the roof, wrapping the ropes tightly around both of them. "Are you two ready?" "Okay." The very next moment, as the bridge gave way, Aulay slammed on the gas, accompanied by a laser beam firing from To Cham's hand. All three of them soared into the air, flying straight toward the spot where Koi Tu's group was standing. Nguyen-Da screamed in terror. "Nguyen-Da is terrified of heights." Thak-A saw it coming. His eye twitched instantly as he laughed loudly. "What is this joke? You guys won't make it. Go to hell." Just as To Cham had predicted earlier. The moment they entered the range of Thak-A's ability, both Nguyen-Da and To Cham were forced to power down. All three lost their momentum and began to fall. Koi Tu gasped and called out to her. "Thak-A, run!" Just in time. Chu-Hee arrived like a whirlwind, slashing wildly through the air before sheathing his sword and turning back with an incredibly gentle smile. Seeing the group of Aulay had been saved just in time, he said, "You kids did well." A few minutes later, Aulay and To Cham had successfully apprehended the two targets. She darkened her face and threatened, "Don't you dare try any dirty tricks. If I catch you using your powers, I'm going to punch you." Thak-A didn't care, snapping back, "Stop being so cocky, brat. Just wait until I'm free." I'm going to tear you apart and drain your blood to take a bath. Tram standing nearby chimed in coldly, saying, Can you be quiet for a second? Or should we tape your mouth shut, deal? They were all laughing and talking when suddenly He's voice rang out. Aole turned back excitedly. Yes! But when she saw his expression, her face froze. He, what's wrong? He looked solemn, struggling to speak. You did very well, but this is far enough. Aole, you should go back. Years ago, Aole had been brought to a temple by her brother in the dead of a bitter winter, where snow covered everything. Only Han-Thu's smile remained as warm as the summer sun. Aole had scampered up the steps and into the temple. Han-Thu called out worriedly from behind, The snow is slippery, go slowly. When Han-Aole reached the temple gate, she suddenly stopped, hesitating to step inside. He was there quietly meditating. Aole thought to herself, It's probably best not to go in and disturb him. Suddenly, Han-Thu walked up intentionally, speaking loudly enough for the person inside to hear, What are you standing there for? Go in and greet Uncle Chu, Ow! La frantically shushed her brother, but Han-Thu took the opportunity to tease him more, making he stiffen. What don't like calling him Uncle Old Man works too, I guess. A few minutes later, Han-Thu let his sister go out to play in the snow while he sat down next to He. He gently placed a gift box down and pushed it toward him. Here's some vegetarian snacks. Chu-he quickly pushed it back. I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't take this. Knowing he was stubborn, Han-Thu had no other choice. He had to play a trick to force Chu-he to accept it. Oh, is that so? Even if this was made by my mother, you won't accept it. This was a gift from your mother to my place. I couldn't bear to eat a single bite. He thought to himself, it's so cold out today. Poor Chu-he is shivering all alone in the temple. I might as well bring it to him. For all I know, my mother would want me to bring it to you anyway. Han-Thu's words hit Chu-he right in the heart. With no other way out, he hesitantly reached out and took the gift. He let out a sigh. Fine, whatever, leave me be. Did you really come all this way? Just to give me these vegetarian snacks. Han-Thu clasped his hands and winked an eye. Stop being so narcissistic. Of course, that's not the only reason I'm here. I came because I wanted to find Master Sun Titch to talk for a bit. Chu-he chuckled as he looked at his friend. Isn't that also me? Ha ha. Time slipped away. After a moment of hesitation and contemplation, Han-Thu spoke up. Chu-he, can I stop being a guardian, please? The atmosphere immediately became incredibly silent. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Han-Thu. Seeing his expression, he quickly added, Look how scared you look, just kidding. You never joke about something like this. Chu-he realized something was wrong and asked anxiously, What happened? Han-Thu's expression shifted, his voice trembling. Aole's powers. They're going to disappear. Her powers are fading. Yes. Every night when the sun goes down, she's no different from an ordinary person. We all understand that Lord Vun-Guiet is being targeted specifically because of the power of immortality. Every conflict until now has its roots in human greed, and now Aole's ability has disappeared in such an inexplicable way. If the truth about the ability nullification gets out at this point. Han-Thu clenched both his hands tightly. He said painfully, I can't even imagine what kind of brutal torture Aole will have to endure. Will she become the second Lord Vun-Guiet? Will she become a sacrificial lamb in these power struggles? Han-Thu Chu-he furrowed his brows about to say something, but was interrupted by him. Chu-he! I've already made my decision before coming to see you. There are 2 years left until the prophecy. Before that time comes, I will find a way to investigate why her ability disappeared. You have to help me keep this a secret. Just as long as you find the cause before then, I will continue to fulfill my duty as a guardian. But what if there are no results? I will withdraw from the Guardian Project and take my sister away from this place. Han-Thu replied resolutely, You can call me a coward if you want. Retreating is fine. I'll accept it. Chu-he, to me, the child of the gods is just another stranger. Please forgive me because I just want to be a selfish big brother. After talking with Chu-he, Han-Thu and Aole quickly said goodbye to return home. Oh, Aole, be a good girl and say goodbye. We're going now. Brother Chu. He saw her chubby cheeks and couldn't help but reach out to stroke them, then gave a light pinch. Han-Thu, a complete siscon, pinched her other cheek with a huffy tone. Hey, I'm the only brother you have. Don't call him brother. Chu-he laughed and said, Just call me Big Brother is fine. Yes, Big Brother Chu-he. Aole obediently followed suit, then turned to punch Han Thu. He didn't even feel the pain. Instead, he was incredibly satisfied and enjoyed his little sister's punch. Our little Aole is getting stronger. Before they left, Chu-hee carefully warned her, "Stay safe, okay?" Yes, we're off." Just like that, Chu-hee stood on the terrace, his heart filled with both joy and worry watching the two Han siblings leave. What a truly selfish big brother. Winter passed, spring arrived. Chu-hee unexpectedly received a short text message from Han Thu, which simply read, "Take care of her for me." Back to the present. After successfully tying up and capturing the group of half-bloods and putting them in the trunk, Tacham looked toward Chu-hee and Aole, checking the situation. It didn't look good. The mood was very bad, so it was best not to go over there. Understanding the situation, he immediately got into the car to wait for the two of them to settle their business. At that moment, Chu-hee was carefully planning how to take Aula home. He spoke at length to her. "We can't go back the same way now. You follow us through this door first, then I'll have Nguyen Da take you away through another exit. On the way. Remember to keep in touch with me until you get home safely, all right? Get in the car." Suddenly, Aole grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. "Big brother Chu, do you see me as an independent person?" Faced with her sudden question, he didn't know how to answer. Seeing him silent, Aole lowered her head and continued, "I know what it means to fight, and I clearly understand the consequences if I fail. I've thought about this very carefully before coming here. Please don't just see me as my best friend's little sister who needs protection anymore. I am a special class ability user, Han Aole. I voluntarily take over my brother's position to become a guardian. Please let me go in his place." Hearing the words from her heart, Chu-hee stood there stunned, seeing his own reflection in hers. Aole's face had turned bright red. Her eyes were filled with an unshakable determination. She lowered her face, unable to stop tears from welling up. "I'm no longer just the kid hiding behind her brother. This is unfair to me." Time seemed to stand still. Only the sound of the rustling wind remained. Chu-hee calmed himself, closed his eyes tightly, then placed his hand on her shoulder and warned her carefully, "Promise me after every sunset you must stay by my side." He whispered to himself, "Forgive me, Han Thu. Keeping her by my side can also be considered a form of protection, right?" At the same time, in the car, Tacham and Nguyen Da were having quite an interesting conversation. "You're eavesdroppings on them, aren't you?" Tacham, "Not at all." "Liar." Chu-hee and Aole quickly returned to the car. Because it was a super soundproof vehicle, Aole could only see Tacham muttering. His lips were moving as if talking to himself. When she opened the door, she realized Tacham and Nguyen Da were fighting. One would turn on the autopilot, and the other would turn it off. Aole curiously leaned in and asked, "What's going on?" She heard Nguyen Da whining. "Nguyen Da doesn't want to drive anymore. Someone almost fell into the ocean and drowned earlier. Does no one care about Nguyen Da's psychological trauma? It's okay." Aole confidently suggested, "Why don't we drive manually? We have big brother Chu-hee here now." Saying that, she sat up and called out to the other side, "Please drive the car, sir." Big brother Chu-hee. But unfortunately for a man who spent all year at the temple, he knew how to climb mountains. But driving was beyond him. And so in the end, the whole group had to ask Tacham to take the wheel. Getting into the driver's seat, he quickly downloads the Driving for Dummies 2.0 module. Then, as he prepares to take off, curious Aole asks in her head, "Do you have the internet inside you too?" "If I want to know anything, I can just search for it instantly," he replies. "Wow, of course. You're amazing, Trang. You're just like a mobile supercomputer," seeing Aula showering Trang with compliments. Nguyen Da immediately gets jealous and cuts in, "What's so impressive about that Nguyen Da can do it too?" Nguyen Da is the greatest masterpiece of dad. Upon hearing the word dad, he is left feeling wistful, thinking, is dad referring to Mr. Tool? Suddenly he remembers something. He rummages through his bag and hands an item to Trang. "Right. Trang, can you unlock this phone?" "Leave it to me." Trang spins around, completely reaching out. This is way easier than driving. Seeing this, Aole panics and yells anxiously, Trang, look at the road. Keep both hands on the wheel, good heavens, this trip is going to be a total nightmare for this monk. Cut to a luxurious room where a person possessing the clairvoyant ability has been tracking the Chu-hee group from the start. Seeing the results, he shouts in frustration. "These hybrids are so weak. Do we really spend all this fortune of the Than Dai clan just to create these useless things? What a waste. I thought I was going to see a fun massacre." Behind him, a man whose entire body is disfigured speaks up from a bathtub. Keep watching. Be patient. The plot twist the master is waiting for hasn't happened yet. A guy with silver hoops turns around with a smirk. Do you know something? Tell me. The man bows his head, lifts one eye to look, and hesitantly replies, The master handpicked those 6 himself. The boss never makes a move without being certain. Among these 6, there must be some hidden talent or connection that I don't know about yet. At this point, he suddenly gets angry and crushes a stone in his hand, shouting bitterly in his heart, They never tell me anything clearly. They just keep me guessing and guessing forever. Even the laboratory management was handed to someone else. Trying to calm down, the man tells the silver-hooped guy, Just observe the situation and keep monitoring them. He leans back tiredly, and as he looks up at the ceiling, he accidentally catches his ugly reflection in a large mirror. He immediately orders, Get someone in here to take that mirror down. Back at the port, San-Nguyen looks at the new arrivals with some joy. They are her remaining teammates from the Sam-Nguyen Guild. Trang immediately locks on to the defensive targets. Aside from their limbs being weak, there are no other obvious physical abnormalities. Their mental states are relatively stable. Chu-hee vigilantly assesses the surrounding situation. Now is not the time to reminisce. San-Nguyen is startled and looks toward Liu Chi-Suyen, who looks even more surprised than she does. What kind of weirdos are in this group? The robot, the young monk, Koi-tu, and Thak-A behind them are struggling violently. Suddenly, Koi-tu looks toward Zhao Kuang and sees the dark, disappointed look on his face. Zhao Kuang whispers, Do go find Bui Tinhua. The boy obeys, saying yes, and quickly follows orders. Thian Lang also realizes what's happening and stares at him. Zhao Kuang's hand moves slightly. His ring and middle fingers cross, then he taps them against his thigh. As if receiving a signal, Thian Lang clenches his fist in response. Right after that, Zhao Kuang's pupils flash brightly. All 3 of them, San-Nguyen, Chu-hei, and Liu Chi-Suyen, immediately detect a killing intent while Aolei is completely oblivious. She is still busy looking at San-Nguyen, happy to finally meet the person her brother always wanted to protect. Suddenly, she jumps in shock seeing Chu-hee draw his sword. He carefully instructs both of them. Keep an eye on them, Aolei, don't let go of the rope. Trang help Aolei guard those 2. Realizing the situation has changed, she focuses her mind. I understand. At that same moment, Liu Chi-Suyen glances towards San-Nguyen. She seems to understand that look, but her reaction is too slow. By the time she realizes it, she has already been pushed back by Liu Chi-Suyen. San-Nguyen screams in a panic, then she is encased in a lightning cage. No way out. What is this knowing? San-Nguyen is furious at him. Liu Chi-Suyen cannot let his friend's child's life be threatened. He turns back confidently and says, You are completely safe in there. Don't overthink it. I'll be back soon. Thian Lang also quickly takes action. Dark energy flies everywhere surrounding the man Haktron. As soon as that sentence is uttered, a dense wave of evil energy spreads through the space. Chu-hei frowns and slashes through it, but because there is so much of it, they are quickly surrounded. Out! Ella noticed the energy flows. Take the Koi-tu group away. She immediately runs over to shatter the path. Take them and go. Thian Lang laughs gleefully. The dark energy swarms around Liu Chi-Suyen, but he isn't a pushover either. He uses lightning to pierce through it, creating small holes and easily breaking out of the encirclement. Truly living up to the name of... Thian Lang looked down with a smirk. In a flash, Liu Chi-Suyen had disappeared and was suddenly right in front of his enemy. Thian Lang chuckled, Oh my. As for Sam-Nguyen, after being trapped in the cage, no malice could reach him, but Sam-Nguyen felt like he was suffocating. Disappointed in himself for being unable to do anything, Thian Lang and Liu Chi-Suyen charged at each other, trading blows. He clenched his fist and unleashed a full-force punch. Liu Chi-Suyen quickly tilted his body and dodged it. He couldn't help but taunt, Is that all you got? Show me everything you've got fast. Don't waste my time. My time is precious. Finishing his sentence, he drew his gun to attack. Thian Lang agilely summoned dark energy to block the shot, then dove back into hand-to-hand combat. What are you acting so arrogant for, Haktran? Small demons quickly swarmed around Liu Chi-Suyen. His ears twitched, and he immediately used the momentum to leap into the air, delivering a kick that shattered them all. He took the opportunity to kick his opponent right in the ribs. Thian Lang managed to defend himself just in time, bringing his arms up to block, but was still sent flying back a distance. Liu Chi-Suyen looked pleased. With crackling lightning sounds surrounding him, he said, Don't think you can fool me just by turning dust into the shape of a vengeful spirit. Tianlang rolled his eyes and immediately summoned a circle, protecting himself from Lu Qixuan's attack. The man's voice suddenly rang out, "Where are you looking?" While Tianlang was distracted, Lu Qixuan had closed the distance. He landed a gut-wrenching punch straight into his enemy's stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. The wall shattered with a violent boom. Tianlang coughed, "Cough, cough!" He looked disheveled, with a sharp object impaling his stomach. Wiping the blood from his mouth in anger, he hissed, "Damn it! If I weren't distracted controlling Hack Tran to deal with those other three, how could you have ever hurt me?" Tianlang took a deep breath, grabbed the object stuck through his stomach and yanked it out decisively, spraying blood everywhere. He quickly struggled to his feet, swaying. He hurled the object behind him, snarling, "Enjoy your moment of triumph for a little longer." At the same time, Lu Qixuan, Hoi Tu, and Thak Ah were still tied up tight, waiting to be rescued. Suddenly, a strong force pulled Aolei backward, making her jump in alarm. Oh no! As Tram turned around, Aolei had vanished from sight. She was being dragged across the ground, yet she kept a firm grip on the rope. These villains love playing dirty tricks. "I absolutely won't let you get away with this." With that, Aolei gathered all her strength and used her ability to pull hard, snatching Koi Tu's group back. Tram quickly rushed over to assist. But because of the sudden strain, the old wound on Aolei's shoulder tore open, blood soaking through her clothes. She winced in pain, her face turning pale, and she was caught by Tram. "There is a severe penetrating wound near your right shoulder, and it's showing signs of infection. Was it from when we were on the bridge? Please take off your shirt so I can treat it immediately." "Not now," Aolei interrupted. "I need to tie the rope around my waist again." Her pupils contracted, reflecting her steely determination. "Before we beat the enemy, you must help me keep this a secret." "Can you do that?" Tram nodded, answering, "I understand." "I respect your decision. Let's finish this quickly." At the same time, Chuha was rushing toward Sam Nguyen, his temper flaring, but because the enemy encirclement was so dense, every time he slashed through one layer, another replaced it. Chu-hee frowned in frustration. He gripped his sword hilt tightly. "Nguyen has been left all alone. I have to get to him fast." Even though he could see his opponent right in front of him, he couldn't get close. He clicked his tongue, shouting Nguyen's name repeatedly. At that moment, Tuhak reappeared. Buzzing in Sam Nguyen's ear, he tempted him. "What a coward. That arrogant Liu Qixuan basically looks down on you, locking you in this 1-meter cage. He's painting you as a weakling who can only stand by and watch. What are you waiting for? Don't you want to prove them wrong? You see that what I'm saying makes sense, right? Just let me out and this little game will end immediately." "Isn't it the truth?" Sam Nguyen countered, making Tuhak frown and snap back. "What did you say? I'm the most incompetent and useless person here." "That's entirely true." Sam Nguyen sadly accepted reality. "I am their primary target, aren't I?" Hearing this, Tuhak's expression turned even uglier. "Oh, you take pride in that." Sam Nguyen ignored Tuhak, looking outside with concern. "Those people clearly know I'm the weak link in this battle. Yet in a situation where they are outnumbered, they still stubbornly fight the strongest head-on, leaving me aside. Isn't that incredibly stupid? I have such a strange, uneasy feeling." In that moment, Sam Nguyen remembered the conversation between himself and Liu Qixuan before the battle started. "Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Look even closer. Talking about death all the time, how unlucky." Since they shared a body, Tuhak could feel what Sam Nguyen was feeling. He grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him back. "What are you talking about?" "Explain it to me clearly." Sam Nguyen shut his eyes tight, then frustratedly shoved Tuhak's hand away. "Get lost! You're being way too noisy. He can't hear a thing." Luan's face swelled up, then slowly faded away. In that space, only Sam Nguyen remained. He calmed down, clutching his chest. His eyes suddenly shifted to a stunning icy blue. "It's not that I can't do anything about this." Sam Nguyen's body felt like it was being pushed back. It felt like his soul was being ripped from his body until he realized he had drifted into a different dimension. Sam Nguyen looked around confused. It was an endless row of rooms. With red lights flashing everywhere, every chamber was filled with a deep, blood-crimson color. "Where on earth am I?" he asked himself, looking down at his hand on the floor. In the blink of an eye, the space turned bright red. In Sam Nguyen's palm was a handful of dark red sand. He tensed up, looking around with high alert black dust. "Damn it, it must be because I haven't mastered controlling my ability yet. That's why I wandered into this strange dimension. First things first, I have to find a way out of here." Sam Nguyen hurried to stand up, intending to leave. Then a flash of red light enveloped him again. He jumped and looked to the side, discovering a child sitting curled up on a bed inside a chamber. That room kept flickering between white and red. Sam Nguyen couldn't help but wonder, why is there a child here? Knowing this wasn't normal, Sam Nguyen still bravely tried to reach out to the boy. Hey kid, this is a dangerous area for ability users. You have to get out of here with me right now. As he said that, Sam Nguyen stepped toward the boy and shook him lightly. Can you stand up? Seeing no response, Sam Nguyen grew a bit anxious and raised his voice. Hey kid, he muttered to himself, frustrated, stupid alarm sound. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, the alarm stopped instantly. What? He froze, turned his head back, and looked up at the ceiling. Suddenly the child's voice rang out. You managed to enter my 5th layer of consciousness. It seems you aren't as weak as you look. Sam Nguyen's hand let go instinctively. He stepped back defensively. Who are you? The child slowly moved his body, where he had been curled up before he now stretched out comfortably. He looked down at the ground, then slowly raised his head and replied, Long Jiao Kuang, you should remember my name well. Seeing his eyes glowing like stars, Sam Nguyen was startled and stood still. Suddenly Jiao Kuang continued, Because we are all children of God. He abruptly grabbed Sam Nguyen's hand and said, Let's go, let's talk somewhere else. I don't like staying here long. Sam Nguyen was confused. Wait, you have to explain this to me. Before he could finish, the space shifted again, moving them to another room. Sam Nguyen was startled to realize this was his old place with a Thuan. Jiao Kuang looked a bit surprised, lightly patting the sofa he was sitting on. So that's how it is. This storage room is the safe place in your consciousness. It's not much different from my room, square and boxy, just like a toy box. Sam Nguyen furrowed his brow, silent for a moment. A bit angry, he spoke up, Get up, you're not allowed to sit on that sofa. As he said this, his gaze grew heavy, his voice choked up. At the very least, don't touch it. The atmosphere turned dead silent. A faint sound suddenly rushed into Sam Nguyen's ears. It made him jump and turn around sharply. Tiandong? Jiao Kuang smiled as he stood up. Sorry for bringing back unpleasant memories for you. Shall we go somewhere else to keep talking? Suddenly, Sam Nguyen grabbed his hand and asked, What exactly are you playing at with my eyes? I don't understand. You're lying, Sam Nguyen insisted. You're stalling for time. You're keeping me here just to hinder me, right? The place from before wasn't your consciousness, and this place isn't mine either. Jiao Kuang pretended to be innocent. Why would I need to hinder you? Because you know full well that I can see through your schemes. As soon as Sam Nguyen said this, Jiao Kuang's expression stiffened and his fake smile faded away. His eyes cast down cold. Seeing the other didn't speak, Sam Nguyen continued. I don't know what your ability really is, but if what my eyes see isn't real, then I will trust my other 4 senses. He squeezed his eyes shut, beginning to sense the gunfire and the strange smell of hydroxide. And the smell of blood, too. You're my enemy. Finding out about my living environment was easy for you. You used my past to create a place exactly like my memories. Despicable. Truly despicable. Jiao Kuang looked up in confusion. You were able to figure it out that quickly. Did I leave something imperfect? Sam. Nguyen hesitated for a long time, his gaze becoming strangely sorrowful. His lips trembled, choked with emotion, and he looked away. The safe place in my heart has long since ceased to exist. I need to tell Liu Qishuyan and everyone the truth quickly. Returning to the port, everything was still extremely chaotic. Liu Qishuyan and Tianlang were busy. Dealing with the other side, suddenly his expression changed, sensing a disturbance from Sam Nguyen's direction. He took a deep breath, steeling himself, and stared ahead. What my eyes see is not real. With that thought in mind, Sam Nguyen began to step out of Liu Qishuyan's cage. As soon as he stepped out, black dust immediately surrounded him. Sam Nguyen used all his strength to tear the membrane before his eyes and shouted, It's not real. Everyone jumped and turned their eyes toward him, shouting in unison. Sam Nguyen, meanwhile, Bui Tinghua was focusing on healing herself. She sat leaning against the wall, continuously applying her heart fire to the wounds on her body. Tan Tien was unexpectedly sitting nearby, keeping guard. This is the first time I've seen a fire with healing abilities. How strange. Sensing his gaze, Bui Tinghua snapped her head around to look. Seeing that, Tan Tien asked, How much longer do you have to phew like that? Healing takes time, obviously. Did you think I was made of iron? Bui Tinhua retorted, turning her head away huffily. Without knowing what Tan Thien was thinking, Yeah, your mouth is made of iron, all right. Suddenly, Tan Thien stood up and said urgently, At this distance! They will find us very quickly. My guy's car is right outside. Let me get you out of this battlefield first, get you to safety, and then we'll take care of those wounds. As he spoke, he reached out to help Bui Tinhua up, but she immediately refused. I'm not going anywhere, that brown-haired black ring guy. He will definitely send someone to confirm whether I'm dead or alive. If I stay here, I can distract the enemy. Just go. Don't interfere with my healing. Tan Thien frowned, feeling a bit disappointed inside. Did she not want to get involved with him? Just then, both of them simultaneously sensed the presence of someone else. Without needing to signal each other, they both looked in the same direction. They're here! Tan Thien immediately took off his jacket, revealing the crisscrossing scars on both his arms. He threw his jacket behind him, leaving Bui Tinhua bewildered. What are you doing? Tan Thien stood confidently in front of her, blocking her. Don't try to be a lone hero. Footsteps grew closer, and finally, Dudu appeared, clutching Happy tightly in his arms as he jumped out. Found you, seeing the little one, Tan Thien exclaimed in frustration. Damn it, are you crazy? As for Bui Tinhua, she slumped down and smirked. I leave it to you. Back at the pier, everyone was panicked and worried for Sam Nguyen, who had jumped into danger on his own. But suddenly, the environment shifted and everything turned into vibrant, surreal colors. Like something out of a child's drawing, from the houses to the ground, the cargo containers all suddenly flipped upside down and hovered over Sam Nguyen's head. All the other members stood motionless. As they were lifted into the air, Liu Qi, Xuan To Cham Chu Hei, and Ao Lei watched the surrounding scene. Sam Nguyen was strangely calm. I knew it. It's a dream. Suddenly, Zhao Kuang's voice rang out. I didn't expect you to guess it was a dream. How clever. He flipped upside down, bringing his face close to his and asking, The world in front of you is crumbling. Aren't you afraid? Sam Nguyen frowned and replied, Since it's just a dream, what is there to be afraid of? I suspect your ability is to create dreams for others. As long as the controlled person doesn't realize it, they will sink deeper into it. They can't escape, and once the opponent realizes it's a dream, they can break free from your control. Controlling multiple people to enter a dream must have its limitations. There must be some kind of restriction. That's why you created a dream within a dream, to block me using your so-called consciousness space, to keep me from realizing the truth, trying to drag out the time I stay in the dream. Am I right? Zhao Kuang hummed in response. Not entirely. I never intended to trap you all in this shallow dream for too long. I just wanted to buy some time. To save my comrades from your hands, that's all. On the other hand, your ability only awakened 2 days ago, yet you have this level of perception. I'm very surprised. Sam Nguyen coldly replied, It has nothing to do with my ability. Even if I weren't an Esper, I would still have seen through your dream. Hearing that, Zhao Kuang let out an "oh" sound, his lips curling up. And how would you do that? Sam Nguyen answered firmly, Because I didn't want to drag them into this. Zhao Kuang chuckled. Arrogant brat. This dream space is coming to an end anyway. Sam Nguyen, it's a pity that our conversation so far has taken place in a dream. I look forward to the chance to talk to you in reality. It's time to go back to our respective realities. As the words finished, every member of Sam Nguyen's group clutched their heads, groaning. Even Thien Lang, standing next to Zhao Kuang, was affected. He scowled, clutching his forehead. Damn it! My body feels like it's being forced through something. Couldn't it be a different scene? Zhao Kuang chuckled softly, crossing his arms. There, don't be angry. Beside them, Thak Ah and Koi Tu had escaped at some point. Each of them was busy with their own tasks. Suddenly, Zhao Kuang held out his hand toward Thak A and ordered, Give the gun back to me. She pouted, handing it over. Why so tense? I was just joking. Here you go, you stingy person, Zhao Kuang reminded her seriously. Don't act on your own. Immediately after that, for reasons unknown, the faces of Liu Qishuyan, Sam Nguyen, and Chu Hei darkened simultaneously. Especially Chu Hei. He trembled. His pupils dilated sharply, sweat breaking out as he slowly turned to look in one direction. When did they escape from the ropes? The ropes that Ao Lei had risked her life to hold onto were lying uselessly on the ground. Next to them, a pool of fresh red blood suddenly appeared. Ao Lei sobbed, stuttering, I clearly didn't let go. She didn't realize that everyone was screaming her name. Ao Lei's vision slowly went dark. Seeing the panicked expressions of everyone looking at her, Liu Qishuyan was furious. He roared, "I'll kill you all!" Then turned into lightning and bolted away. Huakak! Aolei's breathing grew heavier. She looked around and saw Chu-hee's deathly pale expression. Was Chu-he angry at her? Then she slowly looked down. Her vision became dizzy. Blood dripped onto the floor. Aolei's body couldn't take it anymore. She lost her balance and fell backward, but a hand quickly caught her. Tacham's voice rang out, "Don't panic, Tacham is here now." Initiating treatment mode. The bullet passed through the lower left abdomen and is currently bleeding. Ow. Le gritted her teeth in pain, sobbing, "But the rope was still tied around my waist just a moment ago." Tacham hissed, his eyes fixed on the wound on her stomach. "I know, please stop talking for now." Thak-A, watching from the side, smirked. "I should have fired one more shot." Zhao Kuang and Thien Long turned to look at each other without a word. Minutes ago, just before Sam Nguyen's group regrouped, Zhao Kuang had quickly signaled Thien Lang. It was a signal they had established since they were kids, meaning, "The battle is going against us next, I will pull you into a group dreamscape. Hold them off." And Thien Lang had replied by clenching his fist, meaning, "Okay." Before launching his dream control ability, Zhao Kuang had carefully warned him. "Though I feel a bit guilty leaving you alone to deal with all four of them, don't die in the dream, all right?" Thien Lang showed no fear, his eyes determined. However many of them come, it's not a problem. And so Zhao Kuang initiated the group dreamscape. The countdown was 5 minutes, bringing everyone inside. Once everyone fell into the dream, he walked up to Sam Nguyen, observing the child of God. "He looks more ordinary than I imagined." But just as he was about to touch him, Liu Qixuan's lightning was triggered. Zhao Kuang struck his hand away, wounding him instantly. Furious, he glared at Qixuan, thinking, he can even use an ability like that while sleeping. This Liu Qixuan really kept surprising everyone. And it wasn't just him. Somehow even San Nguyen's body was starting to twitch. This agitated Zhao Kuang even more. What the hell is going on? He thought, these two are such a pain to deal with. With 4 minutes left, Zhao Kuang headed over to Aolei, successfully freeing Koitu and Thak-A, then shot a glance back to observe Tram's condition. A smirk curled on his lips. So that's how it is. Zhao Kuang quickly stood up and urged the other two. "This collective dream has run into some trouble. We can't maintain it much longer. Get up and get away from them." Thak-A glared at Aolei with pure hatred. He snatched the gun from Zhao Kuang's waistband. "Giving that brat a lead bullet before we go wouldn't be too late." At that exact moment in the dream, San Nguyen heard the sound of the gunshot. Time flew by and the final 5 minutes were up. At the same time, Koitu finished his blueprint. He turned to Zhao Kuang as if they were hatching a plan. Combining the strength of Thien Lang and Koitu would create a battlefield with no escape. The next phase would be a fair showdown between the two teams. Chu-hei panicked. He kept calling out Aolei's name, terrified she might close her eyes forever. He gently lifted her up to assist in Tram's treatment. "Don't, Aolei, don't be afraid," he whispered, then turned to ask, "How is her wound?" Tram replied calmly, "I've stopped the bleeding in Aolei's abdomen. Her life is no longer in immediate danger. Next, I'll treat the penetrating wound on her shoulder. Please don't move her for now." Hearing this, Chu-hei froze. He muttered, "Even the shoulder." As Aolei's pained whimpers began to rise, he quickly pulled her back. Chu-he leaned in low, whispering to reassure her, "I'm here. I'm right here." Aolei's eyes were dimming, sweat pouring down her face. She tried to say something, but her body had absolutely no strength left. San Nguyen rushed over from afar. "Is everyone okay?" Seeing what was unfolding, Aolei used the last of her strength to whisper, "Big brother Chu, hey, I think I've caused trouble, haven't I?" No sooner had she spoken than Hak Tran flew out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around San Nguyen and pulling her away. Chu-hei, Aolei, and Tram were stunned, unable to react in time, and could only watch as San Nguyen was engulfed by a whirlwind. Dust and sand swirled in the air. Meanwhile, Tan Thien and Bui Tinhua were having a small battle of their own. Tan Thien frowned, puffing out his cheeks. Then he spat out a tooth into his hand, gripped it tightly, pivoted, and swung a punch at Happy, who was right in front of him. Tan Thien pinned the toy down and threatened it fiercely. "You dare knock out my tooth. Today I'm going to show you the power of an 8-time consecutive tournament champion." But suddenly Bui Tinhua spoke up to stop him. Tan Thien looked back confused. He only saw Bui Tinhua jutting her chin, signaling him to look to the other side. Only then did he clearly see Dodo's state. The kid's face was bruised and filthy, leaving Tan Thien stunned.
What is this?
My fist didn't even hit the kid. Hearing the squeaky, happy sound of the rabbit under his foot, he uneasily stepped back and said to Bui Tinhua, "Hey, the kid and that weird toy? They seem to be linked somehow. I hit the rabbit, but the kid got hurt. What do I do?" Bui Tinhua looked silently toward Dodo, thinking, no wonder they sent this child alone. That guy calculated everything. I can't bring myself to attack a kid, plus the kid doesn't seem to feel anything from that punch. Can't feel pain? She suddenly asked aloud, "Hey kid, what's your name?" Hearing Bui Tinhua ask that, the image of her fight with Hamai flashed through Dodo's mind. The boy flinched, curling up and clutching Happy's arm tightly, seeing the boy trembling. Bui Tinhua laughed. "Haha, don't worry, just because I ask someone's name doesn't mean I'm going to beat them up. I'm not that ruthless." Seeing her say that, Dodo lowered his guard and replied obediently, "My name is Dodo." Bui Tinhua asked again, "What about your last name?" "I don't have one." Hearing that, she thought to herself, another one without a surname. Then she continued, "Dodo, you just saw how I dealt with your accomplice, Hamai, right? If you don't want to end up like her, get out of here." Dodo hugged Happy tighter, responding firmly, "I can't leave." Brother Zhao Kuang ordered that you must die. "I have to complete this mission." Bui Tinhua was speechless and reminded the boy, "With just you want to fight the two of us." Tan Thien, though his conscience wouldn't allow him to hit a child, still had to act tough and play along. "That's right, kid. Don't think just because you're small I won't deal with you." Dodo ignored him. The boy insisted on clinging to. Happy and wouldn't leave. Bui Tinhua had to suppress her anger, sat down, and began to lecture Dodo. "If I'm not mistaken, for those who over-rely on their abilities, their body will develop a violent rejection reaction like a single-use plastic cup that isn't meant to hold boiling water. Do you even understand what you're doing to yourself?" Dodo squeezed his eyes shut and screamed. Seeing this, she calmly asked the boy once more, "Are you really willing to trade your life just to kill me? They must have promised you a very bright future, didn't they? All you had to do was make sure I died. That big brother will agree to come back to Dodo with us," the boy said in a trembling, childlike voice, his eyes heavy and cast downward. "The city of Celestials will recognize our new status. We'll be adopted by a noble family and get to live in the city of Celestials where everyone is an ability user." At this, the boy began to sob, tears welling up as he pleaded with Bui Tinhua, "Please, just cooperate with us. We promise we won't hurt anyone else." Upon hearing Dodo's words, the two of them were momentarily speechless, simply staring blankly at the child before them. Suddenly, a soft laugh escaped Bui Tinhua. Then, as if she had snapped, she stopped healing herself and burst into a manic, crazed laughter that made Tan Thien and Dodo turn pale. Losing patience, Bui Tinhua reached up, pulled her wand from her hair, and said, "Talking is useless. Come and get me." Startled, Tan Thien rushed over to stop her. "Wait! This child isn't even 10 years old yet. These thoughts of his are directly tied to the environment he grew up in." Not letting Tan Thien finish, Bui Tinhua coldly pushed his shoulder aside, demanding he move. Her gaze remained unwavering. "My teammates are suffering because of me. And you want me to sympathize with this brat? Just because he's a child." Tan Thien was rendered speechless, able only to watch Bui Tinhua's back. "I don't have the luxury of saving everyone." She strode directly toward Dodo and ignited a soul-scorching flame. Dodo knew he couldn't avoid the fight and immediately ordered his stuffed toy Happy to rush at her. But how could a child under 10 possibly stand a chance against an expert like Bui Tinhua? Even before Happy could move, Bui Tinhua lunged forward with 2 sources of fire. She used standard fire to incinerate Happy and unleashed the soul-scorching flame onto Dodo's body. Desperate to save the boy, Dodo sobbed, watching the gift Zhao Kuang had given him burn before his eyes. "No! Don't hurt Happy!" The flames spread, erupting in the middle of the narrow alley. Tan Thien didn't dare say a word, sweat pouring down his face, shuddering as he looked toward Bui Tinhua. This woman was terrifying. A moment later, the blaze died down. Tiny tears dripped onto the ground. Dodo sniffled, choking back sobs as he asked, "Why?" Desperately, he stared at the blackened Happy on the ground. Suddenly, a small, pale hand reached out to grab Happy and placed it back on the boy's lap. Bui Tinhua sat in front of Dodo, her voice low. Dodo, there's a limit to using your youth to elicit pity. Don't make me regret giving you a way out. Having said that, she stood up and walked away. She left Dodo to Tonthin. Until the toy recovered, the brat likely wouldn't be able to use his abilities. To redeem a child with such twisted values, just using nice words is useless. You have to use concrete actions. Tonthin watched her wanting to say something, but Bui Tinhua immediately cut in, not giving him a chance to open his mouth. She took a step forward, her speed rapidly increasing, and exerted all her strength to dash toward the harbor. She prayed silently. "Hang in there, please. I'm coming." At the harbor, black dust once again engulfed everything. He hurriedly ordered to Chime to stop healing and switch to an attack mode to save Sam Nguyen in time. Elsewhere, Liu Qixuan, some distance away, quickly turned back to join the fight. He threw his body through Tianlang's screen of black sand and created a flash of lightning shaped like a crescent moon. It blasted the black dust away. At the same time, Liu Qixuan shouted Chu He's name to locate her. Seeing him rushing toward her with his hand outstretched, Chu He understood immediately. She shouted, "Be careful!" and threw her flying sword toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Qixuan caught it, drew it from its sheath, and slashed horizontally, channeling his lightning. He charged straight at the vortex, shouting in fury, "Give Sam Nguyen back!" Sam Nguyen, struggling because he was tightly bound, widened his eyes as the beam of light flew toward him. As it sliced through the black dust, Sam Nguyen lost his support and fell. He screamed in terror, but fortunately Liu Qixuan arrived just in time. Like a flash of lightning, he swooped in, caught him, and landed gently. Sam Nguyen looked back in horror. He couldn't believe Liu Qixuan had blocked all the crackling electric bolts. They looked like a spiderweb halting the spread of the black dust. Liu Qixuan steadied Sam Nguyen's body. He grumbled, annoyed. "You're really good at causing trouble for others, aren't you? I only left for a second." Hearing him nag, Sam Nguyen replied weakly, "Sorry for making you worry." "Who's worried about you?" Liu Qixuan warned him cautiously. "Don't let your guard down yet. We're not out of danger." No sooner had he finished than Liu Qixuan suddenly sensed a threat. He quickly shoved Sam Nguyen aside, and just as in the boy's memory, black dust pierced through his body right before Sam Nguyen's eyes. Chu He panicked, struggling to escape the black dust. She kept screaming Liu Qixuan's name. Aulei, whose body had not yet recovered, firmly believing it was all her fault, poured all her remaining strength into trying to undo everything, ignoring to Cham behind her, warning her. "Aula, your shoulder, you can't use those explosions anymore." Nguyen froze, staring at the chaotic scene before him. So it was this moment, the scene I saw, it was this moment. Suddenly a rough hand appeared from behind, gripping Sam Nguyen's jaw and pulling him back. Tianlang's murderous aura radiated intensely as he caught him again. "Where do you think you're going?" Right after asking that question, he suddenly coughed violently, spraying blood across Sam Nguyen's face. He then playfully poked his tongue out and licked the corner of his mouth. "Can't let this go to waste. This is the godlike blood you were seeing, right?" A short while later, the rain began to pour down relentlessly, leaving only the clown's sword laying lonely on the ground. Bui Tinhua stood before it, saying nothing. Then she slowly bent down to pick it up and sheath it. She scanned her surroundings, shouting her teammates' names, searching for any trace of Sam Nguyen Liu Qixuan. She called out to them, but all that answered was the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, and the whistling wind. Bui Tinhua cautiously approached a pile of rubble. Someone was still there. Her face was scrunched up in a frown, but then suddenly it softened into sheer surprise. Liu Qixuan was still alive, though he was covered in blood and soaked to the bone. He gripped a piece of glass embedded in his chest, calmly ripped it out, and looked up at the person before him. "I actually thought you were dead," Bui Tinhua said with a smirk, stepping closer. "Not dead yet. Does that disappoint you?" "A little," she replied. "You look pathetic, don't you? Barely a few guys, and you couldn't even handle it." Liu Qixuan wasn't being his usual snarky self. He kept his head down, his voice raspy as he replied, "I'm just annoyed that my suit is ruined." As if understanding the gloomy state of Liu Qixuan's mind, Bui Tinhua didn't say another word. She stood there staring at him, then asked seriously, "What do we do now?" Liu Qixuan, weary, tilted his head to the side and whispered, "Let's find shelter. I want to sleep." With that, they quickly moved toward a building. Not far from there, they ducked into a room along the way. Liu Qixuan recounted everything that had just happened to Bui Tinhua. She gasped in shock. "What, Hanthu's little sister? How old is she? Just an 8-year-old kid." Liu Qixuan, while drying his hair, replied, "Please have some sense of time. She's 14. Wow, that kid is brave, huh? Bui Tianhua praised, surprised. But Liu Qixuan's next words brought the gloomy atmosphere back. She got shot. It's unclear if she's even alive right now. Everything suddenly fell silent again. Only the sound of the wind and the crackling of electricity on Liu Qixuan's body could be heard. He continued. And inside that floating building, Sam Nguyen the clown and Uncle Toe's life work to Trang are all there. Things turned even more ominous. Bui Tianhua silently walked over to a chair, flopped down, and crossed her legs. She turned her head, staring blankly out the window. I hate the rain. It reminds me of the day we tested our powers. Back then it had that same musty, rotting smell. Saying that, she turned to look at Liu Qixuan and asked, Do you still remember what happened after the ability test that day? Liu Qixuan was silent for a moment, then pulled the towel off his head and replied, That was so long ago, how could I possibly remember? Hearing that, Bui Tianhua's eyelids drooped. She wore a bitter expression and turned away. Thanks for forgetting that person. Liu Qixuan's body was bruised and turning purple from his injuries. He lay on his side, his back to Bui Tianhua, and asked curiously, Our teammates are trapped, yet I'm still just lying here. Is it a waste of time? Why don't you grill me about it? Bui Tianhua leaned her head against the wall, arms crossed, and calmly answered his question. You called them teammates. That shows you're just as worried about them as I am. In this situation, if you still want to rest, you must have your own plan. Suddenly, a small, faint voice spoke up. I'm scared. Hearing Liu Qixuan say that, Bui Tianhua shuddered. Unable to hide her expression, she pursed her lips and scoffed. Huh, did I hear that right? Even Liu Qixuan knows how to be afraid, holy cow. Liu Qixuan ignored it all. He let his ego drop and continued. I'm afraid of losing control of myself. A long time ago, one day on the way home with my butler, Liu Qixuan was tired and had fallen asleep in the car. The butler was talking to my father while gently stroking my hair, tenderly gazing at my doll-like face. But at that very moment, he noticed something strange. Electricity suddenly began crackling all around me. As soon as I opened my eyes, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting our car, causing it to explode on the spot. I hurried out of the car and ran toward the butler, wanting to help. But he was so terrified that in his eyes he unintentionally saw me as a monster. The butler's face was deathly pale, reflecting the flickering red glare of the fire. He shouted in a panic, Don't come near me! Don't come near me, I beg you, young master. That moment forged a massive, deep-seated fear inside me. The one who controls their power is a true ability user. The one controlled by their power is just a slave. I took it upon myself to wear these shackles to limit my power, dropping it from 100% down to just 10%. Listening to his tragic life story, Bui Tianhua couldn't help but give him a kick. Liu Qixuan, confused, sat up abruptly and yelled, Why did you kick me? Bui Tianhua huffed, annoyed, and blurted out, I honestly can't sympathize with you at all. How is this any different from those people who eat fine dining every day complaining, Oh, I'm so full, I really don't want to wake up and have to eat at a 5-star restaurant again. Manipulated by your power. Suppressed by 90%. Let me try having an endless supply of power for a change. As she spoke, she kept throwing kicks at Liu Qixuan to the point where he could only raise his hands to shield his body. Hey, I'm still injured. Bui Tianhua shouted straight at him. It's because of that attitude that you got hurt. Go reflect on yourself. Do you think you're the only one living in torment? If you don't want the people who matter to you to get hurt because of you, then you have to work harder to protect them. Why lock yourself away? Liu Qixuan was silent, attentively listening to what Tianhua said. Sam and Nguyen to risk our lives to save you. They've always trusted you without a shred of doubt. To entrust your life to strangers you've only known for a few days, how much courage does that take? And what about us? What about us? Have we actually done anything right? I let the enemy provoke me with a few words. My guard dropped completely in the heat of battle and I almost lost my life, while you keep drowning in the past. If we keep spinning our wheels like this, how do we expect to win? When you really think about it, why do we take victory for granted? Just because of our power levels. If levels were all that mattered, I should have wiped those losers out all by myself, but Liu Qixuan, if even we are naive enough to believe that levels decide everything, then what right do we have to change this world? 10%? Yeah. It's not just you. It's me too. Bui Tianhua lets out a self-deprecating laugh. Laughing at myself and you, Liu Qixuan? In the end, maybe Sam and Guiet is the only one giving this 100%, huh? Snap out of it. At the same time, at the top level of the floating labyrinth, Koi Tu is coughing up blood for some unknown reason. Zhao Kuang rushes over in a panic asking, Koi Tu, what's wrong? But surprisingly, he gets shoved away by a sour-faced Thak A. Back off, stop with the fake concern. Thien Lang, standing nearby, frowns and asks, Thak, what the hell are you losing your mind for? Thak Ah smirks, blurting out everything she knows. Losing my mind, Thien Lang, there are things I didn't want to say, but I'd advise you not to trust. And this good friend right in front of you. If it weren't for me, you probably wouldn't have survived the year. Thien Lang snaps his face, darkening. What are you talking about? Thak A points at Zhao Kuang and continues. The lab is crawling with surveillance gear. Not a single corner escapes my sight. I know Tik Than Dai, the lab manager, has been sneaking around to see you plenty of times. Ever since you first met, Tik Than Dai has been pressuring you and Koi Tu to combine your powers, claiming it's for emergency situations. Power levels. What the hell is that actually good for? Building a labyrinth of this scale. What exactly are you plotting? You know the answer best. Has he told you about his secret meetings with Tik Than Dai yet? Thien Lang looks at Zhao Kuang's reaction. He clearly didn't know. Hamai is still lying there half dead. And where is Dudu? Who do you think set all this up? Seeing Thak A getting increasingly out of line, Koi Tu cuts in, Thak A, enough. I promised Zhao Kuang a long time ago that I would build it. Besides, this floating labyrinth relies entirely on Thien Lang's black dust to stay upright. Before he can finish, she interrupts. I'm done dealing with you. Who knows where your loyalties even lie anymore? Thien Lang is speechless. He turns to Zhao Kuang, sounding betrayed. Zhao Kuang. He wants an explanation, but Zhao Kuang just turns away without a word. I'm going to check on Sam and Nguyen and the others. Thak Ah mutters irritably, always running away the moment it gets real. Suddenly, Hami's voice rings out. Let me... Everyone startles and turns to look at her as she pushes herself up. Her whole body is charred, but she forces herself to stand. Let me tell you everything. They head back to the makeshift room belonging to Bui Tin Hua and Liu Jichuan. He is carefully reminding her of his condition. When I'm exhausted, my risk of losing control spikes. Plus, I didn't sleep last night. Bui Tin Hua loses patience and cuts him off. How long do you need to sleep? Liu Jichuan shakes his head. I don't know. Just get far away from here for a while.
I don't know what will happen once I fall asleep.
Ignoring him completely, Bui Tin Hua gives him a smack on the head. Just sleep. You're talking way too much. He loses his balance and flops onto the bed, turning his face to the wall. He asks, Bui Tin Hua, aren't you going to run? She fakes a few heavy, thumping footsteps, just to satisfy him, not caring if Liu Jichuan notices or not. Liu Jichuan feels at ease and slowly closes his eyes. Outside, it's still storming, but the wind is picking up. Bui Tin Hua stands by the window, watching the gloomy view. She silently worries about Liu Jichuan, wondering if he's asleep yet. She glances at his bare, muscular back, covered in scars. Just then, the window suddenly blows open. Liu Jichuan's energy has hit 28%. Bui Tin Hua gets a bad feeling, her face turning pale. A bolt of lightning crashes down from the sky, shattering the ceiling of their room. Bui Tin Hua's hair is a mess. She screams in terror. Liu Jichuan, wake up! The storm intensifies with lightning striking closer and closer. Liu Jichuan's energy hits 45%. Dark clouds gather, churning and violent, creating a cataclysmic thunderstorm. She screams his name over and over, but he can't hear a thing. Liu Jichuan's energy continues to surge, reaching 49%. That is the moment he slowly opens his eyes. At the top level of the floating labyrinth, Zhao Kuang tries to stop what Hamai is about to say. Let Hamai rest. The answers you want. After this is over, I will personally... But Thien Lang doesn't let him finish. He yells angrily, If you don't explain it clearly now, nobody is... leaving this room. He is so furious that his black dust billows out, overwhelming everyone. Thien Lang stares intensely at Zhao Kuang with fiery, determined eyes. Tell her to keep talking. Meanwhile, on another level, Sam Nguyen is still unconscious on the floor. Trang sits next to him, poking him all over with robotic arms. Let's see. He was struck by lightning earlier, and he still has these fire burns that haven't healed. Ao Li, looking down from the level above, speaks up. Lightning and fire sounds familiar? Trang replies, Those are just surface wounds, nothing too serious. But for a grown man, his muscle mass is way too low. Conclusion, he's a weak man. Aole lets out a sigh of relief. Oh my God, don't scare me like that. He's losing blood faster than he's recovering. Tram suddenly lifted his head, reminding her. Actually, you're the scary one, Aole. Look, the more we struggle, the tighter it squeezes the moment it touches us. You should have realized that by now, shouldn't you? Using that monstrous strength of yours to break free will only make your injuries worse. In the future, in emergencies, please try to know your own limits. Aula pouted and muttered. I know. And you call that monstrous strength? She looked up, voicing her thoughts. Even if my injuries get worse, even if it's just a meaningless struggle, I have to try to know for sure. I don't want to just sit here doing nothing. Suddenly, Tram's mechanical arm slowly reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Just then, Sam Nguyen began to groan. Ao Lee leaned down to call out to him. Sam Nguyen lifted his rear end first, then suddenly remembering something, jumped up and shouted, his head slamming straight into Tram's face due to the sudden movement. But because the other party was a robot, the person who felt 100% of the pain was Sam Nguyen. He clutched the back of his neck, rolling around on the floor. Only then did Tram speak up with a reminder, careful. Ao Lee was speechless, reminding him, it's a bit too late to say careful now. Hearing his name, Sam Nguyen gradually calmed down. He lay on his back, seeing only Ao Lee and Tram, and countless soap opera scenarios flooded his mind. Could it be that Bui Tinhua Liu Chi Suyen and Chu Hei have accepted their fate and walked toward the heavens? Thinking of that scene, Sam Nguyen's tears poured down like rain. He covered his face, sobbing uncontrollably. Are there only 3 of us left? Seeing him spiral into his own drama and wail like that? Auli and Tram couldn't say a word, their expressionless eyes looking down at the crybaby making a scene on the floor. A moment later, she asked, Are you not going to scan him? My mistake. Tram quickly admitted, I forgot that the brain is also a part to check for human integrity. Hearing that, Auli immediately grumbled, Why do you keep skipping over the important stuff? A few minutes later, Sam Nguyen finally stabilized. He sniffled, sitting still for Tram to treat his wounds. Are everyone else really still alive? But I saw with my own eyes that Liu Qi. Xuyen was blown away to the factory area. Tram quickly analyzed the situation for Sam and Nguyen. At that time, the enemy's ability flow was almost entirely focused on creating the floating construction and binding the 4 of us. The attack that pushed Liu Qi Xuyen back didn't have enough lethal force. Aole nodded, adding, That's right, Brother Sam and Nguyen, don't worry. Tram's analysis skills are very impressive. If he said so, then it must be fine. Besides, it's been over half an hour since we were captured here, and this place is still very quiet. Hearing that, Sam Nguyen's eyes dropped. He remembered the image of Tian Long coughing up blood a short while ago, saying, if that's the case, then that person at that time because of overusing their abilities. Suddenly remembering something, he stood up and walked toward the stairs. Aole, let me see your wound. Aole hurriedly stopped him. I'm fine. Don't come up here. But everything seemed to be one step too late. The moment Sam Nguyen stepped onto the 3rd stair, he suddenly slammed his body into some kind of invisible stone barrier. Ow! Lee shut her eyes tight, unable to watch, then worriedly covered her eyes and asked, Are you okay, Brother Sam Nguyen? Sam Nguyen felt dizzy, clutching his head and waist. What the hell is this staircase? Tram, lying on a floating stone in the middle of the room with Aole, began to explain, It doesn't allow people to leave their floating area. You can understand it as looking like a staircase, but it has no function for traversing. Material here can sense people's movement. Only Tram can move freely. It's thanks to Brother Chu Hei that we found the rules here. Hearing the name Chu Hei, Sam Nguyen was startled and asked, I haven't seen him for a while. Where is Brother Chu Hei? Ow! Lee suddenly fell silent, not saying anything. After everyone was captured into the maze, Chu Hei had tried every way to escape this place. He quickly moved between the floors, straight through invisible stones going up and down the stairs. But because there were so many of them and he didn't know when they would appear. Chu Hei had been hit by explosions several times, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, his stamina gradually dropping. He looked around worriedly, judging the situation. This building was completely different from the previous management area. The current situation is like being inside a monster's belly. Thinking about not being able to escape from here, Chu Hei angrily punctured the ground. Just then, Aoli's voice rang out, startling Chu Hei. He quickly found her on the floor below next to Tram. Ao Li smiled, reporting her condition, so he wouldn't worry. I'm not in much pain, don't worry. Just looking up I can see you. He felt extremely relieved, seeing that his younger sister was still safe. He relaxed the corners of his mouth, curving up. Tram suddenly spoke up. Strange. The enemy is just letting us stay here. To heal and rest. It's hard to understand their intentions. Thinking for a moment, Chu-hei tilted his head to look at the light at the highest floor, his voice firming up. I will find a way to clear a path to the top floor. The exit might be there. To Tram, you take good care of Ao Li. Understood. Take care, brother. Ao Li saw that her older brother was about to leave immediately, so she hurriedly wanted to say something. But Chu-hei was faster, turning into a gust of wind and flying away. Ao Li softly asked the person next to her, Is brother Chu-hei avoiding me? Your judgment is wrong, Tram replied. Father once told me that the hearts of adults are very fragile. They cannot shed tears in front of others, nor can they reveal a trace of remorse or regret. But Tram thought that a simple, sincere apology would be enough. People are always so clumsy when it comes to expressing their feelings. Back in the present, the three of them were still trapped in the maze with no way out. Following the other two's advice, Sun-Nguyen looked up. At the top, her ears suddenly twitched as she caught a sound. It turned out to be the sound of Chu-hei's beads. He was standing silently above, listening to the conversation of the youngsters below, not daring to appear. Tram asked him, Brother, why are you able to use healing powers? Continued from above. Why are you able to use healing powers? There are many types of energy cores within my body. You can use energy cores. Suddenly, Sun-Nguyen deliberately asked, Chu-hei, how long has it been? Tram quickly replied, 20 minutes already, we should probably head back. Then suddenly his robotic arm reached up, grabbed Chu-hei's wrist and pulled him down. Tram sat on a rock and asked naively, What were you doing up there? Come on out. Chu-hei's face went blank, his pupils flickering as he looked down at Sun-Nguyen and Ao Li below. Sun-Nguyen smiled, looking straight into Chu-hei's eyes. Chu-hei, I finally have the chance to talk to you. We've met before, haven't we? Even though it's very hazy, I always have this feeling that it was a very happy time. Chu-hei smiled and replied, You guys are late. Sun-Nguyen also gently replied, It's okay. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. Sun-Nguyen lost her balance and collapsed to the ground. The panicked voices of everyone around her slowly faded into the background. Her entire body went numb. Sweat poured down like rain. An image of Tu-hak choking someone suddenly flashed in her mind. He turned his head, glaring angrily straight at Sun-Nguyen. Who gave you permission to spy? Get back to where you belong. Don't be so conceited. These people didn't come here for you. A loser like you doesn't deserve to have teammates. As soon as the words left his lips, Tu-hak vanished. She quickly replied to everyone, I'm fine. Maybe it was just that dream bothering me earlier. My head just hurts a little. Tram offered to check on her, but Sun-Nguyen refused. She went quiet. Then she propped herself up and slowly stood speaking. There are a few things I want to say to everyone here. If I don't say it now, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to say it later. I am not at all the image that everyone expects of great power, of endless energy, or the ambition to save all living beings. I don't have that at all. The reason I'm standing here is because I was forced to, because of destiny. But once I'm here, I will absolutely not run away from the fight. I will strive thousands and tens of thousands of times until I become the godchild that everyone expects. Scene change. At the highest level of the floating maze, Hamai continued where she left off earlier, saying to everyone, The superior new generation is fundamentally a delusion that will never come true. Thak A pouted and scoffed. Do you even need to say that? Anyone who believes in it is just a fool. Just as she finished speaking, Hactran suddenly lunged at Thak A. She smirked and nimbly dodged to the side. Oh my, look at my memory. It just so happens there's one right here. But her smile vanished instantly after Thien Lang's threatening words. Next time, I will definitely aim straight for your head. Hamai nodded and continued. That's right. I once thought that as long as I exposed this superior new generation conspiracy, I could wake up and protect myself. But behind that lie were countless other lies and endless ambitions. Everyone finished listening and became increasingly curious, asking, Are there even more lies? I paused for a moment and whispered, Do you all remember Hakui? Continued from above, Ham, I whispered. Do you all remember Hakui? She began to recount the past, the second year after Zhao Kuang and Tianlang successfully underwent mutation. A young boy named Hakui appeared in the laboratory. Perhaps because our names were only one word apart, I took care of him like my own younger brother. But because he was stubborn and liked to sneak out many times, he would only get to speak a few words before the guards would catch him and drag him back to his room. He would always insist on meeting me the next afternoon, and I would agree to it. Hama, you shouldn't form too many emotional attachments to that boy. Otherwise, when you lose him, you will be in great pain. In my heart, I knew Zhao Kuang's advice wasn't wrong, but at that time I was too desperate for family, even if it were just a soap bubble that would burst at the slightest touch. On the day the mutation results came out, I was in the usual spot waiting for Hakui, but I couldn't find him anywhere, so I had to go find the prison warden to ask, and she said that Hakui had passed the mutation. But because he was taken away for thorough physical examinations, they wouldn't let me see him. However, the checkup the warden spoke of lasted for 4 whole days. Then suddenly, one day... When I was in the canteen, Hakui suddenly appeared looking healthy and sound. I was overjoyed to see him safe, but the boy suddenly said he had come to say goodbye. At first I thought that meant he was running away, but he said he was going to change the world to become the master of this world. He said he could see everything. The bodies inside all the gifted people were already decaying. They couldn't endure it whether they were black ring mutants or naturally gifted. But Hakui was different. His body was very special. Hakui's face at that moment became increasingly sinister. A sense of ambition gradually appeared in the depths of his eyes. He said he was the only truly perfect gifted human, having both the healthy, long-living body of a black ring and the ability to control powers. This was evolution. Fear began to spread in my heart. I hadn't even had time to think carefully about the meaning of his words. And when he dropped another bombshell, Sister Zhao Kuang is just like me. You need to be careful. Hearing that, I was completely shocked. I turned around and saw Tichthan die with his eyes fixed on him, and I wanted to stop Hakui from leaving, but the kid wouldn't listen. He said we couldn't waste any more time here, and that once he changed the world outside, he would come back for me. But that plan never came to be.